Divine Dr. Lin, does my grandfather, does he really only have 3 months left? In the Shao estate, located in Shangjing, the capital of China, Xian, the most talented woman of the Shao family, wore an expression of utter grief on her stunningly beautiful face. The Shao family was one of the most powerful clans in the entire country. Their business empire spanned construction, telecommunications, pharmaceuticals, jewelry, and more, forming a colossal commercial dynasty worth trillions. In the world of martial Dao, a realm unknown to ordinary people, the Shao family was also a top-tier powerhouse. And all of this was held together by the presence of the Shao family patriarch, Shao Dingshan. But now, old Master Shao had only 3 months to live. This old man has done his best. The elderly man addressed as Divine Dr. Lin sighed and shook his head. Shao Xian's face turned a shade paler. Divine Dr. Lin was not only the leading figure in China's medical community, but was also recognized globally as a saint of medicine. Important figures and wealthy tycoons from every nation had sought his services with heavy gold, all respectfully addressing him as the Divine Doctor. His status was lofty, his fame renowned, and his medical skills peerless. If even Divine Dr. Lin couldn't cure her grandfather, it meant there was truly no one left who could save him. It also meant the collapse of the Shao family was imminent. Ever since news of her grandfather's illness had leaked half a year ago, various factions had begun to stir, waiting for the chance to swallow the Shao family whole. If her grandfather truly passed away, the family would crumble instantly, devoured by these wolves until not even scraps remained. These major powers would never allow the Shao family a chance to rise again. No matter how capable Shao Xian was, in front of these tigers and wolves, she was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A miserable end awaited her. Is there really no other way? Despair surfaced on Shao Xian's pale cheeks. Divine Dr. Lin remained silent for a long time. Finally, he carefully took a sealed, tattered black and white photograph from his pocket. If you can find the person in this photo in time, your grandfather can be saved. Hearing this in her moment of despair was like catching a lifeline. Shao Xian instinctively reached out to grab the photo from Divine Dr. Lin's hand. You cannot touch the photo. Divine Dr. Lin immediately pulled his hand back, scolding her sternly. He guarded the tattered, old photo as if it were a treasure that no outsider was permitted to defile. Shao Xian froze. She had never seen the illustrious Divine Dr. Lin protect a ragged photo with such caution. Divine Dr. Lin, I apologize for my rudeness. Shao Xian apologized and hurriedly looked at the old picture. The photo was from a bygone era. The image was mottled and almost distorted, but she could vaguely make out the person in it. Shao Xian was surprised. The blurry figure appeared to be a young man, handsome and scholarly, roughly in his early 20s. Who is he? Divine Dr. Lin didn't answer immediately. He stared at the young man in the photo, lost in thought, as if recalling the past. Outsiders knew his medical skills were transcendent, unrivaled in the world. But no one knew that all his skills had been taught to him by this young man. Even fewer knew that he had only studied by this young man's side for half a year, learning only the basics of his medical arts. That was when he was 13 years old. It wasn't that he didn't want to follow the young man, but the young man had deemed his talent too poor. After teaching him for 6 months, he left. Upon leaving, the young man had told him, although you have only learned a few superficial skills, it is enough for you to survive. In the future, no matter how great your achievements, you must never say you are my disciple. I cannot afford that embarrassment. Who could have imagined that the world-revered Divine Dr. Lin was merely an abandoned disciple of this young man? And who could imagine that with just those superficial skills, Lin had become the celebrated Divine Doctor of today? Since that parting, Divine Dr. Lin had never seen the mentor who gave him these transcendent skills again. He cherished the photo, carefully placing it back into his pocket, and walked toward the door. As long as you can find the person in the photo, your grandfather will live. His name is Chu Tian. Chu Tian. Shao Xian murmured the name. Judging by the age of the photo, this senior Chu must be at least 80 years old. If his medical skills were so incredible that even Divine Dr. Lin spoke his name with heartfelt reverence, why had she never heard of him? Divine Dr. Lin, how can I find Senior Chu? Shao Xian hurriedly chased after him to see him off. It depends on the word fate. With that, Divine Dr. Lin got into his car and left. Fate. Shao Xian stood dazed in place. Even Divine Dr. Lin didn't know where Senior Chu was. Did the Shao family's ability to find this Senior Chu rely solely on luck? No, she absolutely could not leave it to luck. Pass down the order immediately. Spare no expense to find this senior Chu. No matter the cost in money or resources, we must find him within 3 months. Xiao Xian immediately issued the command to the Xiao family. Right now, the entire Xiao family was on the brink of life and death. No matter the cost, she had to find that senior Chu Tian. The survival of the Xiao family now rested entirely on this one man. Only senior Chu could save them. While Xiao Xian was desperately searching for Chu Tian in the southern coastal city of Suzhou, a first-tier city in China, a lecture on archaeology was taking place in a tiered classroom at Suzhou University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. Professor Yi, you are a titan in the field of archaeology. I have a question. Does our world have cultivators? A student asked, raising an interesting topic. On the podium, Yi Wenyan, a man in his 80s with graying hair and reading glasses, looked at the student who asked the question. Perhaps there are. The students instantly perked up. Legendary cultivators, mysterious beings capable of flying through the sky, burrowing through the earth, and moving mountains and seas. Judging by Professor Yi's tone, it seemed cultivators might actually exist. Professor Yi, did you discover ruins related to cultivators during your archaeological digs? Whether they are cultivator ruins or not, no one can verify. Yi Wenyan adjusted his reading glasses and smiled. However, we did discover some interesting murals. These murals date back 300 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. The oldest one has existed for 10,000 years. What? 10,000 years? Professor, you're joking, right? What kind of mural can last that long? That is why I said these murals are interesting and cannot be taken as absolute truth. Yi Wenyan chuckled. Professor, what is the content of these murals? The content. A look of reminiscence appeared on Yi Wenyan's face. These very blurry murals all depict a similar pattern. From the traces, it looks like a human kneeling on some kind of engraved seal in a specific type of weather, bowing in a certain direction. They wouldn't be undergoing a tribulation, would they? The students in the classroom immediately associated the image with that scene. Someone else asked in confusion, Professor, why were the people in the murals kneeling? No one can verify this point either. However, I once collected some interesting folklore. Speaking of this, a look of absurdity crossed Yi Wenyan's face. Folklore says that these people were kneeling to their master, bidding their final farewells. All the murals follow this legend. The students were astonished. All of them. Yi Wenyan nodded, his smile growing more amused by the absurdity. The folklore claims that the master of the people in these murals is the same person. Instantly, the classroom erupted. My God, the same master. Then this master would have lived for 10,000 years. This folklore is too ridiculous. It must be a fictional supernatural story. To teach such powerful disciples, the master must be even more powerful. He would have ascended long ago. How could there be subsequent disciples? Exactly. The disciples ascended, but the master couldn't ascend for 10,000 years? How incompetent must this master be? The students treated it as a ghost story. No one took it seriously. No one noticed the young man sitting in the corner of the last row in the bustling classroom. The young man, who seemed to exist in his own world, sighed softly. The class came to an end. As Yi Wenyan left, he subconsciously glanced at the young man in the back corner. The young man looked only 20 years old, dressed plainly, with a handsome and scholarly appearance. Yet, he possessed a sense of heaviness that was extremely inconsistent with his age. It was like the precipitation of countless years, the vicissitudes of history. This young man was Chu Tian. The resemblance is uncanny. Yi Wenyan recalled a past event. Just after he graduated, he went with a team to survey a newly discovered ruin abroad. During the survey, they encountered local unrest, and terrifying smoke of war filled the air. At that time, their team was almost completely wiped out. However, just as he was heavily injured and about to fall into a coma, he saw a passing young man. Unafraid of the hail of bullets, with just a casual wave of his hand, the youth easily killed over 100 well-trained insurgents. He had vaguely seen the young man's profile back then. It looked very much like this Chu Tian. Yi Wenyan shook his head slightly. That was over 50 years ago. How could it be this Chu Tian? How could anyone in the world remain unchanged for decades? Chu Tian stood up and left the tiered classroom. 10,000 years. Walking through the university campus, Chu Tian was somewhat lost in thought. Everything Yi Wenyan said just now was not folklore, but the truth. That master was him, Chu Tian. Over these 10,000 years, he had accepted 100 disciples. Every single one of these 100 disciples became renowned in their respective eras, worshipped by the world. The 100 disciples had all ascended long ago. Only he, the master, could not ascend. He had been stuck at the introductory stage of a cultivator, the qi condensation realm. 10,000 years of qi condensation. Ordinary people could advance to the next realm by condensing qi into a thread. But he had been condensing qi for 10,000 years. His qi had long since become a boundless ocean, yet he still could not advance to the next realm. He didn't know why he couldn't break through the qi condensation realm. It was as if his qi condensation realm had no end. Chu Tian sighed lightly, rode his bicycle, and left the college. In this current age where spiritual energy was gradually drying up, he had no hope of escaping the 10,000 years of qi condensation. He could only be the strongest mortal, living quietly in the city. In the coastal area southwest of Suzhou, there was a scenic place known as a geomantic treasure land called Mount Lang. The entire area of Mount Lang belonged to Julong Villa. Although housing prices in Suzhou couldn't compare to Shangjing, owning a house in Suzhou still cost at least 1 or 2 million, and that was only in the suburbs. The closer to the city center, the more terrifying the prices became, making ordinary people feel despair. Houses starting at 4 or 5 million were just decent high-rise apartments. To own a detached villa, the starting price of tens of millions was like an insurmountable chasm, shutting ordinary people out. However, in the entirety of Suzhou, there was another chasm. This chasm separated not only ordinary people, but also the major tycoons. That was Julong Villa. There were only 36 villas in Julong Villa on Mount Lang. Their value was immeasurable because the villas in Julong Villa were never sold, only leased. The rent for each villa varied, but the rent for the lowest tier villa started at 80 million a year. Logically, no one would be foolish enough to rent at such a terrifying price. But shockingly, major tycoons and dignitaries racked their brains and lined up to rent villas in Julong Villa. Too many tycoons were turned away, unable to even get in line. Over time, living in Julong Villa became the true symbol of status and wealth. At dusk, Chu Tian rode his bicycle to the foot of Mount Lang, arriving at the magnificent entrance of Julong Villa. "Sir, please stop. Please show." Among the security personnel stationed at the entrance, one stopped Chu Tian. Little Zhang. The security captain, who had just returned from patrol, was shocked to see Little Zhang stopping Chu Tian. He hurriedly sprinted over, bowed respectfully to Chu Tian, and said, "Mr. Chu, Little Zhang is new here. I haven't briefed him on many things yet. Please forgive us." "It's fine." Chu Tian smiled kindly and rode his bicycle into Julong Villa. At this moment, 2 cars approached the entrance. The leading one was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, followed by a Mercedes S-Class. However, upon seeing Chu Tian, even though the road was a two-way street, both luxury cars gave way from a distance, pulling over to the side and stopping. Furthermore, as if afraid the headlights would dazzle Chu Tian's eyes, both cars turned off their lights simultaneously. Chu Tian nodded slightly to the person in the Cullinan and rode past them on his bicycle. Only then did the 2 cars restart and leave Julong Villa. "Captain, what is Mr. Chu's background?" Little Zhang was horrified. He recognized the person in the Cullinan. That was Ding Peng, the richest man in Tianan province. A figure like that would be treated with utmost courtesy even by the official leaders of the province. Just now, he had pulled over, turned off his lights, and actively gave way to Chu Tian, only daring to move after Chu Tian had left. "Do you see that villa on the peak of the mountain?" The captain pointed to the unique villa at the top of Mount Lang. "Mr. Chu is the owner of that villa." Little Zhang looked over, his expression filled with astonishment. Although he had just been hired by the Julong Villa security department, he had thoroughly researched the place during the application process. Of the 36 villas in Julong Villa, only 35 were available for lease. The villa of Mount Lang at the peak was never leased. Even with the status and wealth of Ding Peng, the richest man in Tianan province, he couldn't rent the villa of Mount Lang. This Mr. Chu, who looked no more than 20, was actually the owner of the villa of Mount Lang. Little Zhang, remember this. In the future, when you see Mr. Chu, do not obstruct him in any way. If Mr. Chu has any instructions, they must be completed immediately. And do not inquire about Mr. Chu's background. And the most important point, the area within 500 meters of the peak is a restricted zone. Do not enter, the captain said solemnly. Little Zhang nodded frantically. This Mr. Chu was someone even Ding Peng had to give way to. How could he dare to provoke him, let alone pry into his background? Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of cars approaching echoed on the road. A convoy of 10 cars was driving toward Julong Villa. All 10 were black Cadillacs. Seeing these 10 Cadillacs, it made the world bow in worship. Hundreds of his disciples had long since ascended, yet he, their master, remained unable to ascend. He was perpetually stuck at the introductory stage for cultivators, the Qi condensation realm. 10,000 years of Qi condensation. For an ordinary person, condensing Qi into a thread is enough to advance to the next realm. But he had been condensing Qi for 10,000 years. His Qi had long since become a boundless ocean, yet he still couldn't break through to the next stage. He didn't know why he couldn't break through the Qi condensation realm either. It was as if his Qi condensation stage had no end. Chu Tian sighed softly, rode his bicycle, and left the academy. In this modern era where spiritual energy was gradually drying up, he had no hope of escaping his 10,000-year Qi condensation stasis. He could only live in the city, quietly being the strongest mortal. To the southwest of Sioux City, near the sea, there was a picturesque area known as a treasure trove of geomancy, Lang Mountain. The entire area of Lang Mountain belonged to Julong Manor. Although housing prices in Sioux City couldn't compare to the capital, owning a house here would still cost at least $1 or $2 million, and that was only in the suburbs. The closer one got to the city center, the more terrifying the prices became, making ordinary people feel utter despair. Apartments starting at $4 or $5 million were merely decent high-rise complexes. To own a detached villa, the starting price of tens of millions was like an insurmountable chasm, shutting ordinary people out completely. However, in the entirety of Sioux City, there was another chasm. This chasm didn't just shut out ordinary people, it shut out the wealthy tycoons as well. That was Julong Manor. There were only 36 villas in Julong Manor on Lang Mountain, but their value was immeasurable because the villas in Julong Manor were never for sale, only for rent. The rent for each villa varied, but even the lowest tier villa started at $80 million a year. Logically speaking, with such terrifying rent, no one would be foolish enough to rent there. Yet, astonishingly, major tycoons and dignitaries racked their brains and lined up, fighting tooth and nail to rent a villa in Julong Manor. Too many rich people were turned away, unable to even get in line. Over time, living in Julong Manor became a symbol of true status and wealth. At dusk, Chu Tian rode his bicycle to the foot of Lang Mountain, arriving at the magnificent entrance of Julong Manor. "Sir, please stop. Please show your..." One of the security guards stationed at the entrance stopped Chu Tian. Little Zhang, the security captain, who had just returned from patrol, saw Little Zhang stopping Chu Tian and was instantly shocked. He rushed over like an arrow, bowed respectfully to Chu Tian, and said, "Mr. Chu, Little Zhang is new here. I haven't briefed him on many things yet. Please forgive us." "It's fine." Chu Tian smiled kindly, rode his bike, and entered Julong Manor. Just then, 2 cars approached the entrance. The lead car was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, followed by a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. However, upon seeing Chu Tian, even though it was a two-way street, both luxury cars pulled over to the side from a distance to make way for him. Moreover, as if afraid their headlights would dazzle Chu Tian's eyes, both cars turned off their lights simultaneously. Chu Tian nodded slightly to the person in the Cullinan and rode his bike past them. Only then did the 2 cars restart and leave Julong Manor. "Captain, what is Mr. Chu's background?" Little Zhang was horrified. He recognized the person in the Cullinan. It was Ding Peng, the richest man in Tianan province. Even the top government officials of Tianan province had to be polite to such a figure. Just now, he actually pulled over and turned off his lights, actively making way for Chu Tian, and didn't dare to move until Chu Tian had left. "Do you see that villa on the peak of the mountain?" The captain pointed to the unique villa at the top of Lang Mountain. "Mr. Chu is the owner of that villa." Little Zhang looked over, his expression filled with astonishment. Although he had just been hired by the Julong Manor Security Department, he had thoroughly researched Julong Manor during the application process. Of the 36 villas in Julong Manor, only 35 were available for rent. The Lang Mountain Villa, at the peak, was never rented out. Even with the status and wealth of Ding Peng, the richest man in Tianan province, he couldn't rent the Lang Mountain Villa. This Mr. Chu, who looked no more than 20 years old, was actually the owner of the Lang Mountain Villa. "Little Zhang, remember this. In the future, When you see Mr. Chu, do not stop him. If Mr. Chu has any instructions, they must be carried out immediately. And do not inquire about Mr. Chu's background. And the most important point, the area within 500 meters of the peak is a forbidden zone. Do not enter, the captain said solemnly. Little Zhang nodded frantically. Even Ding Peng had to actively make way for this Mr. Chu. How would he dare to provoke him, let alone pry into his background? Virum. At this moment, the sound of cars approaching came from the road. A convoy of 10 cars was driving toward Julong Manor. All 10 cars were Cadillacs. Seeing these 10 Cadillacs, Little Zhang was suddenly startled. With his background as a special reconnaissance soldier, he recognized at a glance that these cars were all custom armored. Especially the car in the middle. It was almost identical to the president's beast from the Star Nation. Don't stare. Eyes forward, nose aligned with heart. The captain suddenly shouted sternly. Only then did Little Zhang realize that not only was the captain maintaining a strict posture of attention with his eyes fixed forward, but all the surrounding security personnel were also holding the same pose simultaneously. Little Zhang was even more amazed. What terrifying background did this arriving convoy possess? To make the captain and all the security staff so cautious that they didn't even dare to glance around. He dared not delay, hurriedly collecting his thoughts and maintaining the same posture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 cars drove straight through the automatically opened gates and entered Julong Villa. Captain, who are they? Little Zhang asked in amazement only after the 10 cars had gone far into the distance. The captain let out a sigh of relief, pondered for a moment, and said, You are now a member of Julong Villa. You should know some things to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself later. Trouble upon myself? Little Zhang was shocked. What could be so serious? He hurriedly paid close attention. Among those 10 cars, one carries the owner of Julong Villa. Little Zhang's eyes widened in shock instantly. In the outside world, there was no information regarding the owner of Julong Villa, and no one could find out who the owner was. Do you know why Ding Peng, despite having various luxury villas, would spare no cost to fight for a spot to live in Julong Villa? The captain asked. Because of the owner of Julong Villa? Little Zhang guessed the possibility immediately. Correct, it is because of the owner of Julong Villa. The captain nodded and deliberately lowered his voice. I once saw from a distance that when Ding Peng saw the owner's car, he stood by the roadside and bowed from afar. Even though the car didn't stop at all and passed right by him, Ding Peng didn't dare to show a hint of negligence. Not only Ding Peng, but the prominent big shots in the other 34 villas act exactly the same. No one dares to show a shred of disrespect to this owner of Julong Villa, even if the owner ignores them completely. Little Zhang sucked in a breath of cold air. Ding Peng and the tenants of the other 34 villas were all people of immense status and wealth, renowned figures in the outside world. Usually, others bowed and scraped before them. Yet, in front of this owner of Julong Villa, they were reduced to the ones bowing and scraping. Does this owner come here often? Little Zhang asked in astonishment. No. Then his personal visit is for? Little Zhang was filled with doubt and curiosity. This mysterious and unfathomable owner, who ignored even the likes of Ding Peng, wouldn't come here personally just to check the accounts. There must be a very important reason. He came for Mr. Chu, the captain said. Little Zhang's face showed an expression of disbelief. Such a mysterious owner, who made tycoons like Ding Peng bow down, came personally just for that Mr. Chu who looked ordinary, was at most 20 years old, and rode a bicycle. Mr. Chu is so young. How great is his ability that the owner of Julong Villa would come personally to find him? Little Zhang exclaimed. No one knows. Speaking of this, the captain spoke solemnly again. You are experienced and understand the principles of confidentiality. Not a word of what you know in Julong Villa is to be leaked. Otherwise, no one can save you. I understand. Little Zhang took the captain's words to heart and nodded heavily. The captain said no more, shifting his gaze toward the villa of Mount Lang at the peak, a look of distraction appearing on his face. In his 5 years in the Julong Villa security department, he had seen the owner come to the villa only twice. Without exception, it was to visit that young Mr. Chu. Every meeting lasted no more than an hour. Coming in a rush, leaving in a rush. No one knew what happened between the mysterious owner and Mr. Chu, nor did anyone know the relationship between them. Compared to the mystery of the owner, he faintly felt that this Mr. Chu was even more unfathomable. On the only road leading to the villa of Mount Lang, the 10 cars stopped in unison. On the road ahead, there was a red line. Within that line was the forbidden zone of the entire Julong villa. Doors opened, and a group of robust bodyguards filed out, immediately taking strategic positions and entering a state of alert. From the middle car, an old man, a young man, and a young woman stepped out. "You all stay here," the old man ordered the bodyguards, then led the man and woman across the forbidden line, walking toward the villa of Mount Lang at the peak. No one noticed a dark shadow quietly retreating into the darkness of the woods by the side of the road. "Patriarch, we're just here to see that so-called young master. Why must we walk like this?" The young man, seeing they had to walk to the peak, showed a hint of gloom on his arrogant face. In this world, there were many famous billionaires, but these wealthy people known to the public were not the true tycoons. The mysterious families hiding behind the scenes were the ones who truly possessed terrifying wealth. These mysterious families practically controlled the world's economic lifelines. With a slight movement, the entire world's economy would shake. The billionaires on the rich lists were no different from ants in front of these mysterious families. A snap of the fingers could leave those billionaires with nothing. The unknown Gong family of China was one of these terrifying, mysterious families. However, within such a powerful and mysterious Gong family, there was an even more mysterious existence. The young master. All members of the Gong family knew that a mysterious young master existed. This was an existence written into the Gong family's ancestral teachings. The ancestral teachings recorded that all the wealth of the Gong family belonged to the young master. It also recorded that this young master controlled the life and death of the Gong family members. It was just that this young master hadn't appeared in the Gong family for nearly 500 years. Aside from the current patriarch knowing who the current young master was, the others only knew the name but had never seen the person. With the passage of nearly 500 years, the Gong clan's reverence for that young master had gradually faded. "Impudent!" The old man, Gong Baichuan, shouted sternly at the youth. "Recite the first 3 articles of the ancestral teachings for me." Gong Chengling didn't dare disobey the current patriarch, Gong Baichuan, but he recited blandly without a shred of reverence. Article 1. Seeing the young master is like seeing a saint. One must not have any distracting thoughts. Article 2. The young master is the heaven and earth of the Gong family. One must not have any disloyalty. Article 3. Where the young master is, the Gong family exists. The young master's command is to be obeyed by the Gong family for eternity. You must keep these 3 articles in your heart. Gong Baichuan nodded and warned sternly. When you see the young master later, maintain a heart of reverence at all times and be cautious with your words and actions. Understood. Gong Chengling nodded indifferently, but he didn't take Gong Baichuan's words to heart at all. His face was full of disdain. That young master hadn't appeared in the Gong family for nearly 500 years. If not for the ancestral teachings, they wouldn't even know about him, let alone revere him. The Gong family was so powerful now. If they stomped their foot, the world would tremble. What did that young master count for? "Qingling, you and Chengling are the 2 most outstanding members of the younger generation. I brought you to see the young master today for a major event that will decide your future. You must have guessed it." Gong Baichuan turned to the woman beside him and said, "What I just said to Chengling applies to you as well. You must maintain reverence for the young master at all times." The woman beside him was about 27 or 28 years old. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her features picturesque, her skin fair and rosy, looking as if it could be broken by a breeze. Most intoxicating was her figure, perfectly showcased by a luxurious cheongsam, extremely moving. "Grandfather, I understand." Gong Qingling nodded her head slightly, her voice melodious and pleasant. The group of 3 arrived at the peak in the night. On the scenic mountaintop, a dreamlike villa covering over 2,000 square meters, equipped with various facilities and integrating modernization with technology, sat nestled there. This was the famous villa of Mount Lang. Young master, the current patriarch of the Gong clan, Gong Baichuan, seeks an audience. "Come in." A voice, flat and devoid of ripples, drifted out from the villa's main hall. The 3 entered the villa's main hall. The spacious hall, with its decor and layout, wasn't luxurious but had great taste, highlighting the owner's unique character of few desires. Gong Qingling immediately saw a young man, at most in his early 20s, handsome and scholarly, lying lazily on the sofa reading a book. "He is the legendary mysterious young master?" Gong Qingling was somewhat surprised. She had thought that the mysterious young master, written into the ancestral teachings to warn descendants constantly, would be a majestic, domineering figure with natural authority. How could it be such a plain young man with zero intimidation factor? Young master. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Gong Baichuan bowed with reverence and piety. Young master. Gong Qingling followed suit and bowed, though with a fraction less reverence. You are the young master? Gong Qingling suddenly spoke. Impudent. Gong Baichuan's face changed instantly, scolding Gong Qingling. Do not be rude in front of the young master. Kneel immediately and apologize to the young master. Leading the woman and the man across the forbidden line, they walked toward the Lang Mountain Villa at the peak. No one noticed a dark shadow quietly retreating into the woods by the side of the road, disappearing into the darkness. Family head, we're just here to see this so-called young master. Why must we walk like this? The man, seeing that they were walking to the peak, showed a hint of gloom on his arrogant face. In this world, there are many famous billionaires. But these wealthy people known to the public are not the true tycoons. The mysterious families hiding behind the scenes are the ones who possess truly terrifying wealth. These mysterious families practically control the economic lifelines of the world. With just a slight movement, the entire world's economy would shake. The billionaires on the rich list are no different from ants in front of these mysterious families. A snap of the fingers could leave those billionaires with nothing. The unknown Gong family of China was one of these terrifying, mysterious families. However, within such a powerful and mysterious Gong family, there was an even more mysterious existence. The young master. All members of the Gong clan knew that the Gong family had a mysterious young master. This was an existence written into the Gong family's ancestral teachings. The ancestral teachings recorded that all the wealth of the Gong family belonged to the young master. It was further recorded that this young master controlled the life and death of the Gong family members. It was just that this young master hadn't appeared in the Gong family for nearly 500 years. Aside from the current family head who knew who the current young master was, the others only knew the name but had never seen the person. With the passage of nearly 500 years, the reverence the Gong clan members held for that young master had gradually faded with time. Impudent. The elder, Gong Baichuan, sternly scolded the young man. Recite the first 3 rules of the ancestral teachings for me. Gong Qingling didn't dare to disobey the current family head, Gong Baichuan, but he recited indifferently, without a shred of reverence. Rule 1. Seeing the young master is like seeing a saint. One must not have any distracting thoughts. Rule 2. The young master is the heaven and earth of the Gong family. One must not have any disloyalty. Rule 3. Where the young master is, the Gong family exists. The Gong family shall obey the young master's orders for eternity. You must keep these 3 rules in your heart. Gong Baichuan nodded and warned strictly. When you see the young master later, maintain a heart of reverence at all times and be cautious with your words and actions. I know, Gong Qingling nodded indifferently, but he didn't take Gong Baichuan's words to heart at all. His face was full of contempt. That young master hadn't appeared in the Gong family for nearly 500 years. If not for the existence of the ancestral teachings, they wouldn't even know about this young master, let alone revere him. With the Gong family's current power, a stomp of their foot could shake the world. What did that young master count for? Qingling, you and Qingling are the 2 most outstanding members of the clan's younger generation. I brought you to see the young master today for a major event that will decide your future. You must have guessed it. Gong Baichuan turned to look at the woman beside him and said, what I just said to Qingling applies to you as well. You must maintain a heart of reverence for the young master at all times. The woman beside him was about 27 or 28 years old. Her face was extremely beautiful, her features picturesque, and her skin, which looked like it could be broken by a breeze, was rosy white. Most intoxicating of all was her luxurious cheongsam, which displayed her perfect figure to the fullest, extremely moving and heart-stirring. Grandfather, I understand. Gong Qingling nodded her head slightly, her voice pleasant and melodious. The group of 3 arrived at the peak in the night. On the scenic peak, a dreamlike villa covering an area of over 2,000 square meters, equipped with various facilities and integrating modernization with technology, sat nestled there. This was the famous Lang Mountain Villa. Young master, the current head of the Gong clan, Gong Baichuan, requests an audience. Come in. A voice, so plain it had no ripples, came from the villa's living room. The 3 entered the villa's living room. The spacious hall, with its various decorations and layout, wasn't luxurious but had extreme taste, highlighting the owner's unique character of few desires. Gong Qingling immediately saw a young man, at most in his early 20s, looking extremely handsome and scholarly, lying lazily on the sofa reading a book. He is the legendary mysterious young master? Gong Qingling was somewhat surprised. She had thought that the mysterious young master, who was written into the Gong family's ancestral teachings to constantly warn future generations, would be a mighty and domineering figure with natural authority. How could he be such a plain young man with no intimidating presence at all? Young master. Upon seeing Chu Tian, Gong Baichuan bowed with reverence and piety. Young master. Gong Qingling followed suit and bowed, though with a bit less reverence. You are the young master? Gong Qingling suddenly asked. Impudent. Gong Baichuan's face changed instantly. He scolded Gong Qingling. Do not be rude in front of the young master. Kneel immediately and apologize to the young master. Is he worthy? Gong Qingling's face was full of disdain. I thought the legendary mysterious young master would be some terrifying existence. I didn't expect it to be just a brat like this. You want me to apologize to him? Does he deserve it? Gong Qingling, you are disregarding the ancestral teachings. Gong Baichuan was furious. Gong Qingling didn't care at all. Patriarch, you're getting senile. What era is this? You're still bringing up ancestral teachings. In my opinion, the ancestral teachings should have been changed long ago to remove this so-called young master. To treat such a brat as a god for all of our Gong clan. Does he have the qualifications? You scoundrel. Gong Baichuan was so angry his veins bulged. Stop arguing here. Gong Baichuan, why did you come to see me today? On the sofa, Chu Tian showed no reaction to Gong Qingling's words. He lay comfortably, reading his book calmly and self-absorbedly. The contempt in Gong Qingling's expression deepened. Sure enough, as time passed, the legendary young master had become increasingly trashy, becoming so cowardly. It made sense. The Gong clan was so powerful now, who would dare touch them? This young master at least had some self-awareness. Even Gong Qingling felt a bit more slight toward Chu Tian. She was greatly disappointed in this legendary young master. There was no need to revere someone so plain and devoid of deterrence. Gong Baichuan hurriedly suppressed his anger and answered Chu Tian respectfully. Young master, I came to see you this time to ask you to decide the candidate for the new patriarch of the Gong clan. The Gong family had an unchangeable rule. Clan members had no right to decide the patriarch candidate. The candidate for each generation's patriarch had to be decided by the young master. It seems your time is approaching. Chu Tian paused his reading. Before the old patriarch of every generation reached their limit, they would bring the talents selected from the clan to see him, for him to decide the final candidate. He had experienced this scene countless times. That Baichuan has lived to this day is thanks to the young master's grace. Gong Baichuan was devoutly grateful. That he could become the patriarch of the Gong family and live for 200 years was precisely because of this young master's gift. Among the Gong family, the person with the longest lifespan was always the patriarch. This was the young master's gift to every generation of the Gong family patriarch. The new patriarch candidate, is it? Chu Tian's gaze left the book and swept over Gong Qingling. However, before he could announce his words, Gong Qingling stood out with a gloomy face. This rule needs to be changed. The final decision power for our Gong clan's patriarch is no longer yours to control. Gong Qingling narrowed his eyes at Chu Tian. From now on, these legends about the young master should end. Impudent. Gong Baichuan's face instantly turned pale. The rest of the Gong clan didn't know the young master's terror, but as the patriarch, he knew. The young master controlled the life and death of the Gong clan members. This was not a lie, but a reality. Certain secrets about the young master were known only to each generation's patriarch. Moreover, they were passed down orally from the old patriarch to the new patriarch, never recorded and never told to anyone else. Chu Tian raised his hand slightly to stop Gong Baichuan. He glanced plainly at Gong Qingling, withdrew his gaze, and then his eyes became like the water in an ancient well. He said calmly, Gong Baichuan, the new patriarch of the Gong family is Gong Qingling. You can go back and handle the rest yourself. Leave now. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Gong Baichuan was devoutly grateful, feeling his clothes completely soaked in cold sweat. Patriarch, you really are getting more useless with age. Bowing and scraping to someone like this, you've completely lost the Gong family's face. Gong Chungling sneered and looked coldly at Chu Tian. I came here today to see you only for the sake of the ancestral teachings and to give face to the ancestors. What kind of thing are you to dare announce the candidate for my Gong clan's patriarch? You evil creature, you are going to doom our Gong clan to eternal damnation. Hearing such treasonous words from Gong Chungling, Gong Baichuan's aged face turned white. Chu Tian slowly closed the book in his hand and sat up slowly from the sofa. Young master, have mercy. Seeing Chu Tian sit up, Gong Baichuan was scared witless, his face turning as white as paper, devoid of blood. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Thud! He knelt on the ground. Qingling, Gong Chungling, kneel down quickly and beg the young master for forgiveness. Gong Qingling remained silent and motionless. She didn't even look at Chu Tian. From childhood to adulthood, she had grown up with pride. She had always been the dazzling favored daughter of heaven, who didn't bow and scrape when they saw her. Even after she became an adult and left the family to train in the family business and society, all the big shots outside treated her with utmost respect. Now, make her kneel to this plain young master? Why? All along, the mysterious young master in the ancestral teachings had been the sole object of her worship. She had worked so hard just so that one day she could see the young master and gain his approval. Today, she finally saw the legendary young master. However, the image of the mysterious young master with heroic spirit and world-dominating grace in her heart was completely shattered. The young master before her was plain and had no deterrence. He was just an ordinary person, no different from anyone else. Why should she kneel to him? He wasn't worthy. Patriarch, your servility is simply a disgrace to our Gong clan. Gong Chungling ridiculed, then looked arrogantly at Chu Tian. But it doesn't matter. However you humiliated the Gong clan in front of him, I will make him pay it all back. Evil creature you. Gong Baichuan trembled all over, having a vague premonition of something bad. Chu Tian raised his hand to stop Gong Baichuan from speaking further. He looked plainly at Gong Chungling. Your name is Gong Chungling, right? I'll give you one last chance. It had been 10,000 years. He was long past the stage of being hot-blooded. Now, he didn't like to fight anymore. It was boring. You give me a chance? Hara. Gong Chungling laughed wildly, then said coldly and arrogantly, shameless boasting. You want to give me a chance? Do you have the ability? As he spoke, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. 10 burly men with intimidating auras moved like the wind from outside the villa into the hall, standing behind Gong Chungling. You all. Gong Baichuan trembled violently. These 10 people were their Gong clan's clan guards, the 10 from the group of bodyguards who had come with him. The Gong clan guards had always taken orders only from him, the patriarch, and only the patriarch could mobilize them. Now they were obeying Gong Chungling. It was clear these clan guards regarded Gong Chungling as the new patriarch. No wonder Gong Chungling wanted to get rid of the young master so badly. Gong Li, take the team and get out immediately, Gong Baichuan shouted sternly at the tallest middle-aged man. This man was one of the vice-commanders of the Gong clan guards. Patriarch, you are old, Gong Li said indifferently. Chu Tian's expression remained rippleless. Without even looking at the Gong clan guards, he looked calmly at Gong Chungling and said, It seems you don't need the last chance. Hee young master, you've relied on this title to tyrannize our Gong clan for so many years. Today it's time to pay it back. Don't kill him. Just cripple him and make him kneel before me. Gong Chungling's face was full of the smile of a victor. The new patriarch of the Gong family could only be him. What qualifications did this young master have to decide? Today, he would make this legendary young master kneel before him like a dog and beg for mercy. He would use this pathetic young master to establish his authority back in the clan in front of everyone. Let all clan members know that he was the new patriarch of the Gong clan. Chu Tian sat with his legs crossed, leaning back on the sofa calmly. His eyes held no ripples, like still water, as if very few things could stir his emotions anymore. Whoosh! At this moment, just as the 9 clan guards had taken only a few steps, a black shadow suddenly flashed into the hall. Then, this black shadow moved like a dark phantom, forming a series of afterimages as it weaved among the 9 clan guards. There was no sound, nor was there any reaction or counterattack from the 9 clan guards. In just the blink of an eye, the black shadow stopped. The figure was completely shrouded in black clothing. No face could be seen. Thud, thud, thud. The 9 clan guards froze in place, then fell in unison. Their life force was completely severed. Dead. Gong Qingling's expression changed drastically. The 9 clan guards were defenseless against this black shadow. Surprise flashed across Gong Qingling's face. She didn't expect such a strong expert to be by this young master's side. Gong Li instantly turned grave. As the vice commander of the Gong clan guards, he knew the strength of his 9 subordinates best. As spiritual energy in the world gradually thinned, cultivators had withered away, evolving into ancient martial artists. His 9 subordinates were all ancient martial artists, possessing the strength of the innate 5 meridians. A single person with innate 5 meridian strength could beat up 10 or 20 special forces soldiers without any pressure. Yet, 9 people with such strength were instantly killed by this black shadow in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! He instantly charged forward. The arrow was on the string. He had to fire. Moreover, being able to become the vice commander of the Gong clan guards meant he naturally had great strength. He was confident that even if he couldn't kill the black shadow, fighting to a draw would be no problem. The black shadow moved at the same time, instantly crossing paths with Gong Li. The black shadow stopped. Gong Li also stopped. Impossible. Gong Li's eyes widened, filled with terror. His strength had already crossed the innate stage to the next realm, the perception realm of ancient martial artists, and he would soon advance to the Grandmaster realm. Yet, he hadn't expected to be instantly killed by the black shadow too. Thud! Gong Li crashed to the ground. This sound was like a death knell ringing. Gong Qingling's face instantly turned pale with fright. No, this is impossible. Gong Qingling's eyes were filled with fear. He was truly afraid now. He never dreamed that this black shadow's strength would be so terrifying, instantly killing even Gong Li, whose strength was infinitely close to a grandmaster. The young master dislikes seeing blood, so you died with dignity. The black shadow's voice was bone-chillingly cold, like a sealed glacier. Then, the black shadow moved, and in just a few breaths, carried the dead Gong Li and the other 9 dead clan guards out of the hall. The black shadow did not reappear. In the hall, only Gong Chengling, whose face was pale and legs were weak, Gong Baichuan, who was still prostrate on the ground trembling, and Gong Qingling, who was staring blankly at Chu Tian, remained. You really want to know what gives me the right to decide your Gong clan's patriarch? At this moment, Chu Tian stood up from the sofa and slowly walked toward Gong Chengling. Although he walked slowly, Gong Chengling felt as if every step Chu Tian took was stomping on his heart. That indescribable pressure almost suffocated Gong Chengling, making his soul tremble. Chu Tian seemed to be walking slowly, yet paradoxically, it was like teleportation. He covered the distance of nearly 10 meters and arrived in front of Gong Chengling in a single breath. This visual impact of extreme slowness and extreme speed made Gong Qingling, who was watching from the side, feel so uncomfortable she wanted to vomit blood. However, the dazed look in her eyes grew more intense. The Chu Tian of this moment was no longer that plain and ordinary young master. At this moment, Gong Qingling seemed to see a figure that had been sleeping for a long time, possessing unworldly spirit and a demeanor that looked down upon the world, gradually awakening in her eyes. Chu Tian stopped in front of Gong Qingling, his eyes gazing at him like ancient stars. He spoke slowly. I will tell you now why the young master appears in your Gong clan's ancestral teachings, and why every generation of your Gong clan's patriarch can only be decided by me. Your Gong clan has submitted to me for generations not because of martial force, but because. Chu Tian stared at Gong Qingling. As he spoke, an indescribable, miraculous aura slowly diffused out. Gong Chengling suddenly screamed miserably and knelt directly on the ground uncontrollably. At this moment, Gong Chengling felt as if there was a majestic divine might in the air, pressing down on his head like Mount Tai, trying to grind him out of existence. Especially that inexplicable trembling from his soul. It was as if his soul no longer belonged to him. Young master, spare my life. Gong Chengling was truly terrified. Only now did he realize that the young master lived up to his name and was this terrifying. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Chu Tian looked down at Gong Chengling from above. His plain voice sounded like rolling thunder in Gong Chengling's ears. Your Gong clan has submitted to me for generations because I am the master carved into your Gong clan's souls. If I let your Gong clan live, you live. If I want your Gong clan destroyed, you will be destroyed. As the last word fell, Gong Qingling's pupils dilated, and then he fell headfirst like he was kowtowing. Gong Qingling was dead. His soul had dissipated. Only at the moment of his death did he realize that the young master before him was the master of their Gong clan. The Gong clan was merely a small servant of the young master. Beside them, Gong Qingling stared blankly at Chu Tian. She wasn't shocked because Chu Tian was the master of their Gong clan. Rather, she saw that the young master before her was exactly the same as the young master in her childhood fantasies, the one with unworldly spirit, the demeanor to look down upon the world, the godlike existence. The young master had returned. This was the young master of her heart. Take the bodies back. Leave. Chu Tian turned and walked toward the second floor of the villa. Young master, Gong Baichuan called out to Chu Tian cautiously. Is there anything else? Qingling She is still the new patriarch of your Gong clan. Gong Baichuan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, then asked carefully, Young master, the coronation for the new patriarch is in half a month. Will you? Arrange it yourselves. Chu Tian turned back around and walked toward the second floor. Gong Baichuan felt disappointed. He knew the young master would not go to the Gong clan. Young master, Gong Qingling knelt down toward Chu Tian at this moment. It was a heartfelt piety. In this moment, Chu Tian was like a god in her heart. Since childhood, the legendary young master had been the sole object of her worship. From the initial disillusionment when she first saw Chu Tian, to now, where Chu Tian's figure completely overlapped with the image of the young master in her heart, she was thrilled and willing to kneel to the young master. The young master in her heart was a peerless overlord. She willingly submitted to him. Young master, due to Qingling's previous disrespect toward you, please remove Qingling from the position of the new patriarch. Even if the young master grants Qingling death, Qingling accepts it devoutly. Qingling only begs the young master to remember Qingling. She was a loyal admirer of the legendary young master, and even more so, a devout follower. Her previous disrespect toward the young master filled her with regret. She had blasphemed the young master. Even if the young master sentenced her to death, she would accept it willingly. She only hoped that the young master she had worshipped since childhood would not resent her. Gong Baichuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected his granddaughter, in whom he had placed such high hopes, to say such things. I do not wish to hear anyone from the Gong clan question my words again. Leave. Chu Tian didn't look back as he walked up the stairs to the second floor. Young master. Gong Qingling raised her head, only to see the young master's back disappearing from her sight. The young master didn't even spare her a glance. Chu Tian arrived on the second floor and stood with his hands behind his back on the wide balcony. His gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. Under the night sky, the sound of ocean waves rolled in. Chu Tian recalled the past regarding the Gong clan. The ancestor of the Gong clan was merely a destitute scholar who was about to starve to death. Chu Tian met him by chance and, pitying him, saved the scholar. Later, he accidentally discovered that the scholar had a talent for business, so he took the scholar under his wing. He let the scholar manage the path of wealth. Thus, the scholar willingly signed a sole bloodline contract with him. He became one of his servants. The surname Gong was also bestowed by him. This was the origin of the Gong clan. 3,000 years have passed. Recalling these past events, Chu Tian felt somewhat lost. 3,000 years had passed since he saved that scholar. In the morning, Chu Tian got up at 7 o'clock as usual and walked out of the bedroom in his pajamas. Young master. Opening the door, a familiar, melodious voice drifted over. The woman before him had her jet black hair tied up high. She wore a snow-white work suit, giving off a capable and concise vibe. Yet her entire bearing was full of grace. Her beauty was like incredibly pure lake water, without any impurities. What was most captivating was her dignified demeanor and her impeccable figure. The woman looked about 30 years old. It was the prime of a woman's life. But only Chu Tian knew that, in reality, the woman's true age was close to 200 years. The woman was named Su Nu. She was the saintess responsible for his daily life and had accompanied him for nearly 200 years. Young master, your toiletries are ready. Su Nu had prepared everything for Chu Tian as usual. The reverent respect in her expression hadn't changed in nearly 200 years. Chu Tian nodded and walked into the bathroom. Su Nu followed behind Chu Tian. It was as if everything about Chu Tian was deeply engraved in her mind. Whenever Chu Tian finished a task, she would immediately hand him what he needed. After Chu Tian finished washing up, he went to the dressing room. Chu Tian didn't need to consider what to wear. Su Nu had already selected his clothes and shoes, helped him change, and then meticulously tidied him up. Every movement of Su Nu was so methodical, elegant, and graceful. Breakfast was already prepared by Su Nu. It was simple and unadorned, but it suited Chu Tian's taste perfectly. Chu Tian sat at the dining table, eating calmly as usual. Su Nu sat opposite Chu Tian. She didn't eat. Just like always, she watched Chu Tian quietly and deeply. It was as if, even after nearly 200 years, she couldn't see enough, couldn't get tired of watching. Su Nu, I remember your birthday is coming up. After breakfast, Chu Tian wiped the corner of his mouth. Before leaving, he remembered this matter. Yes, young master. Su Nu's birthday is in 2 days. Su Nu answered gracefully as she tidied Chu Tian's clothes again before he went out, just like usual. I'll celebrate it for you. Chu Tian smiled. Thank you, young master. Su Nu revealed a happy smile. Chu Tian left the villa with a smile. Su Nu stood at the door, watching Chu Tian leave. When Chu Tian's back disappeared from her sight, her beautiful face slowly dimmed. She looked in the direction the young master had gone and murmured sorrowfully, Young master, that day is also the day Su Nu leaves you. Inside Julong Villa, a Bugatti Veyron worth nearly 40 million, which had been roaring toward the exit, suddenly stopped and turned off its engine. Cousin, what's wrong? Why did you stop? The youthful and beautiful woman in the passenger seat asked in surprise. Because of him. Wang Xiao in the driver's seat looked in a certain direction. The woman looked curiously and saw a young man, extremely handsome and scholarly, about 20 years old, riding a bicycle down the road from Mount Lang. Because of him, the woman was astonished. She didn't understand what her cousin meant. Chu Tian rode his bicycle down from Mount Lang. As he passed Wang Xiao's car, he nodded slightly to Wang Xiao inside. Inside the car, Wang Xiao instantly felt overwhelmed by the favor. Mr. Chu actually nodded to him. Cousin, who is he? The woman was surprised to see the unconcealable joy on Wang Xiao's face. The Wang family's wealth and status couldn't compare to Tianan province's richest man, Ding Peng, but as one of the 4 great families in Suzhou, they could practically walk sideways in the city. Yet, with such status, he showed joy just from a nod by a seemingly ordinary young man. It was as if receiving a nod from this young man was a supreme honor. Cousin, do you know how our Wang family entered the 4 great families? Wang Xiao asked instead of answering. Of course I know. The woman was very clear about how her uncle's family entered the 4 great families of Suzhou. I heard my mom say that before, our Wang family could only be considered a second-tier family. In terms of financial power and status, we couldn't compare to the 4 great families at all. But later, the Xie family, one of the 4 great families, somehow collapsed in a single day, losing everything and being removed from the list of the 4 great families. Our Wang family seemed to suddenly receive heaven's favor, luckily obtaining most of the Xie family's assets, and thus soared to the sky, ranking among the 4 great families. Thinking of these events, the woman was entirely in a state of excitement. She heard her mother say that the Wang family, although a second-tier family, was already in decline and almost falling out of the second tier. But just then, the Xie family, one of the 4 great families, actually collapsed. Even more luckily, their Wang family miraculously obtained most of the Xie family's assets, quickly rising from a declining second-tier family to rank among the 4 great families of Suzhou, becoming one of the top families in Suzhou. Do you know how the Xie family collapsed? Wang Xiao continued to ask. That I don't know. The woman shook her head. I only learned about these things after our Wang family moved into Julong Villa. Wang Xiao looked as if he was recalling something terrifying, a hint of fear appearing in his expression. It is said that the Xie family, who originally lived in Julong Villa, seemed to have become arrogant to the point of floating away and severely offended Mr. Chu. On that very day, the Xie family was expelled from Julong Villa. The next day, the Xie family instantly collapsed, lost everything, and vanished from Suzhou. That person riding the bicycle just now was Mr. Chu? The woman opened her mouth wide in shock. That was the Xie family, one of the 4 great families of Suzhou. In terms of wealth and status, if they stomped their foot, Suzhou would shake. And it was because they offended that Mr. Chu that they vanished from Suzhou. The woman covered her gaping mouth, subconsciously looking at the young man riding the bicycle, who had already left Julong Villa. What kind of background did this seemingly ordinary, scholarly Mr. Chu have to be so terrifying? Chu Tian rode his bicycle out of Julong Villa and headed towards Suzhou University. He wasn't a student at Suzhou University, but a librarian there. Over the long 10,000 years, he needed to find things to do for himself. Otherwise, in the lonely and long years, with no hope of breaking through the chi condensation realm as spiritual energy dried up, even he would go mad and turn into a monster. Only by finding something to do could Chu Tian feel that he was still a normal person. Over the long years, he had worked in various industries and played various roles, but in the end, he found that being a librarian suited him better. The library at Suzhou University not only had a quiet environment, but also allowed him to feel the youthful vitality. "Young master," Gong Baichuan called out to Chu Tian cautiously. "Is there anything else?" "Qingling Shi. She remains your Gong clan's new family head." Gong Baichuan breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart and asked cautiously again. "Young master, the coronation for the new family head is in half a month. Will you arrange it yourselves?" Chu Tian turned back around and walked toward the second floor. Gong Baichuan felt disappointed in his heart. He knew the young master would not go to the Gong clan. "Young master." Gong Qingling knelt down toward Chu Tian at this moment. It was a piety from the bottom of her heart. In this moment, Chu Tian was like a god in her heart. Since childhood, the legendary young master had been the only object of her worship. From the initial disillusionment when she first saw Chu Tian, to now, where Chu Tian's figure completely overlapped with the image of the young master in her mind, her heart was agitated, and she was willing to kneel before him. The young master in her heart was a peerless overlord. She willingly submitted to him. "Young master, for Qingling's previous disrespect toward you, please remove Qingling from the position of the new family head. Even if the young master grants Qingling death, Qingling will accept it piously. Qingling only begs the young master to remember Qingling. She was a loyal admirer of the legendary young master and a pious follower. Her previous disrespect toward the young master filled her with regret. She had blasphemed the young master. Even if the young master sentenced her to death, she would accept it willingly. She only hoped that the young master she had worshipped since childhood would not resent her." Gong Baichuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected his granddaughter, on whom he had placed such high hopes, to say such things. "I do not wish to hear anyone from the Gong clan question my words again. Leave." Chu Tian didn't look back as he walked up the stairs to the second floor. "Young master." Gong Qingling looked up, only to see the young master's back disappearing from her sight. The young master didn't even glance at her. Chu Tian arrived on the second floor and stood with his hands behind his back on the spacious balcony. His gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. Under the night sky, the sound of ocean waves rolled in. Chu Tian recalled the past events regarding the Gong clan. The ancestor of the Gong clan was merely a destitute scholar who was about to starve to death. Chu Tian met him by chance and, pitying him, saved the scholar. Later, he accidentally discovered that the scholar had a talent for business, so he took the scholar under his wing. He let the scholar manage the path of wealth. Thus, the scholar willingly signed a soul-blood contract with him, becoming one of his servants. The surname Gong was also bestowed by him. This was the origin of the Gong clan. 3,000 years have passed. Recalling these past events, Chu Tian was somewhat lost in thought. From the time he saved the scholar until now, 3,000 years had gone by. In the early morning, Chu Tian got up at 7 o'clock as usual and walked out of the bedroom in his pajamas. "Young master." Opening the door, a familiar, pleasant voice drifted over. The woman before him had her jet-black hair tied up high. Dressed in a snow-white work suit, she gave off a capable and concise vibe. Yet her entire bearing was full of grace. Her beauty was like incredibly pure lake water, without any impurities visible. What was most heart-stirring was her demeanor, which exuded an air of nobility, and her impeccable figure. The woman looked about 30 years old. It was the prime of a woman's life. But only Chu Tian knew that, in reality, the woman's true age was nearly 200 years old. The woman was named Su Nu. She was the saintess responsible for his daily life and had accompanied him for nearly 200 years. "Young master, your toiletries are ready." Su Nu had prepared everything for Chu Tian, just as usual. The reverence and respect in her expression had never changed in nearly 200 years. Chu Tian nodded and walked into the bathroom. Su Nu followed behind Chu Tian. It was as if everything about Chu Tian was deeply engraved in her mind. Whenever Chu Tian finished a task, she would hand him exactly what he needed at the first moment. After washing up, Chu Tian went to the dressing room. Chu Tian didn't need to consider what to wear. Su Nu had already selected his clothes and shoes, put them on for him, and then meticulously tidied them up. Every movement of Su Nu was so methodical, elegant, and graceful. Su Nu had already prepared breakfast. It was simple and unpretentious, but it suited Chu Tian's taste perfectly. Chu Tian sat at the dining table, eating calmly as usual. Su Nu sat opposite Chu Tian. She didn't eat. Just like always, she watched Chu Tian quietly and deeply. It was as if, even after nearly 200 years, she couldn't see enough of him, couldn't get tired of looking at him. Su Nu, I remember your birthday is coming up. After breakfast, Chu Tian wiped the corner of his mouth. Before leaving, he remembered this matter. Yes, young master. Su Nu's birthday is in 2 days. Su Nu answered gracefully as she, like always, readjusted Chu Tian's clothes before he went out. I'll celebrate it for you. Chu Tian smiled. Thank you, young master. Su Nu revealed a happy smile. Chu Tian left the villa with a smile. Su Nu stood at the door, watching Chu Tian leave. When Chu Tian's back disappeared from her sight, her beautiful face slowly dimmed. She looked in the direction the young master had gone and murmured sorrowfully, Young master, that day is also the day Su Nu leaves you. Inside Julong Manor, a Bugatti Veyron worth nearly 40 million, which had been roaring toward the exit, suddenly stopped and turned off its engine. Cousin, what's wrong? Why did you stop? The youthful and beautiful woman in the passenger seat asked in surprise. Because of him. Wang Xiao, in the driver's seat, looked in a certain direction. The woman curiously followed his gaze and saw a handsome, scholarly young man, about 20 years old, riding a bicycle down the road from Lang Mountain. Because of him, the woman was full of surprise. She didn't understand what her cousin meant. Chu Tian rode his bicycle down from Lang Mountain. As he passed Wang Xiao's car, he nodded slightly toward Wang Xiao inside. Wang Xiao, inside the car, instantly felt overwhelmed with honor. Mr. Chu actually nodded to him. Cousin, who is he? The woman saw the unconcealable joy on Wang Xiao's face and was immediately astonished. Although the Wang family's wealth and status couldn't compare to Ding Pong, the richest man in Tianan province, they were one of the 4 major families in Sioux City. They could practically walk sideways in Sioux City. Yet, with such status, he showed such joy just because a seemingly ordinary young man nodded at him. It was as if receiving a nod from this young man was a supreme honor. Cousin, do you know how our Wang family entered the 4 major families? Wang Xiao asked instead of answering. Of course I know. The woman was very clear about how her uncle's family entered the 4 major families of Sioux City. She said, I heard my mom say that in the past, our Wang family could only be considered a second-rate family. In terms of financial power and status, we couldn't compare to the 4 major families at all. But later, the Xie family, one of the 4 major families, somehow collapsed in a single day, losing everything and being removed from the list of the 4 major families. Our Wang family seemed to suddenly receive heaven's favor, luckily obtaining most of the Xie family's assets, and skyrocketed from there, ranking among the 4 major families. Thinking of these events, the woman was in a state of excitement. She had heard her mother say that the Wang family of the past, although a second-rate family, was already in decline and almost falling out of the second-rate tier. But just then, the Xie family, one of the 4 major families, actually collapsed. Even more luckily, their Wang family miraculously obtained most of the Xie family's assets, quickly rising from a declining second-rate family to the ranks of the 4 major families of Sioux City, becoming one of the top families in Sioux City. Do you know how the Xie family collapsed? Wang Xiao continued to ask. I don't know that. The woman shook her head. I only learned about these things after our Wang family moved into Julong Manor. Wang Xiao looked as if he was recalling something terrifying, a look of fear appearing on his face. It is said that the Xie family, who originally lived in Julong Manor, seemed to have become arrogant to the point of floating away and severely offended Mr. Chu. On that very day, the Xie family was expelled from Julong Manor. The next day, the Xie family instantly collapsed, lost everything, and vanished from Sioux City. That person riding the bicycle just now was Mr. Chu? The woman's mouth gaped open in shock. That was the Xie family, one of the 4 major families of Sioux City. In terms of wealth and status, they were an existence that could make Sioux City tremble with a stomp of their foot. And yet, because they offended that Mr. Chu, they vanished from Sioux City forever. The woman covered her gaping mouth, subconsciously looking at the young man riding the bicycle, who had already left Julong Manor. This seemingly ordinary, scholarly Mr. Chu, What exactly was his background to be so terrifying? Chu Tian rode his bicycle out of Julong Manor and headed towards Tsu University. He wasn't a student at Tsu University, but the university's library administrator. Over the long 10,000 years, he needed to find things to do for himself. Otherwise, in the lonely and long years, with no hope of breaking through the chi condensation realm due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, even he would go mad and turn into a monster. Only by finding something to do could Chu Tian feel that he was still a normal person. In the long years, he had worked in various industries and played various roles, but in the end, he found that being a library administrator suited him best. Tsu University's library not only had a quiet and elegant environment, but he could also feel the youthful vitality of the young people on campus, and vigorous spirit of the young people on campus, which was a good choice for him. Chu Tian. As Chu Tian rode his bicycle into the city on his way to Suzhou University, a domestic car suddenly stopped beside him, and a woman's surprised voice came from inside. Chu Tian turned his head to look. "You are? Yuya?" Chu Tian thought for a moment and remembered who this woman was. 7 years ago, Chu Tian suddenly felt that he should attend university once, so he enrolled. Since he was practically immortal and always looked 20, he could only start from university. Yuya was his classmate when he attended university. "Idol, so you recognize me." Yuya got out of the car, excitement in her expression. Back in university, Chu Tian ranked first in every subject every year. Moreover, he won every sports competition, practically an all-rounder. He was the man of the hour back then. Coupled with Chu Tian's handsome appearance and unique scholarly temperament, who knew how many fangirls he attracted. She was one of Chu Tian's loyal fangirls back then. Unfortunately, her idol was too plain. He barely interacted with anyone, always coming and going alone, constantly giving people a feeling of keeping them at arm's length. Chu Tian nodded with a smile. "Idol, how do you maintain yourself? You haven't changed a bit. You still look only 20, with such fine skin. Standing in front of you now, I almost look like an auntie." Yuya looked Chu Tian up and down with surprise and teasing. It had been almost 4 years since graduation. She was approaching 30, yet her idol, who used to be around her age, hadn't changed at all. His skin was so good, even she was envious. Chu Tian smiled and didn't speak. In these 10,000 years, he truly was ageless. Aside from his heart aging, his appearance never changed. "Idol, are you also going to the reunion?" Yuya changed the subject and asked curiously. "Reunion?" Chu Tian was puzzled. Seeing Chu Tian's puzzled look, Yuya realized that her idol had barely communicated with them during university and had vanished like smoke after graduation, having no contact with them. Yuya explained, "It's like this. Today, Horli returned to Suzhou from abroad. Our old class monitor, Zhao Dong, gathered the classmates in Suzhou to welcome Horli and also for everyone to have a small get-together." Horli? Chu Tian thought for a moment before recalling such a person. She was the department beauty when he was in university. Yuya continued, "Idol, it wasn't easy running into you. Let's go together." "No need, you go ahead." Chu Tian smiled. Actually, Chu Tian also wanted to make ordinary friends like an ordinary person, but this would undoubtedly add unnecessary trouble to himself. In these long 10,000 years, he had tried making ordinary friends like an ordinary person, but these ordinary friends he interacted with died generation after generation. He couldn't know if today's ordinary friend was the descendant of some ordinary old acquaintance. Later, he stopped making ordinary friends. "Idol, come on. Look, the reunion venue is right at the Lixing Grand Hotel ahead. It's less than 100 meters away. If you don't go when it's so close, that's not right." Yuya said, "No need." Chu Tian kept smiling. As he spoke, he intended to ride away. "Come on, Idol, please." Yuya hurriedly grabbed Chu Tian's hand and pleaded pitifully. "If you don't go, I won't let you leave today." In the years since graduation, she had asked around for her idol's whereabouts, but had no results. Running into him today, the excitement from her youth surged up again. She knew there was no possibility between her and her idol, but spending some time with him again could be considered a perfect period to her past youth. This was a wish she had always held in her heart. Helpless, Chu Tian had to agree, which made Yuya almost jump for joy. "Idol, you go in front, I'll follow behind." Yuya giggled. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. Yuya was probably afraid he would run away. With a wry smile, he rode his bicycle toward the 5-star Lixing Grand Hotel not far ahead. "Idol is still so charming." Yuya returned to her car, started it, and followed slowly behind Chu Tian. Looking at Chu Tian's back, she seemed to return to her youth, staring obsessively at her idol's back. "Idol, what kind of bicycle is this? It actually has fingerprint locks." When they arrived at the open-air parking lot of Lixing Grand Hotel, Yuya looked in amazement at Chu Tian, who was parking his bicycle. Chu Tian's bicycle looked very ordinary. But to Yuya's surprise, the front and back of this ordinary bicycle were equipped with fingerprint locks that seemed integrated into the bike itself. "Go park your car." Chu Tian smiled and didn't answer Yuya. Yuya nodded hurriedly and drove her car to find a spot in the open-air parking lot. The lot was full of various luxury cars, making Yuya extra cautious, afraid of hitting them. After searching for a long time, Yuya finally found the only empty spot. Parking almost scared my heart out. With luxury cars worth millions on both sides, Yuya's heart was truly pounding while parking. Yuya finally parked safely. Screech. Just as Yuya finished parking, a blue Mercedes worth about 3 million suddenly stopped in front of her car. "A broken domestic car deserves to park here? You, move the car and give up the spot." A young man stepped out of the Mercedes, banged on Yuya's car, and pointed at Yuya, who was about to get out, speaking arrogantly. There were no parking spots left in the entire lot. And in the parking lot, Yuya's was the only domestic car. "A domestic car worth less than 100,000 deserved to park here? I claim the spot. Why should I yield to you?" Yuya ignored the young man and walked straight toward Chu Tian, who was standing nearby after getting out of the car. "Idol, Zhao Dong and the others have arrived. Holy should be arriving soon too. Let's go up." Chu Tian nodded and walked into the Lixing Grand Hotel with Yuya. A person driving a broken domestic car, and a woman at that, actually dares to ignore me, Li Fei. Very well. The young man, Li Fei, narrowed his eyes as he watched Yuya enter the hotel. In Suzhou, he had never been ignored like this. A woman driving a broken domestic car, someone living at the bottom of society, actually dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers? Seeking death. He had also sized up Chu Tian just now. Chu Tian was dressed simply and casually, not in any brand he knew. He looked very ordinary. He had thought Yuya's male companion might have some background, but unexpectedly, like Yuya, he was someone living at the bottom. Two people living at the very bottom dare to be arrogant in front of me without any self-awareness of being at the bottom. I will let you know that people at the bottom should have the awareness of being at the bottom. Li Fei's voice was filled with coldness and ridicule. At this moment, on the third floor of Lixing Grand Hotel, inside a magnificent large private room, more than 10 people had gathered. Although there were many people, the room was large enough to accommodate 20 or 30 people comfortably. Inside the room, everyone was talking to each other. The most discussed topics were money and careers. Although the atmosphere was lively, there was a hidden undercurrent of comparison. Everyone was an adult. After experiencing society for a few years after graduation, society had taught everyone that money and career equaled status. Without these, you were nothing. In front of others, even with close friends, you would unconsciously reveal a look of inferiority, feeling unable to lift your head, and even your tone of voice would lack confidence, appearing cautious. There was no pure friendship between former classmates anymore. Speaking of who's doing the best in our department, it has to be our department beauty, Huoli. Someone brought the topic to Huoli. Everyone's interest peaked instantly. Isn't that the truth? Huoli went to Europe right after graduation. I heard she's now a fashion design director at a big company. You didn't just hear it, it's a fact. The company she's at is called Omier, a global 500 enterprise. I know that company. It's one of the world's top luxury brands, especially in clothing. It ranks in the top 5. Many tycoons wear clothes from this brand. You know the Summer of Ice, that's popular this year, right? Huoli was one of the lead designers. That won a major award. Huoli is truly amazing. Huoli is now a design director at Omier. Her annual salary is close to 5 million. Talking about Huoli, everyone exclaimed in envy. An annual salary of 5 million. The people present didn't even dare to dream of it. They probably wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Huoli earned in 1 year what they couldn't earn in a lifetime. This was the gap. Besides Huoli, our class monitor Zhao Dong is doing the best in our department. At this moment, someone directed the topic to Zhao Dong. Everyone looked at a young man in unison. The young man wore a sharp, tailored suit with a white shirt and tie underneath. He wore polished leather shoes and had his hair slicked back, dressed like a young achiever. How can I compare to Huoli? Zhao Dong waved his hand with a smile. Class monitor Zhao, stop being modest. You're a manager at Xinyuan Group now. A classmate laughed. Xingyuan Group? Class monitor Zhao is impressive. That's a listed group with a market value of 500 million. Class monitor Zhao is young and promising. Being a manager in such a big group, your annual salary is probably equal to several years of our wages. Everyone began to envy Zhao Dong again. In the parking lot, various luxury cars were gathered, making Yuya exceptionally cautious, afraid of hitting any of them. After searching for a long time, Yuya finally found the only empty parking spot. Parking almost scared my heart out. With million-dollar luxury cars on both sides of the parking space, Yuya's heart was truly pounding wildly while parking. Yuya had just managed to park the car safely. Screech. Just as Yuya parked the car, a blue Mercedes worth about 3 million suddenly stopped in front of her car. A broken domestic car deserves to park here? You, move the car and give up the spot. A young man stepped out of the Mercedes, banged on Yuya's car, and pointed at Yuya, who was about to get out, speaking arrogantly. There were no more parking spaces in the entire parking lot. And in the parking lot, Yuya's was the only domestic car. Does a domestic car worth less than 100,000 deserve to park here? I claim the spot. Why should I give it to you? Yuya ignored the young man completely, got out of the car, and walked straight toward Chu Tian, who was standing nearby. Idle. Zhao Dong and the others have arrived. Huoli should be arriving soon too. Let's go up. Chu Tian nodded and walked into the Lixing Grand Hotel with Yuya. A person driving a broken domestic car, and a woman at that, actually dares to ignore me, Li Fei. Very well. The young man, Li Fei, narrowed his eyes as he watched Yuya walk into the hotel. In this Sioux city, he had never been ignored like this. A woman driving a broken domestic car, someone living at the bottom of society, actually dared to pluck hairs from a tiger's beard? Seeking death. He had also sized up Chu Tian just now. Chu Tian was dressed simply and casually, not in any famous brand he knew. He looked very ordinary. He had thought Yuya's male companion might have some background, but unexpectedly, he was just like Yuya, someone living at the bottom. Two people living at the very bottom dare to be arrogant in front of me, without any awareness of being at the bottom. I will let you know that people at the bottom should have the awareness of people at the bottom. Li Fei's voice was filled with coldness and mockery. At this moment, on the third floor of the Lixing Grand Hotel, inside a magnificent large private room, more than 10 people had already gathered. Although there were many people, the room was large enough to accommodate 20 or 30 people with ease. Inside the room, everyone was talking to each other. The topics discussed most were money and careers. Although the atmosphere was lively, there was a hidden undercurrent of comparison. Everyone was an adult. After experiencing society for a few years after graduation, society had taught everyone that money and career equaled status. Without these, you were nothing. In front of others, even with the best of friends, you would unconsciously reveal a look of inferiority. You would feel unable to lift your head, and even your tone of voice would lack confidence, appearing cautious. Pure friendship among former classmates no longer existed. Speaking of who's doing the best in our department now, it has to be our department beauty, Huoli. Someone brought the topic to Huoli. Everyone's interest peaked instantly. Isn't that the truth? Huoli went to Europe right after graduation. I heard she's now a fashion design director at a big company. You didn't just hear it, it's a fact. The company she's at is called Omir. It's a global 500 enterprise. I know that company. It's one of the world's top luxury brands, especially in clothing. It ranks in the top 5. Many rich people wear this brand. You guys know the popular Ice Summer collection this year, right? Huoli was one of the lead designers. That won a major award. Huoli is really amazing. Huoli is now a design director at Omir. Her annual salary is close to 5 million. Talking about Huoli, everyone exclaimed in envy. An annual salary of 5 million. The people present didn't even dare to dream of it. Many of them probably wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Huoli earned in 1 year what they couldn't earn in a lifetime. This was the gap. Aside from Huoli, our class monitor Zhao is the one doing the best in our department. At this point, someone directed the topic to Zhao Dong. Everyone turned their gaze to a young man. The young man wore a crisp, tailored suit paired with a white shirt and tie. On his feet were polished leather shoes, and his hair was slicked back, giving him the appearance of a promising young achiever. How can I compare to Huoli? Zhao Dong waved his hand with a smile. Class monitor Zhao, don't be modest. You're a manager at Xingyuan Group now. A classmate laughed. Xingyuan Group? Class monitor Zhao is impressive. That's a listed group with a market value of 500 million. Class monitor Zhao is young and promising. Being a manager in such a large group, his annual salary is probably equal to several years of our wages. Everyone started envying Zhao Dong again. Several unmarried female classmates cast peculiar glances at Zhao Dong. You guys are praising me too much. Zhao Dong sighed bitterly. My current annual salary is only 7 or 800,000 after tax. After buying a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road and switching to a top-spec BMW 5 Series, paying the monthly loans is a struggle. My life isn't as carefree as yours. My God, 7 or 800,000 after tax. That means over $1 million before tax. Bought a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road. The down payment alone must be nearly $1 million. Zhao Dong shook his head helplessly and continued. I was foolish back then too. When I bought the house, I chose an 80% down payment, making my life difficult now. Sigh. Hiss. The classmates sucked in a breath of cold air. A 3-bedroom apartment within Suzhou's second ring road would cost over $4 million. Zhao Dong put down 80%, which was over $3 million. After buying the house, Zhao Dong still had the ability to buy a top-spec BMW 5 Series, which cost over $600,000 on the road. This Zhao Dong was really rich. Class monitor Zhao, we have to rip you off properly today, a classmate suggested. Right. Everyone agreed. Zhao Dong hurriedly said, classmates, have some mercy. Don't rip me off too hard. If today's bill exceeds 100,000, I'll have to sell my pots and pans. Damn, monitor, we have nothing to say. Everyone laughed, but few were laughing sincerely. Every word Zhao Dong said was showing off his current capabilities in front of them. Invisibly, this made everyone present seem a head shorter than Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong sighed at this moment. I originally contacted a few other classmates, but unfortunately, they said they had to work and couldn't come. I know, today is the weekend. They felt they weren't doing well and used that as an excuse to reject me. I told them I'm paying for everything. They don't need to spend a cent. Unfortunately, they still didn't come. This small gathering, besides welcoming Horley, is also for us classmates to connect. No comparisons here. Zhao Dong looked at the classmates with a regretful expression. How can our friendship be filled with the stench of money? Don't you agree? Everyone nodded with smiles. But the smiles were full of insincerity. Do you guys remember someone? Someone suddenly changed the subject. Who? Everyone was puzzled. The great idol, Chu Tian. Chu Tian. Everyone suddenly remembered the man of the hour from university, Chu Tian. Then everyone started talking again. Thinking back, Chu Tian was truly a godlike existence in our university. Not only was he handsome, but his abilities were unmatched. Chu Tian back then was the #1 campus hunk, without any dispute. I heard he went abroad to study right after graduation. With Chu Tian's ability, he's probably doing better than any of us now. That goes without saying. Such a godlike figure must have great achievements now. It's a pity no one knows where he is. Recalling Chu Tian from back then, everyone sighed with emotion. For such a godlike man, if someone said Chu Tian was now a billionaire, they wouldn't be surprised and would feel it was only natural. But unfortunately, none of them knew Chu Tian's whereabouts. Look who I brought. At this moment, the private room door was pushed open, and Yuya walked in. Everyone looked over in unison. When they saw the person walking in behind Yuya, everyone present stood up instantly. Chu Tian, it's actually Chu Tian. My God. Yuya, where did you find our great god Chu? The classmates swarmed forward. Every classmate's expression was filled with disbelief. They were just talking about this godlike man, and now he appeared. Great god Chu, do you still recognize us? Seeing that Chu Tian was still as handsome and scholarly as before, not having changed a bit, everyone seemed to return to the campus of their youth, looking at Chu Tian fervently. Chu Tian looked at the surprise and fervor of his classmates, feeling quite unexpected. Separated for 4 years, these classmates were still so fanatical about him. However, at this moment, Zhao Dong's surprised voice suddenly rang out. Chu Tian, I saw from upstairs just now that the person parking a bicycle by the lot looked a lot like you. Could it really be you? Bicycle? The classmates were surprised. Someone said, Zhao Dong, you must have seen wrong. With Chu Tian's ability, how could he ride a bicycle here? No one believed that the former man of the hour would ride a bicycle to such a high-end place. Even taking a taxi was better than riding a bicycle. There, look for yourselves. It's that bicycle by the edge of the parking lot. Zhao Dong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the bicycle downstairs. Everyone looked subconsciously and was even more surprised. They had assumed Chu Tian was riding a shared bike, but unexpectedly, it wasn't. That bicycle looked very ordinary, worth maybe a few $100. It was obvious. Chu Tian bought this bicycle himself. Had the once godlike figure fallen to the point where he couldn't even afford a car? In this era, if you didn't have a car, people would really look down on you. Especially among classmates. That would be even more looked down upon. I just saw the person parking the bike dressed like Chu Tian and thought it absolutely couldn't be him, so I didn't pay attention. It definitely isn't our great god Chu. Zhao Dong looked at Chu Tian, shaking his head with certainty. Right, it definitely isn't our great god Chu. The classmates refused to believe this result. Chu Tian smiled calmly and composedly. You didn't see wrong. That bicycle is indeed mine. What? Impossible. The classmates' eyes widened. Even the person doing the worst among them had bought a car. Although not expensive, it was more than enough for transportation. Who would have thought that Chu Tian, who was once infinitely superior to them, didn't even have a car? No way, Chu Tian. You were so outstanding back then, the #1 person in the university, and you still don't have a car. Zhao Dong put on a shocked expression. Then, as if thinking of something, hurriedly asked, what is your current job? Everyone looked at Chu Tian curiously. Maybe they were wrong. Chu Tian riding a bicycle here didn't mean he didn't have a car. Maybe he was living a low-carbon lifestyle. For a prominent figure like Chu Tian, his net worth should be substantial by now. Chu Tian kept a smile on his face. Suzhou University Library Administrator. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. Library Administrator? The existence they once looked up to, who had even studied abroad, was now saying he was just a librarian? They had thought Chu Tian might be wealthy, but they never expected him to be just a librarian. Such a job paid only 3,000 or 4,000. How could he have a substantial net worth? Had Chu Tian fallen to such a low point? This time, even Zhao Dong was shocked. He didn't expect Chu Tian to be so destitute, turning from a genius into a loser instantly. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. Seeing the former genius turn into a loser, far inferior to himself now. How could he not be happy? He deliberately sighed with emotion. Chu Tian, during university, I felt your plain personality of not interacting with others wouldn't work. Sure enough, it has harmed you now. No matter how outstanding you are, what use is it? Everyone sighed with regret. In university, Chu Tian was an existence they looked up to, but after entering society, he could only fade away. Life is truly unpredictable. Chu Tian just smiled and said nothing. Idle, ignore them. Yuya glared at the scheming Zhao Dong and pulled Chu Tian away from the group of classmates. Coming to the side, Yuya blamed herself. Idle, I'm sorry. I didn't expect these things to happen. To make up for it, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Yuya also hadn't expected her idol, once so glorious, to be so down and out now. Seeing her idol like this, she felt sad too. Although her current job wasn't great either, if she could help her idol, she definitely would. Chu Tian was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and asked, where do you work now? Yuya's pretty face blushed slightly, and she said awkwardly, in the design department of Xingyao Group. I'm just a small employee. Idol, will you look down on me? She just said she wanted to help her idol, but with her meager ability, how could she help him? Chu Tian shook his head slightly and said no more. Next, Zhao Dong and the classmates started talking again, but the atmosphere had become somewhat subtle. Basically, no one talked about Chu Tian, the former man of the hour, anymore. The classmates intentionally centered their conversation around Zhao Dong. Everyone was sensible. Chu Tian had fallen and was no longer the prominent figure of the past. Zhao Dong was young and promising now. Having a good relationship with Zhao Dong would benefit them. During this time, some classmates called Yuya over to chat, but Yuya refused, afraid of neglecting her idol. Idol, let's chat. Seeing that she and Chu Tian were just sitting there, looking a bit silly, Yuya took the initiative to speak. Chat about what? Chu Tian asked. I don't know either. Yuya said awkwardly. Then let's not chat. Chu Tian said. Yuya was speechless. Her idol was truly as cold as ever. She sighed in her heart. Her idol should have become a cold, domineering CEO, but unexpectedly, this coldness harmed him, leading to his current destitution. Sorry, I'm late. I kept everyone waiting. At this moment, a tall, curvaceous, fashionably dressed, young and beautiful woman stepped into the private room in exquisite high heels. As soon as she appeared, the eyes of Zhao Dong and the other classmates were drawn to her. Her appearance seemed to brighten the entire room. Seeing her, the The female classmates unconsciously felt inferior and ashamed of their own appearance. The male classmates all felt a sense of amazement, especially Zhao Dong, whose eyes lit up. Huo Li was even more beautiful and charming than before. Huo Li, you kept everyone waiting so long. You must punish yourself with 3 drinks. Zhao Dong went up to greet her, and the others followed. This little woman can't handle alcohol well. Please have mercy later. Huo Li smiled like a flower. Her voice was pleasant and infectious. Everyone laughed. Now that the guest of honor is here, we can start the feast. Zhao Dong ordered the waiter, and then everyone surrounded Huo Li like stars around the moon as they walked to the banquet table. Chu Tian. Only then did Huo Li notice there was another person in the room. Seeing Chu Tian sitting plainly on the sofa, not coming forward to greet her like the others, Huo Li felt surprised and walked over proactively. I didn't expect the godlike figure of our university to be here today too. Huo Li's pretty face showed unexpected surprise. Chu Tian was simply too outstanding in university. Even with Huo Li's current achievements, seeing Chu Tian, she couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Zhao Dong, following behind her, frowned, sneering in his heart. Once Huo Li knew Chu Tian was destitute now, she would probably be greatly disappointed and look at him differently. The classmates sighed in their hearts. Just now, they were as surprised and excited as Huo Li when they saw Chu Tian. But who knew that the once godlike Chu Tian had fallen to become a librarian? Huo Li probably never imagined Chu Tian would be so down and out. Great God Chu, long time no see. Huo Li came to Chu Tian with unconcealable surprise and extended her slender hand toward him. Long time no see. Chu Tian stood up from the sofa and extended his hand gentlemanly. Huo Li and Chu Tian shook hands. At this moment, Huo Li recovered from the initial surprise of seeing Chu Tian. Instead, she began to size him up with realistic eyes. Although Chu Tian was once a godlike figure, that was in university. After entering society, who could guarantee Chu Tian would still be prominent? She secretly sized up Chu Tian from her extremely professional perspective. Her current success was due not only to understanding the times, but also to her extremely sharp eyes. Often, a person's taste in clothes could reveal everything about them. Chu Tian's clothes were very ordinary. A white slim-fit t-shirt, light gray casual trousers, and white sneakers. The whole outfit looked extremely plain, definitely not exceeding 300 yuan. Seeing this, Huo Li was first surprised, but then, her beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably. Zhao Dong, standing aside, felt extremely bitter seeing Huo Li shaking hands with Chu Tian. Even he hadn't shaken Huo Li's hand, yet the destitute Chu Tian got the advantage. However, seeing Huo Li's shocked expression now, he instantly felt refreshed. Huo Li must have realized from Chu Tian's clothes that he was destitute. Huo Li was now the fashion design director at Omier. With her sharp eyes, she must have seen at a glance that Chu Tian's taste in clothes was trash. However, just then, my God, great God Chu, this outfit and these shoes, are they from Bella's workshop? Huo Li's shocked voice trembled slightly. There was also a hint of disbelief. Zhao Dong froze. What was Huo Li's reaction? Could it be that Chu Tian's clothes were valuable? Even Huo Li was shocked. Huo Li, what Bella's workshop? The classmates were all astonished, finding it inconceivable. No one expected Chu Tian's outfit to make Huo Li lose her composure. You should know Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, and our Omier, right? The world's top luxury brands. Huo Li suppressed the shock in her heart, her voice still trembling slightly. Everyone nodded. These were recognized top luxury brands worldwide. Even children knew them. Then I can tell you, in front of Bella's workshop, these top luxury brands are like subjects before an emperor, only fit to submit. All the top luxury brands combined can't compare to a single Bella's workshop. In our fashion world, Bella's workshop is an emperor-like existence, leading to such destitution. Sorry, I'm late. I kept everyone waiting. At this moment, a tall, curvaceous, fashionably dressed, and beautiful young woman stepped into the private room in a pair of exquisite high heels. The moment she appeared, the gazes of Zhao Dong and the other classmates were all drawn to her. With her appearance, the entire room seemed to brighten a notch. Seeing her, the female classmates unconsciously felt inferior and ashamed of their own appearance. The male classmates all felt a sense of awe, especially Zhao Dong, whose eyes lit up. Huo Li was even more beautiful and charming than before. Huo Li, you made everyone wait so long. You must punish yourself with 3 drinks. Zhao Dong went up to greet her, and the others followed suit. This little woman can't handle much alcohol. Please Please go easy on me later. Huo Li smiled like a flower, her voice pleasant and carrying a strong, infectious quality. Everyone laughed. Now that the guest of honor is here, we can start the feast. Zhao Dong gave instructions to the waiter, and then everyone surrounded Huo Li like stars crowding around the moon as they walked toward the banquet table. Chu Tian. Only then did Huo Li notice that there was another person in the room. Seeing Chu Tian sitting plainly on the sofa, not coming forward to greet her like the others, Huo Li felt surprised and then took the initiative to walk over. I didn't expect that the godlike prominent figure from our university days would also come today. Huo Li's beautiful cheeks flushed with unexpected surprise. Chu Tian was simply too outstanding in university back then. Even with Huo Li's current achievements, she couldn't help but feel surprised upon seeing him. Zhao Dong, following behind her, frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. Once Huo Li finds out that Chu Tian is now destitute, she will probably be greatly disappointed in him and look at him differently. The classmates all sighed in their hearts. Just now, they were like Huo Li, exceptionally surprised and even a little excited when they saw Chu Tian. But who knew that the once godlike Chu Tian had now fallen so low that he could only work as a library administrator? Huo Li probably never imagined Chu Tian would be this destitute. Great God Chu, long time no see. Huo Li came in front of Chu Tian with unconcealable surprise and extended her slender hand toward him. Long time no see. Chu Tian stood up from the sofa and extended his hand gentlemanly. Huo Li and Chu Tian's hands shook together. At this moment, Huo Li had recovered from the initial surprise of seeing Chu Tian. Replacing it, she began to size Chu Tian up with a realistic gaze. Although Chu Tian was once a godlike prominent figure, that was in university. After stepping into society, who could guarantee that Chu Tian would continue to be prominent? She secretly sized Chu Tian up from her extremely professional perspective. To have achieved such success today, she not only knew how to judge the situation, but also possessed an extremely sharp eye. Often, a person's taste in clothes could reveal everything about them. Chu Tian's attire was very ordinary. A white slim-fit t-shirt, a pair of light gray casual trousers, and white sneakers. The whole outfit was as ordinary as could be, looking like it cost no more than 300 in total. Seeing all this, Huo Li was first surprised, but then, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but gradually widen. Zhao Dong, standing aside, saw Huo Li shaking hands with Chu Tian and felt a myriad of bitter emotions. Even he hadn't shaken Huo Li's hand, yet the destitute Chu Tian had taken advantage. However, seeing Huo Li's surprised expression now, he instantly felt gratified. Huo Li has probably realized from Chu Tian's clothes that he is destitute. Huo Li is now the fashion design director of Omir. With her sharp eyes, she must have seen at a glance that Chu Tian's clothing taste is trash. However, just at this moment, oh my God, great God Chu, is this outfit and shoes of yours from Bella Workshop? Huo Li's shocked voice carried a few tremors and a hint of disbelief. Zhao Dong froze. What is Huo Li's reaction? Could it be that Chu Tian's clothes are valuable? Even Huo Li is shocked. Huo Li, what is Bella Workshop? The classmates were all surprised and found it inconceivable. No one expected that Chu Tian's set of clothes would make Huo Li lose her composure. You guys should know Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, and Omir, right? The world's top luxury brands. Huo Li's voice trembled slightly even as she suppressed her shock. Everyone nodded. These were recognized top luxury brands worldwide. Even some children knew them. Then I can tell you, in front of Bella Workshop, these top luxury brands are like subjects before an emperor, only fit to submit. All the top luxury brands combined can't compare to a single Bella Workshop. In our fashion industry, Bella Workshop is completely an emperor-like existence, and a holy land that every fashion designer yearns for. Huo Li spoke eloquently, unable to suppress her excitement. How come we've never heard of it? Zhao Dong asked in horror. He asked the question everyone present wanted to ask. That's because you are far from reaching that level. This sentence ruthlessly belittled Zhao Dong and the others. But Huo Li was merely stating a fact. Huo Li continued, Bella's Workshop isn't big, it's just an old castle. But do you know, buying clothes from Bella's Workshop isn't something you can do just because you want to. Bella's Workshop selects the buyers. No matter how rich or powerful you are, if Bella's Workshop thinks you aren't qualified, you can't buy their clothes. But despite this, royal families and major dignitaries around the world flock to it. It is said that in this world, only 100 people are qualified to buy clothes from Bella's Workshop. Hiss. Zhao Dong and the other classmates sucked in a breath of cold air. This Bella's workshop was too shocking. If it weren't Huoli saying it, they wouldn't believe such a mysterious existence existed. Then wouldn't the clothes from Bella's workshop be ridiculously expensive? Zhao Dong asked with palpitations. Huoli nodded. For the simplest garment from Bella's workshop, the raw materials alone cost at least 5 million. Imagine how high the selling price is. Damn, someone actually buys such expensive clothes? Zhao Dong was shocked beyond belief. That's why I said your vision and scope are too small, far from reaching that level, Huoli smiled. Zhao Dong instantly blushed. Huoli then Idol's outfit? Yuya, who had been stunned into a daze on the side, asked. Everyone present instantly looked at Chu Tian. Huoli looked at Chu Tian with eyes full of admiration. Our great god Chu's outfit and shoes look simple and unadorned, but you probably don't know, this set costs at least 10 million, and that's my conservative estimate. What? 10 million? The classmates were shocked dizzy. Yuya's eyes widened, covering her mouth with both hands. Just now she said if Chu Tian had difficulties, he could tell her. He wore a simple outfit worth over 10 million. Did he need her help? Zhao Dong was so ashamed he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Before, he thought Chu Tian was destitute, but who knew Chu Tian was an invisible super tycoon? A simple outfit could crush him into dust, and he was acting big in front of him just now. Chu Tian remained plain, without any ripples. His outfit was indeed from Bella's workshop, and he had many more at home. Moreover, every season of every year, Bella's workshop would punctually send 10 different styles of clothes for the corresponding season, never charging any fees. At this moment, as if suddenly discovering something, Yuya looked at Chu Tian with doubt and uncertainty. Great God Chu, your outfit. Why doesn't it have the Bella's workshop logo? My clothes never have logos, Chu Tian said gently. That's impossible. Yuya frowned slightly and shook her head. Huoli, what logo? Zhao Dong hurriedly asked. Huoli's reaction suggested she suspected something fishy about Chu Tian's outfit. Huoli said, all clothes sold by Bella's workshop have a very elegant and exquisite eternal bird logo. Even those top royals and dignitaries don't have the right to change or remove it. This is something Bella's workshop does not allow to be changed. Besides, being able to buy clothes from Bella's workshop is a symbol of status and status. No one would remove it. But Chu Tian's outfit doesn't have this logo. Speaking of this, her address for Chu Tian changed. Everyone was surprised. They faintly felt there might be a problem with Chu Tian's outfit. Could Chu Tian's clothes be fakes? Zhao Dong rejoiced in his heart, but feigned surprise. I heard some experts in the country can make fakes that look real. Could there be people secretly counterfeiting Bella's workshop items? So they dare not put the logo on. Valuable things often attract such people. Huoli smiled, her words ambiguous, neither admitting nor denying. As she spoke, she casually withdrew the hand she had been holding with Chu Tian. The dishes are all served. If we don't start, they'll get cold. Let's go, let's eat. Huoli didn't look at Chu Tian again and turned toward the banquet table. Look at me, as the host. I was just chatting and forgot about this. Everyone, let's go, chat while we eat. Zhao Dong accompanied Huoli, greeting the classmates. Now his confidence was back. Huoli's reaction had already given them the answer. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian was just wearing a fake. He couldn't afford the real thing, so he bought a fake to keep up appearances. Simply disgraceful. The classmates shook their heads with sighs. The former man of the hour in university had fallen to the point of buying fakes to pretend he had status. Truly hypocritical. They didn't necessarily look down on Chu Tian, but buying fakes to fake status was really shameless. They were all classmates. Why pretend in front of them? Chu Tian just smiled and said nothing. The lack of a logo on his clothes traced back to Bella, the founder of Bella's workshop, and some past events between Bella and him. The banquet began. Everyone chatted while eating. Since knowing Chu Tian wore a fake, none of the classmates paid attention to him anymore. Huoli, who was enthusiastic about Chu Tian a moment ago, didn't even look at him now. Seeing everyone treating Chu Tian like air, especially seeing Huoli no longer paying attention to him, Zhao Dong was elated. Chu Tian had no chance to steal his thunder anymore. During the toasts, everyone warmly toasted Huoli and the young achiever Zhao Dong, leaving Chu Tian out alone. Huoli returned the toasts one by one. When she toasted, she only glanced at Chu Tian briefly before skipping him, a completely different person from the one who was surprised and excited when she first saw him. Idol, we haven't seen each other for years. I toast you. Yuya picked up her wine glass and proactively toasted Chu Tian. She was the only one to toast Chu Tian, and the only one who hadn't changed toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian smiled, picked up his glass, and took a sip. Yuya drank the wine in her cup in one gulp. She was actually quite sad in her heart, seeing her idol being cold-shouldered like this. Having lost the glory of the past, she saw it and felt pain in her heart. Wooly, I'm very curious about the Bella's workshop you mentioned earlier. Tell us about its history so we can gain some knowledge. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Zhao Dong glanced at Chu Tian and asked Wooly curiously. He deliberately led the topic this way to reopen Chu Tian's wound. The other classmates chimed in. Yeah, tell us about this Bella's workshop. Such a mysterious existence must have quite a history. The classmates weren't trying to hurt Chu Tian. They were genuinely curious about Bella's workshop. Wooly glanced at Chu Tian, then smiled. Speaking of Bella's workshop, it has existed for 500 years. 500 years? That long? Everyone was amazed. Wooly nodded and continued. The founder of Bella's workshop was named Bella. If you've studied some European unofficial history, you should have heard this name. Could it be the Bella recorded in European unofficial history, who possessed beauty capable of toppling kingdoms? A classmate suddenly asked in surprise. I've also seen records in unofficial history. This angel like Bella was even more beautiful and moving than Cleopatra, someone added. Wooly nodded. It is precisely that Bella. I saw in the unofficial history that Bella's family was also noble 500 years ago, but they never got involved in the clothing industry, a classmate wondered. Wooly smiled slightly. This involves a legend. What legend? Everyone was interested. Wooly said, legend has it that due to Bella's unparalleled beauty, the Bella family tried every way to hide her to protect her, but eventually, outsiders found out. Finally, it reached the king's ears. The king decreed that the Bella family hand over Bella to the palace. This should have been a good thing for a noble family, but the Bella family acted uncharacteristically. They defied the king's order and sent Bella away. According to legend, the Bella family knew disaster was imminent, so they let Bella go find her sweetheart. Bella had a sweetheart? Who was this sweetheart? Everyone was surprised and curious. To conquer a Bella with such unparalleled beauty, what kind of existence would he be? Especially since the Bella family defied the king's order to send Bella away to find him. One could imagine that Bella's sweetheart was no ordinary person. No one knows that. Wooly shook her head. What happened next? Wooly sighed and shook her head. Later, the king was furious and executed the entire Bella family. When Bella returned, she only found her young brother, who had luckily survived. Bella didn't find her sweetheart? Everyone asked curiously. She found him, and she brought her sweetheart back with her. Speaking of this, a look of fascination appeared on Wooly's face. According to legend, when Bella's sweetheart saw the Bella family reduced to such a state, in a fit of rage, he single-handedly destroyed the entire dynasty and let Bella's young brother replace it. Everyone was horrified. What kind of background did Bella's sweetheart have to be so terrifying? Several female classmates looked fascinated. For a woman to have a sweetheart who would destroy a dynasty in a rage for her, life would have no other pursuits. That was destroying a dynasty. How many such peerless heroes were there in the world? Yuya envied that Bella. She thought distractedly, if only she could have such a peerless hero, how wonderful that would be. Then why did Bella create Bella's workshop? The entranced Yuya asked curiously. Wooly smiled bitterly. This has always been a mystery. Aside from Bella, probably no one knows the reason. Hearing this, a look of reminiscence appeared on Chu Tian's face. He knew the reason. Bella's sweetheart was actually him. But all along, he only treated Bella as a friend. Bella knew this deeply too. Recalling the past, Chu Tian felt melancholic. Bella created the workshop because of him. After knowing he was immortal and ageless, Bella knew she couldn't accompany him forever. So she created Bella's workshop to create the most perfect and comfortable clothes in the world. It wasn't until Bella was on her deathbed that she told him the real reason when he went to see her one last time. Only 4 words. Yi Sheng Wei Ban. Companions for a lifetime. The homophone was Yi Sheng Wei Ban. Clothes as companions for a lifetime. Chu Tian sighed in his heart. Bella had deep feelings for him. But in the end, when Bella died, he didn't break their friendship status, letting Bella die with regret. At this moment, Zhao Dong saw Chu Tian's distraction. It seems you realize now that wearing a fake is disgraceful. Sure enough, deliberately leading the topic to Bella's workshop had struck a blow to Chu Tian. Waiter, decant 2 more bottles of red wine for us." Seeing the red wine on the table was finished, Zhao Dong called the waiter and ordered. Then he changed the subject, looked intentionally at Chu Tian, pretended to ponder, and said, "Chu Tian, how about this? Come to our company. Although our company isn't amazing, the salary is definitely higher than what you make now." "No need." Chu Tian smiled slightly. "Oh, what is Chu Tian's current job?" A look of surprise appeared on Huo Li's face. Seeing he had successfully attracted Huo Li's attention, Zhao Dong rejoiced and deliberately sighed. Chu Tian is currently a library administrator at Suzhou University. The salary is probably 3 or 4,000. Huo Li looked at Chu Tian with a complex expression and said nothing more. Unexpectedly, the once worshipped man of the hour had fallen to this state, now reduced to buying fakes to wear. Truly a bit pathetic. From now on, she and Chu Tian were people from 2 completely different worlds. At this time, a waitress with a pure and beautiful face walked in with the decanted red wine. Amidst everyone's chatting and laughing, she poured red wine for everyone one by one. Seeing everyone chatting and laughing, but leaving Chu Tian out in the cold, the waitress couldn't help but look at Chu Tian closely while pouring wine for him. She was somewhat surprised. Chu Tian's appearance was truly handsome, and that unique temperament that seemed to have undergone precipitation was particularly attractive. She inexplicably felt that Chu Tian should be stronger than everyone present. She couldn't understand why these people looked down on Chu Tian. Suddenly, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Distracted by looking at Chu Tian, she actually spilled red wine on his clothes. If the manager found out, a fine would be the least of her worries. It's okay. Chu Tian kept a kind smile on his face. The waitress breathed a sigh of relief and apologized again. As she left, she wondered why such a nice person was looked down upon by others. Chu Tian really didn't mind. He picked up a napkin and casually wiped his clothes. Everyone ignored this small episode, but Huo Li noticed it. She glanced over casually. With just that glance, she froze instantly. Chu Tian's t-shirt was pure white, and the red wine was purple red. If it stained, it wouldn't wash out. However, Huo Li saw there was no trace of red wine on Chu Tian's white t-shirt, nor was it even wet. If she hadn't seen Chu Tian wipe the red wine off with a napkin with her own eyes, she wouldn't dare believe it. Chu Tian's outfit is actually genuinely from Bella's workshop. Clothes from Bella's workshop wouldn't be dyed even if soaked in a dye vat, and they were water repellent. This was one of the reasons they were invaluable. Suddenly, Huo Li remembered a rumor. It was said that Bella's workshop had a type of clothing that, to highlight its uniqueness, exceptionally did not have the eternal bird logo. Could it be true? Chu Tian's clothes were that unique model? Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. While Huo Li was shocked by Chu Tian's clothes, Chu Tian wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and walked out of the private room. The classmates continued chatting. Apart from Yuya, no one paid attention to Chu Tian. Zhao Dong glanced at Chu Tian, mocking him in his heart. Asterisk, you were once so glorious, treasured by all classmates and even teachers and deans. What an honor that was. Asterisk. And now, you are as lonely as a dog. Being cold-shouldered by classmates like this, you can't handle the blow and want to leave quietly, right? Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Seeing Chu Tian leave the room, Huo Li recovered from her shock, stood up hurriedly, and chased after Chu Tian out of the room. Zhao Dong was a bit surprised. Chu Tian had just left, and Huo Li chased after him. It looked like Huo Li was chasing Chu Tian. I must be overthinking it. After realizing Chu Tian's clothes were fakes and knowing his job, Huo Li hadn't paid attention to him again. Her coldness toward Chu Tian was like they were people from 2 different worlds. How could Huo Li chase after Chu Tian? Yuya, we've been chatting for so long, but we still don't know where you work. Zhao Dong shifted his gaze to Yuya. Among all the classmates, only this Yuya hadn't changed toward Chu Tian, always defending him. If he could pull Yuya away from Chu Tian, then Chu Tian would truly be as destitute as a dog. He hadn't looked at Yuya seriously before, but now, upon his first careful look, he was moved. Separated for 4 years, after the baptism of society, Yuya, who now knew how to dress up, had a beautiful face not much inferior to Huo Li's. Especially since Yuya lacked Huo Li's snobbish air. In this big dying vat of society, she was particularly attractive. Zhao Dong couldn't help but have ideas. He knew he couldn't pursue Huo Li, so settling for the next best thing and getting Yuya was also a very good choice. Me? I work at Xingyao Group. Yuya answered listlessly. Xingyao Group is pretty good. Zhao Dong was somewhat surprised. Xingyao Group is even stronger than our Xin Yuan Group. Working there, you must be a supervisor by now, right? Do you want to know my current situation just to mock me like you mocked my idol? Yuya spoke her mind unhappily. The reason her idol was cold-shouldered by everyone was because this Zhao Dong started it. She hated Zhao Dong already. How could I have such thoughts? We are all classmates. Now that I have some ability, I think about helping classmates if I can. How can you misunderstand me? Zhao Dong put on a wronged look of being misunderstood. Yuya couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhao Dong anymore. Yuya is currently in the design department of Xingyao Group, still a small employee, not a supervisor. A woman sitting to the side of Yuya spoke up at this moment. Li Yan, you are also at Xingyao Group? Zhao Dong looked at Li Yan in surprise. Not only am I at Xingyao Group, but I'm also in the same group as Yuya. It's just that I'm the group leader. Li Yan brushed her hair, a hint of superiority in her expression. Zhao Dong realized that Yuya's life probably wasn't going very well. He rejoiced in his heart, pretended to ponder, and said, Yuya, I know your ability is strong. How about this? Come to our group. With my recommendation, you can quickly become a supervisor. The annual salary starts at least at 150,000, plus a year-end bonus. If he could really recruit Yuya under his command, he could enjoy the benefits of proximity. The classmates envied Yuya. I'm doing fine at Xingyao Group. Yuya refused directly. Yuya, why suffer? Li Yan shook her head. Everyone knows your ability is strong, but you are still just a small employee, not even equal to me. Do you know why? It's because you don't understand the ways of the world. Even if you work hard and have strong abilities, what use is it? You still won't be appreciated. Now that Zhao Dong is helping you, why not accept? Other classmates also persuaded. Yeah. Zhao Dong is a manager at Xin Yuan Group now. Working under him, with his help, you can display your talents. I said I'm doing fine. You don't need to worry about me. Yuya felt annoyed. Li Yan sighed. Yuya, you should cherish this opportunity. You saw it too. Chu Tian is a living example. How glorious he was in university. Everyone thought he would have great achievements in the future. Becoming a billionaire would be reasonable. But reality is cruel. Who would have thought he would fall to being a librarian to make ends meet? Worse than a brick mover. Why is this? It's just because he doesn't understand the ways of the world. Hearing Li Yan criticize her idol like this, Yuya felt very uncomfortable. She said unhappily, have you said enough? Although my idol is down and out now, I believe he will eventually meet a bull who appreciates him. Note, bull is a legendary figure known for judging horses, metaphor for a talent scout. Bull? Li Yan smiled disdainfully. If Chu Tian could meet a bull who appreciated him, he wouldn't have fallen to being a librarian. With a personality as plain and arrogant as Chu Tian's, he could only sink into obscurity in the library for life. The classmates shook their heads, regretting that Yuya's worship of Chu Tian had become an obsession. All right, let's stop talking about this. Don't let one Chu Tian spoil everyone's fun. Zhao Dong played the good guy, interrupting the topic, and looked deeply at Yuya. Yuya, my door is always open for you. If you want to come to our group, I welcome you anytime. The classmates paused for a moment, then their gazes turned strange. Several female classmates envied Yuya. Zhao Dong was going to pursue Yuya. To be pursued by the young and promising Zhao Dong. Yuya was truly lucky. Yuya ignored him completely, eating her food sullenly. Li chased Chu Tian into the restroom. Seeing Chu Tian enter the men's room, she hurriedly took out her makeup and touched up meticulously in front of the mirror. She had misjudged earlier. The outfit Chu Tian wore was not a fake, but genuinely from Bella's workshop. Chu Tian wasn't destitute at all. He was a hidden super tycoon. Just as she finished touching up, Chu Tian walked out of the men's room. He ignored Li and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Li, however, leaned in proactively. Moreover, after coming to Chu Tian's side, she sniffed around Chu Tian like a puppy and even reached out to fold Chu Tian's clothes a few times. What are you doing? Chu Tian frowned slightly. My God, Chu Tian, your outfit is absolutely from Bella's workshop. Li looked at Chu Tian with shining eyes. Her eyes were full of little stars. She just sniffed the spot on Chu Tian's clothes that had touched the red wine. Not only was there no smell of red wine, but the entire garment emitted a natural, refreshing fragrance. This wasn't perfume, but the natural fragrance of the raw materials meticulously preserved by Bella's workshop during production using mysterious methods. and the places she folded on Chu Tian's clothes also returned to their original state, leaving no trace. She was completely certain that Chu Tian's outfit was from Bella's workshop. You're mistaken. My clothes are not from Bella's workshop. Chu Tian looked at Horley plainly. He didn't like women getting this close to him. Come on, Chu Tian. I misunderstood you before. You are a big person with a big heart. Don't hold it against a little woman like me. Horley smiled like a flower, exuding a hint of charm in front of Chu Tian. If Chu Tian had denied it when she judged the clothes as fakes earlier, she would have believed it and looked down on him even more. But now that she confirmed Chu Tian's clothes were real, his denial made her believe even more that they were from Bella's workshop. And it was the legendary unique model. There were only 100 people in the entire world qualified to buy clothes from Bella's workshop. These 100 people were all top-tier existences in the world in terms of status and wealth. But even among these existences, no one could buy that unique model. However, this unique model was worn by Chu Tian. What did this mean? Horley didn't dare to imagine, nor did she have the guts to imagine. Chu Tian, I'll be staying in Suzhou for a few days this time. This is my temporary address and phone number in Suzhou. You must call me. Horley proactively took out a piece of paper, wrote down the address and number, and handed it to Chu Tian eagerly. When handing it to Chu Tian, she intentionally or unintentionally swiped his palm. Although she didn't know exactly what Chu Tian did, she was now certain of one thing. Chu Tian was a hidden super tycoon. If she could seize this opportunity, she would definitely reach the pinnacle of life from now on. You must call me. Leaving, Horley made a call me gesture by her ear, reminding him charmingly, then walked away swaying her hips. Chu Tian didn't even look at the paper in his hand and threw it into the trash can. He washed his hands again. Coming out of the restroom, Chu Tian suddenly heard a scolding voice coming from the corner of the corridor. Fan Qingqing, what are you good for? You actually spilled red wine on a customer. Do you know how much this affects the hotel? Fan Qingqing, is it the girl who accidentally spilled red wine on me just now? Chu Tian recalled the waitress from earlier. Is it that unique, one-of-a-kind outfit? Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. While Horley was shocked by Chu Tian's clothes, Chu Tian picked up a napkin, wiped the corner of his mouth, stood up, and walked out of the private room. The classmates chatted among themselves. Except for Yuya, no one paid attention to Chu Tian. Zhao Dong glanced at Chu Tian and sneered internally. You used to be so glorious, regarded as a treasure by all students and even teachers and deans. What honor that was. But now, you are as lonely as a dog. Now that you are being given the cold shoulder by your classmates, you can't handle the blow and want to leave silently, right? Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. Seeing Chu Tian walk out of the room, Horley snapped out of her shock, hurriedly stood up, and chased after Chu Tian out of the room. Zhao Dong was a bit surprised. As soon as Chu Tian walked out, Horley chased after him. It looked like Horley was chasing Chu Tian. I must be overthinking it. After seeing that Chu Tian was wearing knockoffs and knowing his job, Horley ignored him. Her coldness toward Chu Tian was like they were from two different worlds. How could Horley possibly chase after Chu Tian? Yuya, everyone has been chatting for so long, but we still don't know where you work. Zhao Dong shifted his gaze to Yuya. Among all the classmates, only this Yuya hadn't changed toward Chu Tian and kept defending him. If he could pull Yuya away from Chu Tian, then Chu Tian would truly be as destitute as a dog. He hadn't looked at Yuya seriously before, but now, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be moved. After 4 years apart, and undergoing the baptism of society, Yuya, who now knew how to dress up, had a beautiful face that wasn't much inferior to Horley's. Especially since Yuya didn't have Horley's snobbish air. In this big dying vat of society, she was very attractive. Zhao Dong couldn't help but have ideas. He knew he couldn't pursue Horley, so settling for the next best thing and getting Yuya would be a very good choice. Me? I work at Xingyao Group, Yuya answered listlessly. Xingyao Group is pretty good. Zhao Dong was a bit surprised and said, Xingyao Group is even stronger than our Xinyuan Group. Working at Xingyao Group, you must be a supervisor by now, right? Did you want to know my current situation just to mock me like you mock my idol? Yuya spoke her mind unhappily. The reason her idol was being given the cold shoulder by everyone was because Zhao Dong started it. She had hated Zhao Dong for a while now. Why would I have such thoughts? We are all classmates. Now that I have some ability, I think that between classmates, if I can help, I should. How can you misunderstand me? Zhao Dong put on a misunderstood and aggrieved look. Yuya couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhao Dong anymore. Yuya is currently in the design department of Xingyao Group. She's still a small employee, not a supervisor. A woman sitting to the side of Yuya spoke up at this moment. Li Yan, you're also at Xingyao Group? Zhao Dong looked at Li Yan in surprise. Not only am I at Xingyao Group, but I'm also in the same team as Yuya. However, I am the team leader. Li Yan brushed her hair back, a hint of superiority in her expression. Zhao Dong realized that Yuya's life probably wasn't going very well. He rejoiced in his heart, pretended to ponder for a moment, and said, Yuya, I know your ability is strong. How about this? Come to our group. With my recommendation, you will soon be promoted to supervisor. The annual salary starts at least at 150,000, and there's a year-end bonus. If he could really recruit Yuya under his command, he could enjoy the advantages of proximity. The classmates all envied Yuya. I'm doing fine at Xingyao Group. Yuya refused directly. Yuya, why make yourself suffer? Li Yan shook her head. Everyone knows your ability is strong, but you are still just a small employee until now, not even as good as me. Do you know why? It's because you don't understand the ways of the world. Even if you work hard and have strong abilities, what's the use? You still won't be appreciated. Now that Zhao Dong is helping you, why not accept it? Other classmates also tried to persuade her. Yeah, Yuya? Zhao Dong is a manager at Xinyuan Group now. Working under him, with his support, you can display your talents. I already said I'm doing fine. I don't need you guys to worry about me, Yuya said, feeling a bit annoyed. Li Yan sighed. Yuya, you should cherish this opportunity. You saw it too. Chu Tian is a living example. How glorious he was in university. Everyone thought he would achieve great things in the future, and becoming a billionaire would be expected. But reality is cruel. Who would have thought he would fall so low as to work as a library administrator just to feed himself? Even bricklayers are better off than him. Why is that? Isn't it just because he doesn't understand the ways of the world? Hearing Li Yan criticize her idol like this, Yuya felt very bitter. She said unhappily, Have you guys said enough? Although my idol is down on his luck now, I believe he will eventually meet a bull who appreciates him. Bull? Li Yan smiled disdainfully. If Chu Tian could meet a bull who appreciated him, he wouldn't have been reduced to being a library administrator. With a personality as plain and aloof as Chu Tian's, he could only remain silent in the library for his whole life. The classmates all shook their heads. They lamented that Yuya's worship of Chu Tian had become an obsession. All right, let's stop talking about this. Don't let one Chu Tian spoil everyone's fun. Zhao Dong played the good guy, interrupting the topic and looking deeply at Yuya. Yuya, my door is always open for you. If you want to come to our group, I welcome you anytime. The classmates were stunned for a moment, and then their gazes turned strange. Several female classmates envied Yuya. Zhao Dong was going to pursue Yuya. To be pursued by the young and promising Zhao Dong. Yuya was truly lucky. Yuya ignored him completely, eating her food sullenly and unhappily. Li chased Chu Tian into the restroom. Seeing Chu Tian enter the men's room, she hurriedly took out her cosmetics and meticulously touched up her makeup in front of the mirror. She had misjudged earlier. The outfit Chu Tian was wearing was not a knockoff, but genuinely from Bella Workshop. How was Chu Tian destitute? He was completely a hidden super tycoon. Just as she finished touching up her makeup, Chu Tian walked out of the men's room. He turned a blind eye to Li and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. Li, however, actively leaned in. Moreover, after coming to Chu Tian's side, she sniffed around Chu Tian like a puppy and even reached out to fold Chu Tian's clothes a few times. What are you doing? Chu Tian frowned slightly. Oh my god, Chu Tian, this outfit of yours is absolutely from Bella Workshop. Li looked at Chu Tian with glowing eyes. Her eyes were full of little stars. She had just sniffed the spot on Chu Tian's clothes where the red wine had touched. Not only was there no smell of red wine, but the entire garment emitted a natural, refreshing fragrance. This was not perfume, but the natural scent of the raw materials meticulously preserved by Bella Workshop using mysterious methods during production. And the place she had folded on Chu Tian's clothes also returned to its original state, leaving no trace. She was completely certain that Chu Tian's outfit was from Bella Workshop. You're mistaken. This outfit isn't from Bella Workshop. Chu Tian looked at Li plainly. He didn't like women getting this close to him. Come on, Chu Tian. I misunderstood you earlier. You are a big person with a big heart. Don't hold it against a little woman like me. Li smiled like a flower, exuding a hint of charm in front of Chu Tian. If Chu Tian had denied it earlier when she judged the clothes as knockoffs, she would have certainly believed it and looked down on him even more. But now that she had confirmed Chu Tian's clothes were authentic, his denial made her believe even more that they were from Bella Workshop. And it was that legendary, one-of-a-kind outfit. There were only 100 people in the entire world who could buy Bella Workshop apparel. These 100 people were the top existences in the world in terms of both status and wealth. But among these existences, no one could buy that one-of-a-kind outfit. Yet, this unique outfit was worn by Chu Tian. What did this mean? Horley didn't dare to imagine, nor did she have the guts to imagine. Chu Tian, I'll be staying in Sioux City for a few days this time. This is my temporary address in Sioux City and my phone number. You must call me. Horley actively took out a piece of paper, wrote down the address and number, and handed it to Chu Tian eagerly. When handing it to Chu Tian, she intentionally or unintentionally brushed her finger against Chu Tian's palm. Although she didn't know exactly what Chu Tian did, she was now certain of one thing. Chu Tian was a hidden super tycoon. If she could seize this opportunity, she would definitely reach the pinnacle of life from now on. You must call me. As she left, Horley made a phone call gesture by her ear, reminded him charmingly, and then walked away swaying her hips. Chu Tian didn't even look at the paper in his hand and tossed it into the trash can. He washed his hands again. Coming out of the restroom, Chu Tian suddenly heard a scolding voice coming from the corner of the corridor. Fan Qingqing, what are you doing? You actually spilled red wine on a customer. Do you know how much this will affect the hotel? Fan Qingqing, is it the girl who accidentally spilled red wine on me earlier? Chu Tian recalled the waitress from earlier. The name on the employee's name tag did indeed say Fan Qingqing. Supervisor, I'm so sorry. I know I was wrong. It will never happen again. The pretty and innocent-looking Fan Qingqing stammered, apologizing profusely in a state of panic. Is sorry enough? If everyone could just apologize after making a mistake, this hotel would go out of business. The supervisor's voice was ice-cold as she stared down Fan Qingqing. When you make a mistake, you accept the punishment. Your entire salary for this month is docked. And if the customer complains and demands compensation later, you can pack your bags and get out. Supervisor, could you please deduct a little less? My family is waiting for me to send money home. Fan Qingqing's face went pale. She was a girl from the countryside, all alone and without support in this unfamiliar city. If her entire month's salary was docked, she would have no money to send to her parents back in her rural village. Is everyone in your family dead? Why do they need you to support them? The supervisor spat, her words dripping with venom. Hearing such cruel words, Fan Qingqing's heart filled with grievance, but she didn't dare to fight back. She desperately needed this job. She lowered her head in shame and indignation. My parents aren't in good health and can't do heavy labor. I also have a younger brother who's about to take his college entrance exams. We really need the money. Supervisor, I'm begging you. Please, just deduct half my salary, okay? What a tragic story. Fan Qingqing's plight didn't earn her any sympathy from the supervisor. Instead, she was met with mockery. What does that have to do with me? This isn't a charity. Who are you trying to guilt-trip with your sob story? She glared at Fan Qingqing, her tone aggressive. Right now, you have two choices. Accept the punishment and lose a month's pay, or leave immediately. A few other waitresses stood by, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Although Fan Qingqing had been at the hotel for less than a month, her performance had been outstanding. She often received praise from customers, and some even generously offered her tips. But this stupid country bumpkin would actually refuse them, saying that serving customers was her duty. They had worked at the hotel for so long, but rarely received tips, let alone praise. Fan Qingqing's excellence made them incredibly jealous. I accept the punishment, Fan Qingqing said, lifting her head and swallowing the injustice. She had given up her own education so her brother could go to school. She had come to this strange city, and without a degree, she had struggled to find this job. She couldn't afford to lose it. Sir, how may I help you? Just then, the supervisor spotted a handsome and elegant young man approaching. She quickly wiped the cold expression from her face, replacing it with a professional smile. Fan Qingqing turned to look, and her eyes widened in shock when she saw Chu Tian. Is this gentleman here to complain about me? Chu Tian glanced at Fan Qingqing before addressing the supervisor. I'm the customer she spilled red wine on. Sir, are you here to file a complaint against Fan Qingqing? The supervisor asked eagerly. Fan Qingqing's heart pounded in her chest. If Chu Tian complained, she was finished. Chu Tian shook his head slightly, his demeanor gentle and courteous. I just heard you were going to punish her. This incident was my fault, and I have no intention of blaming her. However, your hotel has its own regulations, and punishing her is part of those rules. I won't interfere. So, I'm here to pay the fine for her. You don't need to dock her salary or make things difficult for her. With that, Chu Tian took out a bank card and handed it to the supervisor. Whatever her monthly salary is, just deduct that amount from this card. The supervisor was stunned. In all her years working at the hotel, she had never encountered anything like this. The other waitresses stared, their mouths agape. A customer not only didn't complain about Fan Qingqing, nor did he plead for her, but instead acknowledged the punishment and then offered to pay the fine himself. What kind of god-tier customer was this? Fan Qingqing's lips parted in astonishment, revealing her pearly white teeth. She couldn't believe that Chu Tian would pay the fine for her. I'd rather not have to call your boss over, Chu Tian said calmly when he saw the supervisor hesitating. The supervisor snapped back to her senses. She took the card to process the payment for Fan Qingqing's fine. If this matter reached her boss, it would become a major issue, and she would likely be implicated. Sir, your card. The supervisor returned and respectfully handed the card back to Chu Tian. Chu Tian said nothing more and turned to leave. Sir, thank you. From behind him came Fan Qingqing's grateful voice, choked with emotion. Chu Tian gave a slight nod without turning back and walked away. Fan Qingqing's eyes grew moist. Back in the private room, she had overheard that this gentleman had a very ordinary job, just a simple librarian, earning only 3,000 or 4,000 a month. That was even less than her own salary. It was precisely because of this that he had been treated so coldly by his former classmates. And yet, even when he was being slighted by them, even when his own life was far from perfect, this gentleman still chose to help others. He had used his own meager income to pay her fine. Tears welled up in the corners of Fan Qingqing's eyes. In this unfamiliar city, she had just met the first true benefactor in her life. She would cherish this heartfelt gratitude forever. Chu Tian returned to the private room. Everyone was deep in pleasant conversation, with the topics mostly revolving around Hor Li and Zhao Dong. No one paid any attention to his return. Now that Chu Tian had fallen so low, there was no need to care about him anymore. In fact, they were deliberately avoiding him, afraid he might approach them for help. Like borrowing money, for instance. If they lent money to Chu Tian, he probably wouldn't even be able to pay it back. Idle, let me peel a shrimp for you. Seeing Chu Tian return, Yuya, who had been sullen all this time, finally felt a little better. She took the initiative to peel a shrimp for him. That's not necessary, Chu Tian said, shaking his head with a smile. But I already peeled it for you. If you don't eat it, I'll be very sad. Just one bite. Yuya looked at Chu Tian with a cute, pitiful expression. Chu Tian chuckled, picked up the peeled shrimp, and ate it slowly. A sweet smile spread across Yuya's pretty face. She was doing this on purpose. Now that everyone was ignoring her idol, he must be feeling terrible. By doing this, she wanted to make him feel that his former glory was still alive, that someone still worshipped him. Maybe then, he wouldn't feel so down. Nearby, Li Yin watched Yuya's actions and sneered inwardly. Asterisk Yuya, you are an absolute fool. Chu Tian is a complete failure, barely able to make ends meet, and you're still trying to suck up to him. Asterisk. Asterisk, do you really think Chu Tian will ever be successful again? That's impossible. Fawning over him like this will only hurt you in the end. Asterisk. Zhao Dong also saw this, and a cold feeling washed over him. The woman he was planning to pursue was being so attentive to another man. He felt as if he'd been cheated on. However, the thought that Chu Tian was now as pathetic as a stray dog quickly eased his mind. With his current status, he was confident that a strong pursuit would have Yuya falling into his arms. Master Chu, I didn't toast you earlier because, in my heart, you've always been the grand finale. Horley poured herself a glass of wine. Her smile bloomed like a flower as she gracefully approached Chu Tian's seat. The grand finale, of course, makes its appearance last. Now, I'd like to toast you personally. With her social grace, she skillfully glossed over the fact that she had completely ignored him before. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. No one understood what was happening. Zhao Dong and Li Yin were both baffled. Just a moment ago, Huoli couldn't even be bothered to look at Chu Tian. Why was she now so eagerly approaching him for a toast? Yuya felt happy for her idol. At last, he wasn't being ignored anymore. Receiving such a personal toast from Hor Li should make him feel better. Chu Tian smiled faintly, raised his glass, and took a cursory sip. Huoli drained her glass in one go. Yuya, let's switch seats. You can go sit where I was, Huoli said, looking at Yuya. Though she was smiling, her tone carried an air of authority that couldn't be refused. Okay. Faced with this version of Huoli, Yuya couldn't help but feel inferior. She instinctively stood up and gave Huoli her seat. Everyone was stunned. What was going on now? Huoli was actually trying to sit next to Chu Tian. This was a complete 180 from how she had been ignoring him earlier. Just as Huoli was about to take Yuya's seat, Chu Tian stood up. He addressed the group with his usual gentle elegance. My apologies, please continue without me. I'll be leaving now. With that, Chu Tian left the private room, not even sparing a glance for Huoli, who had been so obviously trying to curry favor with him. Idol, wait for me. Seeing Chu Tian leave, Yuya hurriedly chased after him. She had wanted to get out of there for a while now anyway. Everyone, I must be going as well, Huoli said apologetically after recovering from her surprise. She then quickly walked out. The remaining guests looked at each other in confusion. They never expected that Chu Tian's departure would lead to Yuya and even the host, Huoli, leaving as well. I suppose everyone's about done eating, Zhao Dong said, having lost his appetite. He had originally planned for them to go sing karaoke after dinner, but now it seemed pointless. With that, he ended the gathering. They took the elevator down to the hotel entrance. As Huoli got into the car she had called, she once again made a call me gesture by her ear. Looking at Chu Tian with alluring eyes, she said, Chu Tian, I'll be waiting for you. Chu Tian remained impassive. He said nothing. Yuya walked beside Chu Tian, heading toward the open-air parking lot. As they walked, she secretly glanced at the silent, ever-composed Chu Tian. Even though her idol had fallen on hard times, he was as captivating as ever. Being this close to him, she could feel his unique, charming aura even more strongly. It's just a shame he doesn't see me that way. Yuya mocked herself slightly. For someone like her idol, only a woman like Huoli was a worthy match. Huoli had already made her interest clear just now. Huoli and her idol together, they really were a match made in heaven. A wave of disappointment washed over her. The open-air parking lot wasn't far, and they arrived quickly. Just then, a group of people, old and young, all foreigners wearing glasses, walked out of the lot, engrossed in a conversation filled with academic jargon that was incomprehensible to the average person. Chu Tian was about to get his bicycle and leave when his gaze fell upon a blue Mercedes in the parking lot. There was a young man still inside the car. Next to his car was a business van with 4 people inside. Let me give you a ride, Chu Tian said to Yuya after a moment's thought. Okay. Yuya was overjoyed. She subconsciously started walking toward Chu Tian's bicycle parked at the edge of the lot. The thought of riding on the back of her idol's bike, spending a quiet moment with him, was like a dream come true. But after a few steps, she stopped. She saw her idol walking into the parking lot, and finally realized he meant he would walk her to her car. Yuya's face flushed with embarrassment. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. At that moment, Zhao Dong and the other classmates, having settled the bill, arrived at the parking lot. They had all driven, and their cars were parked there. Chu Tian, riding a bike must be tiring. How about I give you a lift? Zhao Dong said to Chu Tian with a smirk. Yeah, Chu Tian, we all have cars. Just tell us where you live. If it's on the way, we can give you a ride, the other classmates chimed in. However, very few of them were sincere. Li Yan, who remained silent, sneered inwardly. Asterisk, Chu Tian's bike is parked outside. He must have followed Yuya into the parking lot just to bum a ride off one of us. Asterisk. How pathetic. Has Chu Tian really fallen this far? That won't be necessary, Chu Tian replied, his voice as calm as ever. As the group entered the lot, the door of the blue Mercedes opened and a young man, Li Fei, stepped out. Simultaneously, the door of the adjacent business van slid open, and 4 hulking men emerged, standing behind him. I've been waiting for you for a while, Li Fei said, glancing at Chu Tian before his eyes settled on Yuya. What do you want? Yuya never imagined that just because she hadn't given up a parking spot for him earlier, Li Fei would actually wait here with a group of thugs. She had never been in a situation like this before. Terrified, she instinctively moved closer to Chu Tian. What do I want? Haha. Li Fei savored the look of fear on Yuya's face. A bottom feeder like her had dared to ignore him earlier. Now, he would teach her that people from the lower rungs of society should know their place. I'll show you what I want. Li Fei waved his hand and barked. Smash her car. Smash her car. Crash. Bang. Smash. At Li Fei's command, the four hulking men behind him pulled out sledgehammers and began relentlessly smashing them into Yuya's domestic car. You people. Yuya's face turned deathly pale. She wanted to rush forward and stop them, but she was too scared. All she could do was watch helplessly as her beloved car was brazenly destroyed. Everyone was stunned. They had no idea what was going on or why Li Fei was smashing Yuya's car. Chu Tian watched calmly, saying nothing. In no time, Yuya's car was a mangled wreck, a pile of scrap metal. Yuya trembled with rage. But what good was anger? She was just an ordinary person. What could she possibly do against a rich and powerful young master like Li Fei? She could only swallow her anger and humiliation. She bottled up all her fury and grievance inside. Why are you smashing Yuya's car? One of the classmates demanded angrily. Seeing that no one dared to intervene, Li Fei smiled with satisfaction. Let me tell you all, he said. This is what happens when you try to take a parking spot from me, Li Fei. I clearly got to the spot first. You were the one trying to take it from me. Yuya's eyes were red, filled with a mixture of anger and humiliation. What? You smashed her car over a parking spot. This is going too far. The classmates erupted in anger. Over a single parking spot, one that Li Fei had tried to steal from Yuya, no less. He had so arrogantly destroyed her car. This was pure bullying. What's the matter? You all look pretty angry. Li Fei looked at the crowd provocatively, a sneer on his face. I'll give you a chance. Any of you got the guts to try something? The four hulking men moved to stand behind him, glaring menacingly at the group. The classmates immediately fell silent. Though they were burning with rage, not a single one dared to step forward. Having been out in the real world for a while, they all knew that this Li Fei was someone they couldn't afford to cross. Yuya might be their classmate, but it wasn't worth provoking Li Fei and inviting disaster upon themselves for her sake. It was better to stay out of it. Li Fei's face was filled with contempt. These people thought they could stand up to him? They wouldn't dare, not even if they had 10 times the courage. Li Fei turned his gaze to Yuya, his tone mocking. You were ignoring me so boldly before. Why are you just swallowing your anger now? A superior smile spread across his face. I've smashed your car. What can you do about it? If you've got the guts, why don't you come smash my car? I'll even give you the chance. He picked up a sledgehammer and threw it on the ground with a loud clang. He looked at Yuya with disdain. My car, with all the modifications, is only worth about 4 million. It's not much. If you think you can afford to pay for it, go ahead and smash it. Yuya's face was ashen, her body trembling with fury. She desperately wanted to pick up that sledgehammer and destroy Li Fei's car, but she couldn't afford it. 4 million was an astronomical sum to her. The other classmates didn't dare to speak. This was the difference between a rich heir and an ordinary person. He could ruin you as a game. He could dare you to smash his car, and you wouldn't have the courage to do it. All you could do was swallow the humiliation. As for your car, I smashed it, so what? If you want to sue, go ahead. I can bankrupt you with the lawyer fees alone, Li Fei said, looking down on Yuya and the others as if they were ants. He relished the sight of these commoners, furious to their core, but utterly helpless. What a satisfying feeling of superiority. Chu Tian had watched calmly up to this point. Just as he was about to step forward, Zhao Dong beat him to it. Zhao Dong hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess and provoke Li Fei, but seeing Yuya clinging to Chu Tian in her fear, as if he were her protector, left a sour taste in his mouth. He also knew that this was the perfect opportunity to make Yuya fall for him. So he puffed out his chest and strode forward. And which green onion are you? Li Fei was intrigued that someone actually had the guts to step out. Someone who wasn't afraid to die. Interesting. I am Zhao Dong, a department manager at Xinyuan Group, Zhao Dong said, presenting his business card. Seeing Zhao Dong step forward, the classmates' spirits lifted. Among them, only Zhao Dong had some status and connections. By announcing his identity, Li Fei might show him some respect. They subconsciously glanced at Chu Tian, shaking their heads with a sigh. Chu Tian was once the top dog at their university, such a commanding presence. Now he had fallen so low, becoming a coward without a shred of his former glory. How sad, how pathetic. Li Yin shot a look at Chu Tian, then at Yuya, and sneered inwardly. See Yuya? The Chu Tian you've always worshipped is now as timid as a mouse. He's not even worthy of shining Zhao Dong's shoes. Yuya looked at Zhao Dong with some surprise. She hadn't expected him to stand up for her. She now realized that besides being a bit calculating, perhaps Zhao Dong had his good points too. Xinyuan Group? Ha ha. The moment Zhao Dong said the words Xinyuan Group, Li Fei burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He had wondered who it was, and it turned out to be someone from Xinyuan Group. He then took out his phone, dialed a number, and deliberately put it on speaker. "Hey, Su Guang, do you have a guy named Zhao Dong working under you? Some kind of manager?" "Yes, young Master Li. Zhao Dong is in charge of the sales department." "What's wrong? Did he offend you?" Li Fei hung up the phone directly and looked at the pale-faced Zhao Dong with a grin. "Do you know who I am now? Your Chairman Li's son?" Zhao Dong's face went white, and he froze on the spot. That single phone call from Li Fei instantly revealed his identity. He was the son of the chairman of their Xinyuan Group. "Good that you know." Li Fei smiled faintly, then his voice boomed. "Now get on your knees and clean my shoes." "Young Master Li, this. Zhao Dong was terrified. He never, ever imagined that he would end up offending the young master of Xinyuan Group. "You don't have to kneel and clean my shoes," Li Fei said, looking down at Zhao Dong. "But starting today, you're out of Xinyuan Group, and I can guarantee that you'll never find a foothold in Sioux City again." He thought this fearless guy was someone important, but it turned out he was just an employee of his family's company. A dog owned by his family dared to bite its master? What a joke. Thud. Yes, of course. I'll clean young Master Li's shoes." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Dong knelt before Li Fei and began respectfully wiping his shoes with his own clothes. He had worked his fingers to the bone to get to his current position at Xinyuan Group. With a mortgage and a car loan weighing him down, losing this job meant losing everything. The classmates stared in disbelief. The once imposing Zhao Dong was now kneeling on the ground like a dog, cleaning Li Fei's shoes. Lian couldn't believe her eyes. Just moments ago, she was thinking Chu Tian wasn't even fit to shine Zhao Dong's shoes. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Dong himself was on his knees before Li Fei like a dog trying to please its master. Yu was dumbfounded. When Zhao Dong had stepped forward for her, she had thought he might have some redeeming qualities. Who would have thought that this man had no backbone, no dignity at all? He had just kneeled. So impressive in front of them, but just a groveling dog in front of others. Anyone else? Li Fei, thoroughly pleased with Zhao Dong's performance, looked up at the crowd and demanded. Calm and composed, Chu Tian stepped forward. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the hotel, in a luxurious and spacious conference room, all the key managers of the hotel were gathered, more than 50 people in total. These same individuals, who were usually so imposing in front of outsiders, didn't dare to breathe too loudly here. Each of them looked on with a mixture of admiration and awe at the young man speaking eloquently, who had come personally today to outline the hotel's next strategic steps. Whenever he reached a key point, they all diligently took notes. This young man was Wang Xiao, the young master of the newly prominent Wang family of Sioux City. Click. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Wang Xiao frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. But when he saw that it was his cousin who had rushed in, the coldness vanished. "Cousin, what is it?" Wang Xiao asked, slightly annoyed. The hotel managers let out a collective sigh of relief. They knew their young master's temperament. He hated being interrupted during meetings. Thankfully, it was his cousin. Otherwise, they would all be facing punishment. "Cousin, something terrible has happened." Han Xian'er rushed to Wang Xiao's side and handed him a tablet. "Cousin, quick, look at the security footage from the parking lot." Wang Xiao opened the tablet, which displayed the live feed from the hotel's open-air parking lot. Swoosh. Mr. Chu. The moment he saw Chu Tian's figure on the screen, Wang Xiao's expression changed dramatically. He shot up from his seat. Quick, to the parking lot. He could tell from the footage in an instant that someone had provoked Mr. Chu. And he recognized the offender. That good-for-nothing Li Fei. Damn it, Li Fei, you blind fool. Wang Xiao was overcome with rage and panic. Even he had to be utterly respectful in Mr. Chu's presence. How dare a worthless dog like Li Fei be so blind as to provoke Mr. Chu? Worse, Li Fei had done it on his territory. If Mr. Chu held him responsible, he would be finished. No, his entire Wang family would be finished. The fate of the Xie family was a stark, cautionary tale. Wang Xiao cursed Li Fei's ancestors 18 generations back as he bolted out of the conference room. Who did young Master Wang see? The hotel managers were all bewildered. In their minds, this young Master Wang was an incredibly proud individual. Even when meeting with the top figures of Sioux City, he always carried himself with an air of arrogance. But now, this proud man had lost his composure, even looking panicked, after just a single glance at a screen. The managers quickly stood up and hurried out of the conference room after him. I didn't think there was another one who wasn't afraid to die. Back in the open-air parking lot, Li Fei was momentarily stunned when he saw Chu Tian step forward. Then he burst out laughing. Go on, introduce yourself like he did. Let's see which green onion you are. He kicked Zhao Dong, who was still cleaning his shoes, out of the way and looked at Chu Tian with amusement. He didn't even need to consider who Chu Tian was. A person who ran in the same circles as these commoners couldn't possibly have any significant status. He was just another ordinary person. The circle you belong to determines everything. The classmates were surprised to see Chu Tian step forward, but they all shook their heads. Even Zhao Dong ended up like a dog. The down-and-out Chu Tian would probably end up worse than a dog. He didn't even have that much self-awareness anymore. He's courting death, Li Yin sneered inwardly. Asterisk, does he still think he's the same old Chu Tian from university? Fool. You're not anymore. Asterisk. Chu Tian. Yuya snapped back to reality, her face turning deathly pale. She rushed forward and hugged Chu Tian from behind, terrified he would do something foolish for her sake. Chu Tian gently pulled Yuya's hands away and gave her a small smile. That smile, it left Yuya stunned. In Chu Tian's smile, she saw an indescribable confidence. Chu Tian walked straight forward. As he moved, he stretched out his right hand. The sledgehammer that Li Fei had thrown to the ground lifted off the pavement and flew directly into his grasp. Holding the sledgehammer, Chu Tian walked directly toward Li Fei. Seeing Chu Tian approach with the hammer, the smile on Li Fei's face gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of fear. For some reason, Chu Tian now exuded an aura that made his heart palpitate. As Chu Tian continued to advance without stopping, Li Fei grew genuinely afraid and hastily stepped aside. The four hulking men behind him had been terrified from the moment Chu Tian had summoned the hammer. That was telekinesis. The four of them also scrambled out of the way. Not a single person dared to block Chu Tian's path. Crash! Chu Tian reached Li Fei's blue Mercedes, worth over 4 million, and brought the hammer down. He had infused the blow with his spiritual energy. With just one strike, Li Fei's car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal, glass, and shrapnel flying everywhere. The four hulking men flinched in terror. The four of them had spent a good while smashing Yuya's car to pieces. Chu Tian had destroyed Li Fei's car with a single blow. They could now see that Chu Tian was definitely a martial arts master. You dare smash my car? Do you know who I am? You're in for it now. You're in deep shit. Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Tian. An ordinary person dared to smash his car? He was simply courting death. You will buy her a new car. You will also compensate her with 1 million for emotional distress. Finally, you will kneel and apologize to her. Chu Tian casually tossed the sledgehammer aside and looked at Li Fei calmly. Do all of this, and I won't lower myself to your level. What did you say? You want me to do what? Li Fei's eyes were wide with disbelief, as if he had just seen a ghost. This guy smashed his car, then demanded he buy Yuya a new one, pay her 1 million in compensation, and then had the audacity to tell him to kneel and apologize. And that final line about not lowering himself to his level. He was even more arrogant and conceited than Li Fei himself. The classmates stared, dumbfounded. They all shook their heads. Chu Tian must have gone mad to say something so audacious. That man is the young master of a publicly listed corporation. And who are you? Young Master Li, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll find a way to pay for the damage to your car as soon as possible, Yuya said, her face pale as she ran forward and repeatedly apologized to Li Fei. You have 1 minute. This is your last chance, Chu Tian stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Chu Tian, Yuya was so angry she could have died. She was doing everything she could to apologize for him, to quell Li Fei's anger and protect him. But what was Chu Tian doing? He was completely ungrateful and was still provoking Li Fei. Chu Tian is a lost cause. Does he still think he's back in university? What an ungrateful bastard. He's dragged Yuya down with him. Yuya's kindness was completely wasted on a dog. The classmates couldn't watch anymore, infuriated by Chu Tian's foolishness. They all felt it was a waste for Yuya to defend him like this. And now, Yuya had gotten herself into trouble too. Asterisk Yuya. Oh Yuya, you gave him your heart, but he doesn't appreciate it. In the end, you've only harmed yourself. Asterisk Li Yin sneered inwardly. Zhao Dong, standing to the side like a dog, was smirking coldly. When he saw Chu Tian step forward and smash Li Fei's car with one domineering blow, he had been shaken. He had acted like a dog before Li Fei, but Chu Tian had made Li Fei afraid. The comparison made him want to die of shame. But now, Chu Tian's outrageous claims made him ecstatic. Chu Tian, Oh Chu Tian, daring to speak so brazenly to young Master Li. You're not long for this world. Huh? Who do you think you are? Li Fei was so enraged by Chu Tian's words that he laughed. No one had ever dared to be so shameless in front of him. Do you think you're one of the big shots living in Julong Manor? You have 50 seconds left, Chu Tian said calmly. I think you're looking for a death wish. Li Fei's eyes narrowed, his face turning cold. An ordinary person daring to threaten him? This was fucking unbelievable. However, just as he was about to order his men to attack, a rush of hurried footsteps was heard. Young Master Wang. Li Fei looked over and was shocked to see Wang Xiao leading a group of people, rushing over frantically. He had no idea why Wang Xiao would personally come here with such a large entourage. Who is that? My God, it's Wang Xiao? I've seen him on the news. Me too. He's one of Sioux City's 10 outstanding youths, and was one of last year's People of the Year. His family is one of the new 4 great families of Sioux City. Not only that, the Wang family lives in Julong Manor, a true symbol of status and position. In our entire Tianan province, only 36 families are qualified to live in Julong Manor, and the Wang family is one of them. Recognizing Wang Xiao, the classmates were all shocked and excited. To them, Wang Xiao was a legendary figure. To actually meet him in person filled them with an indescribable excitement. Why would he come here with such a large group? They all wondered. Chu Tian is really in for it now, Li Yin said with a sneer, her eyes fixated on the approaching Wang Xiao. The others nodded and sighed. Chu Tian had caused such a scene here without any self-awareness. Now that Wang Xiao had arrived, Chu Tian was bound to face a terrible fate. They just hoped they wouldn't get dragged into it. Asterisk Chu Tian, even the heavens want you dead. You might have survived Li Fei, but now that Wang Xiao is here, you have no chance of survival. Asterisk Zhao Dong thought to himself. The moment Yuya saw Wang Xiao, all the color drained from her face. It's over. She also recognized Wang Xiao. His status and position were countless times greater than Li Fei's. His arrival here must be because of this incident. She and Chu Tian were just ordinary people, while Li Fei was a rich young master. With such a disparity in status, it was obvious that Wang Xiao would make an example of them, not Li Fei. Young Master Wang, what brings you here? Li Fei asked, rushing forward to greet him with feigned humility. Thump! Without a word, Wang Xiao kicked Li Fei straight to the ground and led his entourage directly to Chu Tian. Mr. Chu, he bowed deeply to Chu Tian, trembling with reverence and fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. On the run from the hotel, he had been watching the security footage on his tablet and had seen how badly Li Fei had offended Chu Tian. He was genuinely terrified that Mr. Chu, in a fit of rage, would bring ruin upon the Wang family. The hotel managers behind him were stunned. Who was this ordinary-looking young man that even Wang Xiao would bow to with such trepidation? Not daring to be disrespectful, they all quickly bowed as well. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, falling into an eerie silence. The classmates' minds were buzzing as they gawked at Chu Tian in disbelief. The legendary Wang Xiao was actually bowing to Chu Tian, and with such a look of fear and reverence. Zhao Dong felt as if his heart was about to explode. He had thought Wang Xiao's arrival would be Chu Tian's death sentence, but he never imagined this would be the outcome. Even the young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, had to bow to Chu Tian with such fear. Li Yan's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. How is this possible? Why would Wang Xiao be so afraid of Chu Tian? Yes, she could clearly see that Wang Xiao was afraid of Chu Tian. Yuya covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at Chu Tian beside her. The sheer shock of the reversal left her unable to process what was happening. Just moments ago, she had been furious with Chu Tian for his recklessness. But who knew that he was speaking the truth, that he truly had the power to back up his words? Chu Tian, his expression as calm as still water, gave a slight nod to Wang Xiao. Thump! At that moment, Li Fei suddenly scrambled over and knelt directly in front of Yuya. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I sincerely apologize to you now. Li Fei knelt before Yuya, frantically slapping his own face as he apologized. Yuya was completely bewildered. Just a short while ago, she was the one apologizing to Li Fei in terror. In the blink of an eye, Li Fei was kneeling before her, begging for forgiveness. Mr. Chu, I'll agree to all the conditions you mentioned, doubled. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please, I beg you, spare my worthless life. From now on, I will turn over a new leaf. Li Fei then scrambled to prostrate himself before Chu Tian, his entire body trembling, not even daring to lift his head. The moment he saw Wang Xiao bow to Chu Tian with such fear, he had been scared witless. He instantly realized he had provoked someone he should never have provoked. He might be a spoiled brat, but he wasn't an idiot. Wang Xiao was the young master of the Wang family of Sioux City, someone qualified to live in Julong Manor. Crushing him would be as easy as crushing a fly. Could he afford to offend someone that even Wang Xiao feared so much? Without hesitation, he had made the wisest choice. You are very lucky. You made your choice in the final few seconds, Chu Tian said calmly. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your mercy. Li Fei said gratefully, remaining prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. He felt as if he had just been saved from the brink of death. Chu Tian had no more interest in Li Fei and turned to leave. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something. After a moment's thought, he said to Wang Xiao, "Your hotel has an employee named Fan Qingqing. If you can, help her out." Mr. Chu, I understand, Wang Xiao replied respectfully, committing the name to memory. Although it was a casual remark from Chu Tian to Wang Xiao, it was a major directive that he wouldn't dare to neglect. Mr. Chu, let me see you out. That's not necessary. Chu Tian waved his hand dismissively and walked away alone. Chu Tian's former classmates, especially Zhao Dong and Li Yin, were completely dumbfounded. The famous Wang Xiao had rushed here in a panic, first bowing to Chu Tian with utmost reverence, and now, a single sentence from Chu Tian was treated like a royal decree that Wang Xiao dared not defy. The whole scene had left them utterly shell-shocked. They couldn't believe that Chu Tian, whom they had considered a failure, possessed such terrifying power. Chu Tian. Yuya snapped back to her senses. Seeing Chu Tian leaving alone, she hurriedly chased after him. Now she knew. Her idol had not fallen. Her idol was still the same idol as before. He was still that godlike man. Quick, follow him. Right, let's go. The other classmates also hurried after them, completely forgetting how they had snubbed and looked down on Chu Tian earlier. Li Yin, showing no shame at all, followed along with the crowd. Her gaze, now fixed on Chu Tian's back, was filled with a new light. Zhao Dong was among them. If there was one person with the least shame, it was him. From the moment Chu Tian appeared, he had been the one instigating trouble, deliberately making everyone ostracize and look down on Chu Tian. He had taken every opportunity to belittle him. Yet now, his face was filled with a fanatical admiration for Chu Tian. Chu Tian walked out of the parking lot. As he approached his bicycle, he saw from a distance a group of people gathered around it, seemingly discussing something. He had seen this group before. They were the foreign scholars who had been leaving the parking lot when he first arrived. Professor Wilson, did you just say this bicycle contains Genesis metal? A young foreigner asked in astonishment. They were all scholars from America. The elderly foreigner called Wilson was a renowned scholar and scientist, famous throughout the world. I don't believe I'm mistaken. While I can't determine if the entire bicycle is made of Genesis metal, these two locks on the front and back wheels should be, Wilson said after a moment of contemplation. Oh my God, how is that possible? The young man's mouth hung open in shock. His other companions were equally stunned. Genesis metal is the material used in sixth-generation fighter jets. Even with current technology, using it on a sixth-generation fighter jet is a criminal waste. How could someone possibly use it on a bicycle? Even though Genesis metal was developed by China, they can't possibly have enough to use on a bicycle, right? If word of this got out, the whole world would go crazy. All our countries begged and pleaded, spent enormous sums, and practically knelt at China's doorstep, and only then did China agree to a limited export of Genesis metal. And it was the defective kind. We could never get our hands on the real thing, let alone reverse engineer it. Even so, countries fought tooth and nail for it, almost coming to blows. And now, Professor Wilson, you're telling us that Genesis metal was used on this ordinary bicycle? The group of foreign scholars simply couldn't accept it. To every country, Genesis metal was a priceless treasure. Nations vied for it, and even their powerful United States had to bow its proud head and beg China. And such a priceless treasure was used on a bicycle? They felt like God was playing a cruel joke on them. Perhaps I was mistaken, Wilson said, starting to doubt himself. He too felt that using Genesis metal on a bicycle was a massive prank played on him by God. It is indeed not Genesis metal, Chu Tian said, walking into the group. And you are? Wilson asked, surprised to see Chu Tian. Chu Tian ignored him and got on the bicycle. The moment his hands gripped the handlebars, the two locks on the front and rear wheels automatically disengaged and merged seamlessly with the bike's frame. Chu Tian rode off on his bicycle. See, Professor? It's not Genesis metal. I knew it. Even if China created Genesis metal, they wouldn't be insane enough to use it on a bicycle. What they didn't know was that Chu Tian hadn't finished his sentence. Genesis metal was just his leftovers. It indeed doesn't seem like Genesis metal, Wilson said, shaking his head slightly. He had carefully observed the transformation of the locks as they disengaged, and it was completely different from the Genesis metal he knew. However, even if it's not Genesis metal, this seemingly ordinary bicycle probably costs at least 10 million to make. Let's go. Wilson sighed with emotion. He could already tell that while Chu Tian's bicycle looked ordinary, the materials used were undoubtedly priceless. With a sigh, he led the group toward the hotel. T10 million? Chu Tian's classmates, who had just arrived, overheard Wilson's words and understood he was talking about the value of Chu Tian's bicycle. They all froze on the spot. Zhao Dong and Li Yin, in particular, looked as if they had been turned to stone. They had just been mocking Chu Tian for his bicycle. But who could have imagined that it was worth at least 10 million? 10 million was an astronomical sum to them. Yet, a bicycle that Chu Tian casually rode was worth that much. The irony was that they had looked down on Chu Tian because of this very bicycle. Thinking back on it now, they felt like a bunch of clowns. Yuya paid no attention to any of this. She stared blankly at Chu Tian's departing figure. Her heart was filled with a sense of loss. After today, she didn't know if she would ever see her idol again. Virum. Just then, the roar of an engine filled the air. A brand-new, red Maserati Quattroporte, worth over 1.8 million and still without license plates, drove up and stopped in front of Yuya. At the same time, Wang Xiao approached with his entourage. The person who got out of the car respectfully handed the keys to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao took the keys and walked over to Yuya. Yuya, he said politely, this car is compensation from Li Fei. It's all paid for. I didn't know what kind of car you liked, so I took the liberty of choosing one for you. No, I can't accept this, Yuya said, quickly shaking her head. Wang Xiao smiled. So you don't like this car? How about this? I'll personally accompany you to pick out a car you like, until you're satisfied. No, that's not what I mean. This car is too valuable, Yuya explained hastily. You probably don't know how much weight a single word from Mr. Chu carries. If you don't accept this car, I might not have a place to stand in the future, Wang Xiao said with a smile, pressing the car keys into Yuya's hand. Yuya stood there, stiffly holding the keys. For a moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. This check is for the emotional distress compensation Li Fei promised Mr. Chu, doubled. It's for 2 million, Wang Xiao said, taking out a check and handing it to Yuya. I can't take this either, Yuya said, backing away in fright. She was genuinely scared. Wang Xiao kicked the bruised and swollen Li Fei standing beside him. The reason Li Fei was in that state was because Wang Xiao had beaten him. Li Fei snapped to his senses and quickly pleaded with Yuya. Miss, I'm begging you. Please take it. Have a heart, take pity on me. If you don't, I'll kneel for you again. He was a completely different person from the arrogant man he was before. Back in the parking lot, while Wang Xiao was furiously beating him, he had said one thing. You'd better pray to every god you know that Mr. Chu doesn't hold a grudge against you. Otherwise, your entire family is finished. The memory of those words still made him tremble. Wang Xiao hadn't told him who that Mr. Chu was, but the fact that even Wang Xiao was so terrified of him and had said those words made it clear he wasn't bluffing. Now, his only prayer was that Yuya would accept all his compensation, so that Mr. Chu would hopefully not give him a second thought. Please, take it, Wang Xiao said, stepping forward and placing the check in Yuya's hand. Then, Wang Xiao took out another check, filled it out, and gave it to Yuya with a smile. For something like this to happen at our hotel, I also bear responsibility. This is a small token of my apology. The check was also for 2 million. This, Yuya stood there in a daze. It felt like she was in an unreal dream. She stared blankly at the luxury car keys and the 4 million in checks in her hands. As she looked, her eyes slowly began to turn red. All of this was because of a single word from her idol. She didn't know what she was feeling right now, but when she thought of his departing figure, a mist couldn't help but cloud her eyes. Sigh, if we had known Chu Tian was a hidden super tycoon, we wouldn't have been so snobbish. Turns out we were the foolish ones. Chu Tian was a godlike figure back in university. How could someone like that ever fall from grace? I'm so jealous of Yuya. The other classmates watched all this, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. Every one of them was filled with regret, especially Li Yan. She was regretting her actions so much it hurt. She had actually told Yu to stay away from Chu Tian, mocking her for defending him so foolishly. Now, Yu had become the object of her envy and jealousy. Wang Xiao returned to the hotel. As he walked, he reviewed the day's security footage. Finally, he found the footage of Chu Tian in the hallway. He then turned to his assistant. Assistant Shui, go find a waitress named Fan Qingqing and bring her to my office. As Mr. Chu was leaving, he had casually mentioned that he should help Fan Qingqing if he could. Though it was a casual remark from Mr. Chu, to him, it was like an imperial decree that he dared not neglect in the slightest. From the security footage, he had already determined that the waitress standing next to Mr. Chu must be Fan Qingqing. Yes, young Master Wang. Assistant Shui didn't dare to delay and hurried off to find Fan Qingqing. At that moment, in an office on the first floor of the hotel, Fan Qingqing's face was pale. The hand clutching a notice was trembling uncontrollably. Manager, why am I being fired? The notice in her hand was her termination letter. Fan Qingqing's red-rimmed eyes, filled with a sense of injustice, looked at the man behind the desk. She didn't understand why she was being fired so suddenly. You explained the reason to her, the lobby manager said, glancing dismissively at Fan Qingqing before turning to the supervisor standing beside her. The supervisor smiled. It's because you spilled a drink on a customer, which has damaged the hotel's reputation. The hotel has decided to terminate your employment. But that gentleman didn't complain about me. Fan Qingqing argued back reasonably. And you've already punished me. Why are you firing me now? Heh, we did punish you. But don't forget who paid the fine for you. The supervisor said with a sinister smile. I don't understand what you mean, Fan Qingqing said, her face pale. She had a sinking feeling that her dismissal was because the supervisor and the others were using this incident against her. It's clear proof that your conduct is improper. You were using your wiles on a customer, deliberately trying to seduce him. The supervisor sneered. I did not, Fan Qingqing said, her eyes turning red with frustration. Fan Qingqing, just stop denying it. There was another woman in the office named Zhao Xiu. She was Fan Qingqing's colleague and one of the waitresses who had been serving in Chu Tian's private room. She looked at Fan Qingqing with a smile. I've been the one training you all this time, so I know your work ethic very well. You've never made a mistake before, but you made one this time. What does that tell you? It means you were deliberately trying to seduce that customer, to get his attention so he would notice you. The supervisor knew about this because Zhao Xiu had deliberately tattled. I didn't. I had no such intention, Fan Qingqing said, shaking her head repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. You can't deny it. I saw the whole thing clearly. Zhao Xiu smiled playfully. Tell me, you've always been so meticulous and careful at work. Why was it that when you saw that customer today, you were so distracted staring at him that you spilled a drink on him? She had been in charge of training Fan Qingqing since she arrived at the hotel. At first, seeing that Fan Qingqing was from the countryside, she had been quite diligent in training her. But later, Fan Qingqing's abilities proved to be too strong. Her performance evaluation scores quickly surpassed her own. She began to envy and resent Fan Qingqing. How could she tolerate being outdone so quickly by someone she had trained herself? From then on, she looked for every opportunity to push Fan Qingqing out. Today, she had finally found the perfect chance. Normally, today's incident was a minor issue. As long as the customer didn't complain, there wouldn't even be a fine. But she had to embellish the story, turning a small matter into a big one to get Fan Qingqing kicked out of the hotel. Fan Qingqing, with tears in her eyes, couldn't explain. The reason she had been staring at Chu Tian was because she saw him being ostracized and left alone by his classmates. As someone from the countryside, she deeply understood the feeling of being looked down upon. She had looked at Chu Tian with curiosity and found him to be very unique, not at all like someone who was down on their luck. She had become lost in thought, wondering why such a unique person would be treated with such contempt. In that moment of distraction, she had made a huge mistake. How could she possibly explain all of this? Haha, you have nothing to say? So you admit you were shamelessly trying to seduce him. Zhao Xiu chuckled, a triumphant smile on her face. Of course, women from the countryside are all like that, scheming to find a rich man so they don't have to work anymore. So shameless. That's not it. Faced with Zhao Xiu's mockery and humiliation, the tears welling in Fan Qingqing's eyes finally streamed down her face. Being falsely accused like this by Zhao Xiu filled her heart with grievance. But, Being unaccustomed to office politics, she was unable to defend herself. Fan Xingqing, since you've admitted it, pack your things now. Leave the hotel. We have no place for someone with such a corrupt character, the supervisor said, her voice cold but laced with a hint of relief. Fan Xingqing was simply too outstanding. In less than a month, her performance evaluation scores were already catching up to hers. Even though she had deliberately tried to suppress her, it was no use. Fan Xingqing's scores continued to rise rapidly. If this continued, Fan Xingqing would sooner or later replace her. She had struggled for years to get promoted to this position. How could she be willing to be replaced by a country girl like Fan Xingqing? Fan Xingqing shed tears of humiliation. She didn't understand why these people were treating her this way. She had come here to work, wanting only to earn money diligently and send it back home. She had no other intentions. So why were they framing her? Fan Xingqing, actually, given your previously excellent work performance, I can still give you a chance. The lobby manager behind the desk stood up and walked over. Really? Fan Xingqing's face lit up with hope. She looked expectantly at the approaching manager. So, the manager was a good person after all, willing to give her a chance. Of course, the lobby manager came to stand before Fan Xingqing. After looking her up and down, he handed her a slip of paper. This is my address, he said with a meaningful look. If you understand what I mean, you won't be fired. Fan Xingqing froze. As naive as she was, she understood the manager's implication. Compared to the supervisor and Zhao Xiao, this lobby manager was the most wicked and evil of them all. I choose to be fired. Although Fan Xingqing desperately needed this job, she valued herself more. Poor in wealth, but not in spirit. You don't know what's good for you. Get out of the hotel right now. The lobby manager's face darkened. When Fan Xingqing first came to the hotel, he had been attracted by her striking appearance and her untainted innocence. He had made various advances toward her, but Fan Xingqing had always pretended not to notice. He had long wanted to possess her, but had never succeeded. Being rejected so directly to his face now was extremely embarrassing for him. I will leave. But give me my salary for this month, and the fine that Mr. Chu paid for me. Give it all back to me, Fan Xingqing said, biting her lip in humiliation. You still want your salary? The lobby manager's voice turned cold. Your corrupt character has seriously damaged the hotel's reputation. The fact that the hotel isn't making you pay for the damages is already a mercy. Exactly. A shameless person like her still wants to be paid. How thick-skinned can you be? Zhao Xiao said sarcastically. Fan Xingqing, just hurry up and leave. Our hotel doesn't need people like you. If you don't go now, the security guards will throw you out, and that will be even more humiliating, the supervisor said with a faint smile. With Fan Xingqing gone, no one would be able to threaten her position anymore. An endless sense of grievance filled Fan Xingqing's heart, causing tears to stream down her face. She had just arrived in this strange city, only to encounter so many bad people. No one was there to help her. No, there was one person. Fan Xingqing thought of the calm and handsome Mr. Chu, who always had a gentle smile on his face. In this strange city, he was the first person willing to help her. He was the only good person she had met. Even when his own life was difficult, Mr. Chu could face it with a smile and use his meager income to help her. She had to be strong too. Why should she cry in front of these bad people? She had to be like Mr. Chu and face life with a smile. She wiped the tears from her face and resolutely turned to leave. Click! Just as Fan Xingqing reached the office door and was about to open it, the door was opened from the outside. Fan Xingqing, Assistant Shui, who had opened the door, came face to face with Fan Xingqing as she was about to leave. He had already looked up her file when he came to find her, which included her photo. Assistant Shui. Before the stunned Fan Xingqing could react, the lobby manager rushed over. The lobby manager was shocked to see Assistant Shui. He recognized him. This was young Master Wang's assistant. Although he didn't have any real power, he was always with young Master Wang. Even the hotel's top managers had to be polite to Assistant Shui and dared not show any disrespect. His arrival here now made the lobby manager feel incredibly flattered. You blind fool. The lobby manager cursed inwardly at Fan Xingqing for blocking the doorway. He shoved her aside without a second thought. Fan Xingqing stumbled, nearly falling over. Seeing Fan Xingqing being pushed and almost falling, Assistant Shui was horrified. He immediately stepped forward and slapped the lobby manager across the face. Slap. The lobby manager staggered back from the force of the blow. He clutched his stinging face, looking at Assistant Shui in bewilderment. Assistant Shui, what was that for? The slap had completely stunned him. He had no idea what had just happened. The supervisor and Zhao Xiu in the room were also dumbfounded, unable to believe that Assistant Shui would slap the lobby manager without a word as soon as he arrived. Fan Qingqing, are you alright? Assistant Shui asked Fan Qingqing anxiously. This Fan Qingqing, though from the countryside and just an ordinary waitress, was someone Mr. Chu himself had mentioned. Back in the parking lot, he had personally witnessed how terrified his own young Master Wang was of that Mr. Chu. It was no exaggeration to say that young Master Wang didn't even dare to breathe too loudly in front of him. Furthermore, young Master Wang was treating Mr. Chu's casual remark as an imperial decree to be carried out. Fan Qingqing was someone Mr. Chu had specifically mentioned, and this damn lobby manager dared to push her? If Fan Qingqing had been hurt in any way, who could possibly bear that responsibility? I'm fine, Fan Qingqing said, looking at Assistant Shui in a daze. She still had no idea what was going on. Assistant Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to ask Fan Qingqing to come with him to see young Master Wang, he noticed the paper she was clutching in her hand. He glanced at it instinctively. That one glance nearly scared him out of his wits. It was a termination notice for Fan Qingqing. Who the hell is firing Fan Qingqing? Veins bulged on Assistant Shui's forehead as he glared at the lobby manager. Fan Qingqing was the person Mr. Chu had asked young Master Wang to help, a task young Master Wang was treating as a sacred command. And someone had the gall to fire her. If Mr. Chu found out about this, even young Master Wang would be in deep trouble. Assistant Shui, this. The lobby manager was so frightened by Assistant Shui's expression that he started to tremble. He never imagined that firing Fan Qingqing would provoke such a terrifying reaction from Assistant Shui. He wanted to explain it was all a misunderstanding to cover it up, but he was so scared his teeth were chattering, and he couldn't even speak clearly. You son of a bitch. Thump. Enraged, Assistant Shui lunged forward and kicked the lobby manager to the ground. Assistant Shui, Fan Qingqing's dismissal. There's a reason for it. The supervisor stammered, her face pale with fear, instinctively trying to explain. However, before she could finish her sentence, a slap from Assistant Shui cut her off. Slap. Assistant Shui slapped the supervisor to the ground, then turned his furious gaze to the trembling Zhao Xiu. Were you in on this too? Zhao Xiu was shaking uncontrollably. Before she could get a word out, Assistant Shui, in his rage, slapped her to the ground as well. Assistant Shui was truly furious now. These three bastards had ganged up to bully Fan Qingqing. It was a good thing he had arrived in time. If Fan Qingqing had really been fired, he couldn't imagine the terrible consequences when Mr. Chu's wrath descended upon them. The lobby manager, the supervisor, and Zhao Xiu, all on the floor, stared blankly at Assistant Shui. Even now, they still had no idea what was going on. Isn't Fan Qingqing just an ordinary girl from the countryside? So what if she was fired? Why was Assistant Shui so enraged? Fan Qingqing, young Master Wang wants to see you. Please come with me, Assistant Shui said, approaching Fan Qingqing with great courtesy. He was like a completely different person from the terrifying, enraged man of a moment ago. Fan Qingqing's mind was a blank. She still had no clue what was happening. You three, come with me to see young Master Wang. A few moments later, Assistant Shui took the elevator, bringing Fan Qingqing and the three others to an office on the top floor. You three, wait outside the door, Assistant Shui said coldly to the lobby manager before opening the door and leading the still bewildered Fan Qingqing into the office. The three of them stood by the door, trembling with fear. The terror they felt was like that of criminals awaiting their sentence. Fan Qingqing entered the spacious and luxurious office and saw a strikingly handsome young man sitting behind a mahogany desk, looking through a file. Why young Master Wang? Fan Qingqing stammered upon seeing the young man. She was so nervous that she subconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes. This was the young master of the esteemed Wang group. Someone like her had no right to even meet him. You don't need to be so formal, Wang Xiao said, closing the file and walking out from behind the desk. He spoke to Fan Qingqing kindly. Originally, I was planning to promote you to a department manager. Department manager? Fan Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe that this young Master Wang had called her here to promote her. However, I've looked at your file. Your education level is too low. You dropped out before finishing your first year of university. Wang Xiao smiled as he looked at Fan Qingqing. Seeing her nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, he continued. Moreover, you lack experience in the professional world. Given your current personality and education, making you a department manager right away would actually be doing you a disservice. Fan Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her own limitations and was well aware that she wasn't cut out to be a department manager. As she was now, she couldn't even stand up for herself against that supervisor. If she became a manager, she would be eaten alive by the office politics. So, I'm going to place you in our talent program. We will sponsor your further education, and once you've completed it, I will place you in a suitable position. Wang Xiao continued with a kind smile. This talent program is for the entire Wang Group, not just this hotel. In the future, you can use your abilities to achieve great things anywhere within our corporation. At the same time, while you are studying, all your expenses will be covered by the Wang family. You will also receive a monthly salary of 10,000, plus quarterly and year-end bonuses. This final decision was one he had reached after careful consideration, meticulously pondering Mr. Chu's words. Mr. Chu had told him to help Fan Qingqing if he could. After carefully mulling over this sentence, he understood Mr. Chu's meaning. He had to help Fan Qingqing, but not recklessly. He couldn't harm her. He had to act according to her actual situation. Ultimately, he came up with this plan. In truth, the Wang Group had no such talent program. It was Mr. Chu's words that had made him rack his brains, leading to a sudden spark of inspiration. This not only helped Fan Qingqing, but also created a talent reserve for their Wang Group. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly grateful to Mr. Chu. A casual remark from Mr. Chu had enlightened him. What was the most important thing for a corporation? A reserve of talent. Are there any conditions? Fan Qingqing asked timidly. Nothing in life is free. She was afraid this young Master Wang would propose the same wicked conditions as the lobby manager. There are no conditions whatsoever. You don't need to sign any contract. In fact, after you return from your studies, you are free to choose whether to stay with the Wang Group or leave, Wang Xiao said with a smile. This was someone Mr. Chu had asked him to help. He wouldn't dare to impose any conditions, even if he had the courage. Then, why are you helping me? Fan Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Because you met a very powerful benefactor. As Wang Xiao said this, his expression turned solemn, with even a hint of worship. A powerful benefactor? Fan Qingqing suddenly thought of Chu Tian. Chu Tian was the first benefactor she had met. However, Fan Qingqing knew that the benefactor Wang Xiao was referring to couldn't be Chu Tian. Chu Tian was treated so coldly by his classmates, and was just a librarian. How could he be the powerful benefactor Wang Xiao spoke of? This powerful benefactor must be young Master Wang himself. Fan Qingqing ultimately agreed to join the Wang Group's talent program. At that moment, Assistant Shui approached Wang Xiao and whispered what had happened earlier in his ear. Damned fools. Bring them in. Wang Xiao's face instantly turned ice cold. While he was racking his brains to help Fan Qingqing according to Mr. Chu's wishes, someone was trying to fire her. You three come in. Assistant Shui opened the door and looked grimly at the three trembling figures standing outside. The three of them scrambled into the office, trembling. When they saw Wang Xiao's icy expression, their faces instantly drained of color. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to their knees. Young Master Wang, it was our ignorance. We'll never do it again. Young Master Wang, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us this one time. The three of them knelt on the floor, completely consumed by fear. Wang Xiao's cold face told them everything. Fan Qingqing had a terrifying background. By bullying and firing her, they had made a catastrophic mistake. Young Master Wang probably wanted to kill them. In front of young Master Wang, they were truly just ants that could be crushed without a trace. At this thought, an overwhelming fear made them tremble uncontrollably. Especially Zhao Xiao, the main culprit behind the whole affair. She was so terrified that she lost control of her bladder. Wang Xiao genuinely felt like killing these three right now. He didn't even dare to imagine the terrible consequences he would face if the person Mr. Chu had asked him to help was fired by his own subordinates. The person you should be begging is not me, but Fan Qingqing, Wang Xiao said, suppressing his rage. Fan Qingqing, it was my fault. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again. No, there won't be a next time. Qingqing, I was the one who trained you when you first came to the hotel. For old time's sake, please let me go, okay? Yes, Qingqing, I've always been good to you too. It was just a moment of foolishness. I promise it will never happen again. The lobby manager, the supervisor, and Zhao Xiao all knelt before Fan Qingqing, weeping and begging for their lives. They could feel that Wang Xiao wanted to kill them. Right now, Fan Qingqing was their only lifeline. Fan Qingqing stared blankly at the three of them. She felt a sense of surrealism. Just a short while ago, these three had been bullying her so brazenly. In front of them, she had been powerless to fight back, no matter how wrong she felt. Yet now, they were kneeling before her, desperately begging for her forgiveness. Fan Qingqing subconsciously looked at Wang Xiao. This must all be because of young Master Wang. Young Master Wang must be my powerful benefactor. Fan Qingqing looked at the handsome young Master Wang, momentarily lost in thought. Her heart filled with gratitude for him. If it weren't for young Master Wang, she would still be that insignificant country girl, suffering humiliation without any power to resist. If it weren't for young Master Wang, she wouldn't have this opportunity to look forward to the future. It was young Master Wang who had pulled her out of endless humiliation and given her a future. Fan Qingqing stared at Wang Xiao in a daze. In her eyes, his figure grew taller and grander. But for some reason, the image of the calm and handsome Mr. Chu, his face always carrying a gentle smile, inexplicably appeared in her mind. As dusk settled, the city lights began to glow, and Sioux City transitioned from a bustling metropolis into a beautiful nightscape. Around evening, Chu Tian rode his bicycle back to Julong Manor. Mr. Chu, seeing Chu Tian return, Xiaozhang quickly and respectfully bowed to him. Chu Tian gave a slight nod and rode his bicycle into Julong Manor. Mr. Chu, the security captain, Chu Shan, who was just returning from patrol, also hurriedly bowed respectfully upon seeing Chu Tian. The security team members beside him dared not show any disrespect, and all bowed as well. Chu Tian nodded and rode away. After Chu Tian disappeared from sight, Xiaozhang ran up to his captain, curious. Captain, is Mr. Chu always dressed so simply? Does he ride his bicycle every day? Chu Shan nodded. Xiaozhang was surprised. Mr. Chu lives in Langshan Villa, so he must be very rich. Why does he live like this every day? He looks no different from an ordinary person, maybe even a bit less well-off. Chu Shan shot Xiaozhang a sideways glance, speechless. If you knew that Mr. Chu's seemingly ordinary outfit and that seemingly ordinary bicycle are worth an astronomical sum, you wouldn't think that way. No way. Xiaozhang's mouth fell open in shock. Don't look so clueless, Chu Shan chided with a laugh. Let me tell you, what Mr. Chu has is true understated luxury. How can I not see it? Xiaozhang scratched his head. If even you could see it, could it still be called understated luxury? Chu Shan said, exasperated. Xiaozhang felt a bit embarrassed, then remarked with emotion. Mr. Chu possesses such immense power, yet he's not only low-key, but also so approachable. There are very few people like him. Mr. Chu is indeed very approachable. Chu Shan spoke from the heart, but then his tone shifted. However, if you were to see Mr. Chu's other side, you probably wouldn't think he's so approachable anymore. The next time you saw him, you would feel a fear that comes from the very depths of your soul. Xiaozhang was stunned. His captain was not only a former Special Forces soldier who had been through the crucible of war, but he was also now a martial arts practitioner of considerable strength. At the very least, he, a special reconnaissance soldier, couldn't even take a single blow from his captain. And such a powerful person was saying that after seeing Mr. Chu's other side, he would feel a deep-seated fear. Just how terrifying was Mr. Chu's other side? Captain, have you seen Mr. Chu's other side? Xiaozhang asked, both shocked and curious. Hearing his question, Chu Shan seemed to recall something, and a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes before vanishing. Chu Shan composed himself and, instead of answering Xiaozhang, said, Xiaozhang, within this Julong Manor, you can be disrespectful to anyone else, even Ding Peng. You don't need to fear him. However, you must always remember that in front of Mr. Chu, you must have a heart of reverence. Captain, I understand that very well. Xiaozhang nodded. Although they were just security personnel at Julong Manor, security guards, to put it bluntly, in terms of status, they weren't even qualified to shine the shoes of the 35 powerful figures living there. But they shouldn't forget, they were people of Julong Manor. The master of Julong Manor was an incredibly powerful figure. Even someone like Ding Peng had to bow and scrape before him. With such a powerful boss, how could they be ordinary security guards? So there was no need to fear people like Ding Peng. However, Mr. Chu was someone their boss had to personally visit. They could be fearless in front of anyone else in Julong Manor, but they had to revere this Mr. Chu. Chu Shan could see that Xiaozhang might not have truly understood his meaning. He didn't elaborate further, but ended with a serious warning. Also, you must always remember not to go to the forbidden area on the mountaintop. This is my advice to you. Xiaozhang nodded quickly. His gaze, however, subconsciously drifted toward Langshan Villa on the summit. He felt that Langshan Villa was becoming more and more mysterious. At the same time, his curiosity grew about what lay within the villa's forbidden zone, which prompted his captain to warn him so repeatedly. Thank you to Lu Zihue and Qingyuan Buyao for your recommendation votes. Guozi prostrates himself and does a 360-degree spin to thank you both. At the same time, Guozi asks for collections and recommendations. Thank you. At dawn, Su Nu, as always, stood before Chu Tian after he finished breakfast, adjusting his clothes just as he was about to leave. Her expression was solemn, her posture dignified. The simple action was filled with an indescribable sense of ceremony. It was as if she were performing a sacred task. Su Nu, you should smile more. You would probably be even more beautiful if you smiled. Chu Tian teased her, a rare occurrence. A smile bloomed on Su Nu's exquisite face. Like a holy crabapple blossom suddenly opening, it was breathtakingly beautiful and captivating in the early morning sun. An outsider seeing it would likely have their soul stolen away. Young master is teasing Su Nu. Seeing that Chu Tian had no reaction, Su Nu was very disappointed. She knew her young master was just teasing her. How was she more beautiful when she smiled? She must be uglier than when she wasn't smiling. Otherwise, why would the young master have no reaction at all? Su Nu, tomorrow is your birthday. Make a plan, and I'll take you out to celebrate, Chu Tian said, offering no explanation. It had been 10,000 years. No woman in the world could move his heart anymore. Not even Bella, who once possessed world-stunning beauty and was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Europe in 500 years, had ever stirred his heart in the slightest. Will young master spend the whole day celebrating with Su Nu? The excitement in Su Nu's heart was irrepressible, spilling onto her pretty face. The whole day, Chu Tian confirmed with a smile. He then left Langshan Villa and rode away on his bicycle. Young master, tomorrow will be Su Nu's last time with you. Perhaps you already know in your heart. Su Nu watched Chu Tian's departing figure, her beautiful face gradually dimming. She had accompanied and served the young master for nearly 200 years. Tomorrow would be her final farewell to him. After leaving Julong Manor, Chu Tian, like an ordinary person, began his workday in the early morning sun. It was 2 hours later when he arrived at Su University. Chu Tian. As Chu Tian was parking his bicycle after entering Su University, a faint voice called out from behind him. Chu Tian glanced over casually. The person who had called him was a pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood behind him with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at him calmly. Chu Tian gave a slight nod and walked away. Seeing Chu Tian merely give him a slight nod, Su Chong was momentarily stunned. Chu Tian's slight nod felt like a high-ranking leader acknowledging a subordinate. He was the director of the logistics department at Su University. The library fell under his jurisdiction. Although he wasn't the most powerful person in the entire university, even leaders of a higher rank than him were always polite to him. After all, he controlled the entire logistics department of Su University. Without his approval, none of the university's supplies could be distributed. Those higher-ranking leaders would naturally have things to ask of him, and they all knew there was no benefit in offending him. They were always polite when they saw him. And now, a mere subordinate under his management, whom he had personally called out to, had only given him a slight nod. It was as if he were Chu Tian's subordinate. Do you not know who I am? Su Chong asked, his voice sinking as he caught up to Chu Tian. Su Chong, Chu Tian replied calmly. Su Chong's steps faltered, and his face instantly turned cold. In the entire university, even the president would call him Director Su. No one had ever addressed him directly by his full name, and no one dared to say his name so calmly and directly to his face. Watching Chu Tian walk away as if he didn't exist, Su Chong's chubby face was covered in frost. Chu Tian, you dare to disregard me. Very good. He had deliberately come here today to see Chu Tian to remind him of something. That was, to understand the way things work. In the year and a half since Chu Tian had come to Su University, he had not once given him a gift. All the subordinates under his management would tactfully give him gifts during holidays. All of them did. Only this Chu Tian was an exception. To him, the small gifts from his subordinates were nothing. However, he had to make his subordinates give him gifts. Only then could he know if his subordinates were obedient. Those who weren't could get lost. Chu Tian, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Chu Tian's failure to give him gifts was a breach of his rules. If he didn't punish Chu Tian to make an example of him, and his other subordinates started to follow suit, what authority would he have left? He had to deal with this Chu Tian as a warning to others. Su Chong let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. At this moment, Chu Tian was already heading toward the Su University Library. The library was located next to the university's artificial lake. It was a building covering over 2,000 square meters, designed by an architectural firm in a very elegant style. The entire exterior was decorated with glass, making it even more beautiful under the morning light. Chu Tian arrived at the beautiful and tranquil library. The library had a total of 3 floors, each filled with a dazzling array of books of all kinds. Before he arrived, there were only 3 people in the library: Zhao Gan, Qian Er, and Chunya. These 3 had been working in the library for several years. But last week, the library staff had grown to 5. A new colleague had arrived, Jiang Xiaoye. Obviously, a female colleague, very young, at most 20 years old. As for her looks, Chu Tian had no interest in checking. As for why such a young girl would come to work in a boring library, he was even less interested in knowing. As usual, after arriving at the library, Chu Tian went to organize the books on the shelves while also looking for books that interested him. Just then, he heard some furtive sounds. Chu Tian didn't need to look to know it was Jiang Xiaoye and the others secretly following him. Unconcerned, Chu Tian continued to organize the books on the shelves. Xiaoye, see? Our handsome guy is a total clam. Jiang Xiaoye, Zhao Gan, Qian Er, and Chunya were hiding behind another bookshelf, secretly following and watching Chu Tian. The one speaking in a low voice was Zhao Gan, who was as thin as a bamboo pole and wore large glasses. Jiang Xiaoye was wearing a fresh white tracksuit today, with her hair in 2 slightly playful pigtails. Hiding behind the bookshelf, she secretly watched Chu Tian and nodded slightly. He really is a clam, but he seems very mysterious and attractive. He also has the air of a master. The air of a master? Zhao Gan, Qian Er, and Chunya looked at each other. The 3 of them smiled wryly. Are all young girls these days so obsessed with looks? Chu Tian's silent demeanor was actually seen by Jiang Xiaoye as the air of a master. Xiaoye, our handsome guy is no master. Not only is he not a master, but he's also a real pushover, said the chubby Qian Er in a hushed voice. Zhao Gan and Chunya nodded in complete agreement. He's a pushover? What do you mean? Jiang Xiaoye's large, bright eyes were full of curiosity. Qian Er smiled but didn't answer. Are you going to tell me or not? Jiang Xiaoye crossed her arms, pretending to be angry. The 3 men couldn't stand to see Jiang Xiaoye looking so pretty and cute even when she was angry. The moment she did, they immediately surrendered. Okay, Xiaoye, don't be angry. Chunya, who hadn't spoken yet, revealed his 2 large buck teeth when he did. He looked a bit like Bucktooth, so he quickly said, we'll show you a t-test right now. Not only did he have buck teeth, but he also had a severe stutter. Dear friends, please remember to collect and recommend when you read this far. How are you going to test him? The moment Jiang Xiaoye heard they could prove Chu Tian was a pushover, she was immediately interested, even eager to see it. Why, you just watch, Chunya said, stuttering as if it took a great deal of effort to speak. MHM, I'll hide here and watch. Jiang Xiaoye nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, her 2 playful pigtails bouncing with her movements. Chunya, Qian Er, and Zhao Gan exchanged a look and walked out from behind the bookshelf. Chu Tian, Chunya called out. Chu Tian stopped what he was doing and turned to look. He had heard the hushed conversation between Chunya's group and Jiang Xiaoye clearly. What is it? Chu Tian asked, puzzled. We have 20 boxes of new books in the warehouse. Could you please go? When he got to the word go, Chunya got stuck, as if he would suffocate before getting the next words out. With great difficulty, he finally managed. Bring them out, and put them on the shelves. All right. Chu Tian agreed, turned, and went downstairs to the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoye hurriedly ran out and leaned over the 2nd floor railing, looking down at Chu Tian, who had already reached the 1st floor. Is he really going to bring out all 20 boxes of new books and put them on the shelves? Jiang Xiaoye asked in astonishment. Why you? Chunya, don't talk. It's too much effort to listen. Chunya immediately felt like he had taken 10,000 points of damage, but he obediently shut his mouth. Just watch, Xiaoye. Chu Tian will bring out all 20 boxes of new books and put them away properly, Qian Er said with a smile. No way, right? Jiang Xiaoye was skeptical. If it were 1 or 2 boxes, she could believe Chu Tian would do it. But 20 boxes? Making one person do all that was blatant bullying. How could Chu Tian possibly accept it? However, in the moments that followed, Jiang Xiaoye was left dumbfounded. She watched as Chu Tian loaded the large cardboard boxes of new books onto a cart, pushed them out from the warehouse, and then began methodically placing the books from the boxes onto their corresponding shelves. The library had no elevator, and some of the new books needed to be placed on shelves on the second and third floors. Jiang Xiaoye saw Chu Tian carrying the cardboard boxes, walking up the stairs, and placing the new books on the appropriate shelves. He made no fewer than 20 trips up and down like this. Is he an idiot? Jiang Xiaoye could hardly believe her eyes. A box of new books weighed dozens of pounds. It might not feel heavy at first, but it would get heavier with each trip, especially carrying it upstairs, sometimes all the way from the first to the third floor. After 20-something trips like that, even a fool would probably lose their temper. And yet, Jiang Xiaoye saw that Chu Tian didn't have a single complaint. Not only that, he methodically placed them on the shelves. His earnestness was simply outrageous. Finally, Chu Tian finished shelving all 20 boxes of new books. He then returned to the first-floor circulation desk, sat down calmly in a sofa chair, and casually picked up a book to read. His relaxed demeanor was as if nothing had happened at all. Does he not know you're bullying him? Jiang Xiaoye asked in disbelief from the second-floor railing. He's always like this. We don't know why either. Qianer, Zhaogan, and Xunya all shrugged. When Chu Tian first came to the library, they were a bit more reserved and wouldn't just order him around like this. They would all do things together. But later, when they discovered that Chu Tian never complained no matter what he did, they slowly started to boss him around. Now it had become a habit. Besides, Chu Tian himself never complained. Has he never once fought back? Jiang Xiaoye asked. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Chu Tian had never fought back, let alone even uttered a single word of complaint. At that moment, the academy's water delivery truck arrived. Xiaoye, you probably still don't believe it, right? Let us show you again. After speaking, Zhaogan looked toward Chu Tian and shouted, Chu Tian, the water delivery is here. Could you please bring the water in and replace the jugs on all the water coolers? All right. Chu Tian agreed, closing his book and heading outside the library to get the water. There were 8 jugs in total, 4 for the first floor and 2 each for the second and third floors. This was for the convenience of the students who came to the library to read. No way. He's definitely going to lose it this time. Jiang Xiaoye watched as Chu Tian agreed. She was surprised, but also eagerly anticipating his outburst. Chu Tian had just finished moving 20 boxes of books and hadn't even rested for half an hour before being told to move water. A water jug like that weighed about 20 pounds. Carrying it to the first floor was one thing, but carrying 2 jugs each to the second and third floors was a killer. This level of bullying was simply appalling. No matter how good-natured Chu Tian was, he had to lose it this time. Everyone has their limits. She really wanted to see the anger that Chu Tian had suppressed finally explode. That would be so satisfying. However, what Jiang Xiaoye saw next left her completely dumbfounded. She watched as Chu Tian brought the water jugs into the library, replaced the water on the first floor cooler, and then carried the jugs up to replace the water on the second and third floors. Throughout the process, not only did Jiang Xiaoye not see Chu Tian explode, she didn't even hear a single word of complaint from him. After replacing the water, Chu Tian returned to the first floor circulation desk and sat calmly in the sofa chair, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Jiang Xiaoye couldn't believe her eyes. How could there be such a peaceful person in the world? Xiaoye, you still don't believe it, right? Now it's my turn to show you. Let's go downstairs, said Qianer. Jiang Xiaoye quickly followed the 3 of them downstairs. She refused to believe it. After being bullied like this repeatedly, Chu Tian wouldn't explode if he was bullied again? That's impossible. They say things don't happen more than twice. If Chu Tian was bullied again, he would definitely explode. The 4 of them arrived at the circulation desk, and Qianer said, Chu Tian, we've all agreed. After work this afternoon, you're coming with us to play cards. Chu Tian's gaze lifted from his book. He smiled faintly. I don't know how. Qianer quickly replied. You can learn. Besides, we all agreed, and you're the only one left. If you don't come, we can't play. As he spoke, he nudged Zhaogan beside him with his elbow. Zhaogan got the hint and quickly added, Chu Tian, come with us. You're part of our group. If you don't come, you're treating us like outsiders. Jiang Xiaoye watched from the side. She was eagerly awaiting Chu Tian's explosion. Qian Er's invitation to play cards was clearly a setup to cheat him. Chu Tian must know this. He had already been bullied so badly by Zhao Gan and Chunya. Now Qian Er was trying to cheat him out of his money. There was no way Chu Tian wouldn't explode. After a moment of thought, Chu Tian stood up. How about this? I have 1,000 yuan here. You guys take it and split it. I won't go play cards. As he spoke, Chu Tian took 1,000 yuan from his pocket. No one could have predicted this decision. Qian Er, Zhao Gan, and Chunya were all stunned. Jiang Xiaoya was even more stunned than the three of them. She stared at Chu Tian with wide eyes and an open mouth. Oh my god, how can this Chu Tian be such a pushover? They ask him to play cards, and he just takes out money for them to split. He doesn't even know how to say no. Thank you to Qingyuan Buliao for the recommendation vote. Guozi kneels and asks for collections and recommendations. Let us split the 1,000 yuan. Great, great. Seeing Chu Tian take out 1,000 yuan for them to split, Qian Er snapped out of his daze, his face breaking into a wide grin. He eagerly reached out to take the money from Chu Tian. Don't you dare give it to them. Jiang Xiaoya couldn't stand it anymore. She snatched the money from Qian Er's hand. Then she stuffed it back into Chu Tian's hand. They're bullying you, don't you know? Giving them money like this is just encouraging them to bully you. It's fine, Chu Tian said with a calm and gentle smile. It's fine. Jiang Xiaoya had never met someone so peaceful, it was maddening. Someone is bullying you, and you're giving them money? How is it not fine? If you don't resist at all, they'll think you're a pushover and bully you even more, Jiang Xiaoya said, fuming. Their hearts aren't bad. They aren't bullying me, Chu Tian said. Hearing this, Qian Er, Zhao Gan, and Chunya all blushed with shame. They were bullying Chu Tian like this, and he was still speaking up for them. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Xiaoya was truly angered by Chu Tian. She reached out with her slender white hand and touched Chu Tian's forehead. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? They've bullied you to this extent, and you still think their hearts aren't bad? Only someone with a mental problem would say that. I don't get sick, Chu Tian said peacefully. If you're not sick, why are you defending them? Jiang Xiaoya stared at Chu Tian, exasperated. They made you move 20 boxes of new books by yourself, and then they made you carry 8 jugs of water to the 2nd and 3rd floors by yourself. Can't you see that's bullying? And now they're inviting you to play cards. Everyone knows it's a setup to cheat you. Don't you know that? Hearing her say this, the three men looked very awkward. Chu Tian's expression didn't change. His voice was as calm as still water, without a single ripple. Jiang Xiaoya, we're all colleagues. Don't say things like this in the future. You're a lost cause. Chu Tian wasn't angry, but Jiang Xiaoya was so furious her lungs were about to explode. She was trying to help him, and what does he do? He turns around and scolds her for disrupting the harmony between colleagues. How can there be such a stupid person in the world? She glared at Qian Er and the others. Asterisk Chu Tian is so kind-hearted, and you still bully him like this. Don't you have any conscience? Asterisk. Qian Er and the others shrugged, both embarrassed and helpless. That's just who Chu Tian was. They had never seen him get angry. There was nothing they could do. He was such a pushover. It would be a crime against their conscience not to bully him. Take this 1,000 yuan and split it. I won't be playing cards with you tonight, Chu Tian said, moving Jiang Xiaoya's hand away and putting the 1,000 yuan back out. The three men looked at each other. Now they felt a little embarrassed. Why are you giving them money? Jiang Xiaoya was exasperated, frustrated beyond belief. I'm not interested in money, Chu Tian said calmly. What? Not interested in money? Jiang Xiaoya was so surprised her jaw dropped. There's actually someone in this world who isn't interested in money. Is he saying he's above worldly desires and sees money as dirt? Or is he just being pretentious? All right. It would be rude to refuse. Qian Er's face lit up. He quickly snatched the money from Chu Tian and stuffed it into his pocket. Chu Tian said nothing more, sat back down in the sofa chair, and continued reading his book as if no one else was there. Just then, a middle-aged man walked into the library. He said to the chubby Qian Er, Director Su is looking for you. Come with me to his office. Qian Er quickly followed the man out of the library. What does Director Su want to see me about? As they walked, Qian Er took a pack of Furongwang cigarettes from his pocket, slipped it into the middle-aged man's hand, and asked. As a lowly library administrator, normally if there was any issue, Director Su would just send someone to give instructions. He would never summon him personally. This was the first time Director Su had personally summoned him, and it made him a little anxious. The middle-aged man discreetly pocketed the cigarettes and said, I'm not too sure, but but I saw Director Su this morning, and he wasn't in a good mood. You should be careful when you see him. Okay, okay. Qianair nodded quickly. He grew even more suspicious, wondering if he hadn't given enough gifts in the past and had gotten on Director Su's bad side. He had heard that this Director Su kept a little notebook specifically to keep track of his subordinates. If a subordinate was marked down by Director Su, they would be called in for a chat. Could this be the reason Director Su was summoning him personally? In no time, Qianair arrived at the logistics department director's office. When Qianair entered the office, his heart skipped a beat. He saw that Su Chong indeed did not look happy. He quickly walked over respectfully, took a carton of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, and placed it on Su Chong's desk as if it were nothing. Director, you were looking for me? Seeing that Qianair knew how to play the game, Su Chong's somewhat cold expression softened a bit. Little Qian, you don't need to be so nervous. I didn't call you here for anything major, just to ask you about something. It's not about you. Please ask, Director. I'll tell you everything I know, Qianair said, feeling a sense of relief. At least it wasn't about him. Su Chong smiled faintly. There's a person in your library named Chu Tian. How is his work there? For example, does he make any mistakes in his daily work? Qianair understood immediately. It must be because Chu Tian hadn't given Su Chong any gifts, so Su Chong had marked him down and was now looking for trouble. Director, this is a small token of Chu Tian's appreciation. Without a second thought, Qianair took out the 1,000 yuan he had gotten from Chu Tian and spoke up for him. Director, you know how Chu Tian is. He's not good at socializing at all. So he specifically asked me to come and apologize to you on his behalf. You're a magnanimous person, Director. Please don't hold it against him. It's too late for that, Su Chong said coldly, pushing the money back. Right now, I just want to know how he's doing in your library. You're a veteran there, so you know his situation better than anyone. You wouldn't be unaware, would you? Qianair's heart tightened. Su Chong was so determined to find fault with Chu Tian. Chu Tian must have offended him somehow. Director, you're putting me in a difficult position. That kid Chu Tian, aside from being bad at socializing, is practically flawless. He's meticulous in his work and never complains. Oh, so he's made no mistakes at all. Su Chong sighed, then stared at Qianair. It seems I'll have to let an old fox like you go then. Director, please don't. Qianair was shocked. Su Chong was forcing him to make a choice. If he didn't report Chu Tian's faults, he would be the one to go. Su Chong tapped his fingers on the desk, his tone light. Qianair, I heard you're in a mountain of debt because of gambling. If I were to report this, what do you think the consequences would be? Qianair's face changed instantly. He hadn't expected Su Chong to know about this. If this was reported, he would be finished. Qianair, you're a smart man. You know what choice to make. At this point, Su Chong smiled slightly. It's also time for performance reviews. I was already planning to put in a good word for you for a raise. Qianair was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed inwardly. Director, I remember now. Chu Tian sometimes skips work for no reason. Originally, only a few people in their library knew about this, and they had always covered for Chu Tian, never recording it in the official records. Although they often bullied Chu Tian, they considered him a member of their small library family. Within their small library family, their bullying of Chu Tian was like family members teasing each other. But if Chu Tian had any real trouble, they would all help him hide it. Even if Chu Tian sometimes didn't come to the library, they wouldn't say anything and would even cover for him so that outsiders wouldn't know. But now, he had no choice but to sell Chu Tian out. Dear friends, please collect and recommend. Your collections are Guozi's greatest motivation. Brother Qian, what happened? Why do you look so terrible? Qianair was the oldest in the library. When Qianair returned to the library looking unwell, Zhao Gan and Chunya hurried over to him. What else? I just got chewed out by that pig Su Chong. Damn it. Qianair cursed, feeling resentful. He secretly glanced in Chu Tian's direction, his heart filled with guilt. But for his own sake, he had to betray Chu Tian. So, are you going to be okay? Zhao Gan and Chunya asked nervously. It's not that bad. He just scolded me for being a bit careless at work and told me to be more diligent in the future. As he spoke, he secretly glanced in Chu Tian's direction again. The guilt in his heart grew even stronger. But he had no choice. He was already in his late 30s, almost 40. If he got fired, with no special skills, it would be very difficult for him to find another job. On top of that, he was drowning in debt. If he lost his job, he would be finished. He had to choose to betray Chu Tian to save himself. Chu Tian, who had been sitting calmly at the circulation desk reading a book, naturally sensed Qian Er's two secret glances. He had a vague idea that Su Chong had called Qian Er over because of him, but he was completely unconcerned and continued to read his book calmly. Jiang Xiaoya had been sitting in the sofa chair next to Chu Tian all this time. She had no idea what Qian Er and the others were talking about. Right now, her arm was propped on the circulation desk, supporting her head as she stared blankly at Chu Tian. This face, it's flawless from every angle. And that refined aura, it just makes you feel like he's incredibly knowledgeable. So captivating. But how can such a perfect person be such a bookworm? People bully him, and he doesn't even know how to fight back. And I've been sitting next to him for almost an hour, and he hasn't even looked at me once. It's like I'm invisible. Jiang Xiaoya's brow furrowed slightly, and her lips pouted. She felt a profound sense of defeat. To think that she, the great Jiang Xiaoya, would one day be treated like thin air by a man. Nerd, let me ask you a question, Jiang Xiaoya said, breaking the silence. Chu Tian paused for a moment. It was the first time anyone had ever called him a nerd. He nodded slightly. Go ahead. First, turn your head and look at me. Jiang Xiaoya was exasperated. This nerd was talking to her without even looking at her. Chu Tian turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoya. Jiang Xiaoya was actually very pretty, with a playful charm that was quite attractive. But to Chu Tian, she couldn't stir the slightest ripple in his heart. It had been 10,000 years. Aside from those who accompanied him, he saw women no differently than he saw men. Seeing Chu Tian finally look at her, Jiang Xiaoya's heart lifted. She asked curiously, Nerd, tell me, which is better looking, me or a book? You're very stupid, Chu Tian said flatly, then turned his head back to continue reading his book. Jiang Xiaoya froze completely. I'm very stupid? This nerd actually said that to her, and he had answered her question with his actions. In this nerd's eyes, she was not nearly as good-looking as a book. Just then, the sound of Zhao Gan and Chunya's laughter came from nearby. What are you laughing at? Jiang Xiaoya fumed. She got up from the circulation desk, walked over to the lounge area, and sat down in a huff. Stupid nerd, stinky nerd, you're making me so mad. I curse you to never find a girlfriend. Zhao Gan and Chunya hurried over to comfort her. Normally, Qian Er would also go to comfort the little fairy of their small family, but today, he wasn't in the mood. He kept looking at Chu Tian from a distance. The more he looked, the worse he felt about betraying him. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, he suddenly announced to everyone, I have something to say. Our little fairy has joined our small family, but we haven't had a gathering yet. Since everyone is here today, let's all get together. My treat. Brother Qian is the man. Zhao Gan and Chunya immediately agreed. Jiang Xiaoya also enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere, but she couldn't help but tease. Qian Er, aren't you just treating us with someone else's money? Qian Er's old face turned red. He knew Jiang Xiaoya was talking about the 1,000 yuan he had taken from Chu Tian today. It's all the same. Don't sweat the small stuff. Qian Er laughed heartily, then walked over to Chu Tian. Chu Tian, you've never come to our gatherings before. Today is to welcome Xiaoya. You can't say no. Nerd, let's go. He's treating us with your money anyway. Let's go eat our money's worth. Jiang Xiaoya had a carefree personality. She had already forgotten about Chu Tian calling her stupid earlier. She just grabbed Chu Tian's arm and started pulling him away. Chu Tian frowned slightly at being pulled like this by Jiang Xiaoya, but he didn't say anything. The gathering was at a barbecue restaurant, a place Qian Er and the others frequented. They all sat around a table set up outdoors. It was still early, so there were few people out for barbecue. For now, they were the only ones there. The benefit of being the only customers was that the food came out quickly. In just a few moments, all the skewers they had ordered arrived. Come on, let's have a toast, Qian Er said, raising his glass. Chu Tian raised his glass along with the others, but unlike Qian Er and the rest, he didn't drain it in one go. He merely took a small sip. Jiang Xiaoya also just tasted her drink. The difference between her and Chu Tian, however, was that she was incredibly interested in the food. At least half of the skewers ended up in her stomach. She ate with a casual air, without a trace of ladylike grace. But even in her casualness, there was an air of nobility. No matter how voraciously she ate, her every movement gave the impression that she had received some kind of etiquette training from a young age. It was quite a sight to behold. Her ravenous eating didn't detract from her image at all. In fact, it made her even more attractive. Of course, Qian Er and the others couldn't see what Chu Tian saw. Sigh, a little fairy is a little fairy. She even looks good when she eats. I wonder which beast will be lucky enough to get our little fairy in the end. As for us, we've given up all hope. Zhao Gan and Chunya sighed repeatedly. One was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the other resembled Yasie Su, complete with a stutter. Both of them knew their own limitations and had no illusions about their chances with Jiang Xiaoya. They simply treated her like a little sister. Don't look so glum. Here, have a skewer. Jiang Xiaoya handed one to each of them. Then, she gathered all the remaining skewers, giving half to Chu Tian and keeping half for herself. Double standards. This is a serious double standard, Zhao Gan and Chunya protested. Their protest was completely ignored. Nerd, hurry up and eat. We're going to eat Qian Air into bankruptcy today. Boss, another 100 skewers. Give us the most expensive ones. Jiang Xiaoya urged Chu Tian while shouting for the owner to grill more. Chu Tian, come, let me toast you. At that moment, Qian Air raised his glass. Chu Tian nodded calmly and took a small sip from his own glass. Here, another one. Qian Air raised his glass again. Chu Tian still just took a small sip. Chu Tian, I toast you one last time. Qian Air raised his glass a third time, his expression a complex, unreadable mix of emotions. Chu Tian nodded slightly and took another sip. Brother Qian, is something on your mind? Zhao Gan and Chunya noticed Qian Air's strange behavior and asked with surprise. What could be on my mind? Come on, let's keep drinking. Qian Air raised his glass to drink with them, trying to hide the turmoil in his heart. How could he tell them he had sold out Chu Tian? Chu Tian was about to be fired. Chu Tian had already figured it out completely. When Qian Air went to see Su Chang today, he must have done something detrimental to him. Qian Air was now feeling incredibly guilty. Even though he saw this, Chu Tian didn't care. The gathering was about to end when a cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Qian Air, you've been hiding from us for so long. Let's see you try to hide today. The moment he heard the voice, Qian Air's face changed. He quickly turned to see a group of 6 burly men walking over, led by a young man with an earring. Brother Hu, what brings you here? Qian Air quickly stood up, forcing a smile as he offered the young man a cigarette. Cut the crap. Brother Hu slapped Qian Air's hand away. If you don't pay back what you owe us today, I'll cripple you. Brother Hu, just give me one more month. I swear I'll pay you back within a month, Qian Air said, his face pale. Brother Qian, what's going on? Zhao Gan and Chunya hurried to his side. Qian Air sighed and explained what had happened. Qian Air didn't have any other hobbies, but he loved to play cards. A month ago, during a game, he had lost badly and was desperate to win it all back. With someone whispering in his ear, his desire to win grew even stronger. So he borrowed money from the boss. But not only did he fail to win back his losses, he lost the borrowed money as well, sinking deeper and deeper into debt. In just a few hours, he had lost a total of 50,000 yuan. Brother Qian, you fool. It was obviously a setup to cheat you, Zhao Gan said, exasperated. Qian Air's face turned white. After he had lost all his money and left, he had calmed down and realized the same thing. But it was too late. He had already made an irreversible mistake. So you can't pay up, is that it? Brother Hu looked at Qian Air coolly. It's not impossible if you can't pay. I know a place. Come with me now, and you can use something on your body to settle the debt. Brother Hu, I can't do that. Qian Air instantly understood what Brother Hu meant. Brother Hu smiled faintly. Then I guess we'll just have to go find your wife. I hear she's due to give birth soon. I wonder how she'll react when she finds out about this. You dare? Veins bulged on Qian Air's forehead. He hadn't dared to tell his wife about this precisely because she was pregnant and about to give birth. If his wife found out and got agitated, it could very well result in the death of both mother and child. At that thought, Qian Air dropped to his knees. Brother Hu, I'm begging you, please don't hurt my family. Just give me one more month. I swear I'll get the money together and pay you back. Tears of regret streamed down Qian Air's face. Cut the crap. Brother Hu kicked Qian Air to the ground. You're paying up today, he snarled. Otherwise, we're going to see your wife right now. Hearing this, Qian Air grabbed a beer bottle and scrambled to his feet. Don't push me, he said, his eyes bloodshot. Brother Qian, don't be afraid of them. Zhao Gan and Chunya each grabbed a bottle and stood by Qian Air's side. A bunch of misfits. A motley crew. Brother Hu sneered, his voice cold. Qian Air, I'll ask you one last time. Are you paying today or not? Just as his voice fell, a shout rang out. Qian Air, I'll help you too. Jiang Xiaoya came running over, brandishing a beer bottle. Brother Hu looked over, and the moment he saw Jiang Xiaoya, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful, captivating girl. He had seen and been with many beautiful women, but he had never seen a girl as exquisitely cute and playful as Jiang Xiaoya. He was instantly smitten. Xiaoya, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Seeing Brother Hu's reaction, Qian knew he had ill intentions. His face changed, and he immediately stood in front of Jiang Xiaoya. Zhao Gan and Qinya saw it too and unhesitatingly shielded her. You can't even protect yourselves. You think you can worry about someone else? Brother Hu mocked. How much does he owe you? Suddenly, a calm voice spoke up. Brother Hu looked over and only then noticed a handsome, refined young man sitting at the table. He didn't have to think to know this was one of Qian companions. 100,000, Brother Hu said flatly. What? 100,000. Qian was furious when he heard the number. I only borrowed 30,000 from you. Brother Hu sneered and pulled out a contract. You didn't read this carefully when you signed it, did you? We're not a charity. You've breached the contract. Now, with principal, interest, and penalties, it comes to exactly 100,000. Qian tried to grab the contract to look at it, but Brother Hu pulled it back. Qian face was ashen. 30,000 had ballooned to 100,000 in a month. There was no way he could pay it back. I'll pay for him. Follow me to an ATM. Chu Tian stood up calmly and walked toward a nearby ATM. Chu Tian. Qian was stunned to see Chu Tian offering to pay for him. He had never dreamed that Chu Tian would pay his debt. I didn't realize you had such a loyal friend. Brother Hu chuckled, leading his men to follow Chu Tian. Qian felt as if a sharp sword had been plunged into his heart. Chu Tian was being so righteous toward him. And yet, he had betrayed Chu Tian today. The condemnation of his own conscience turned his guilt into torment. Give me the account number. I'll transfer it. Chu Tian said calmly inside the ATM vestibule. Brother Hu smiled and readily provided the account number. Chu Tian said nothing and proceeded with the transfer. Brother Hu watched him closely. After Chu Tian finished, and he had confirmed receipt of the money over the phone, he relaxed. Just as Chu Tian was about to press the button to eject his card, Brother Hu suddenly reached out and blocked it. He said to Chu Tian coolly, withdraw the remaining 20,000 on your card and give it to me. While Chu Tian was making the transfer, he had seen that the card's balance was 20,000. Why should I give you more money? Qian demanded angrily. Chu Tian had already paid off his debt, yet this Brother Hu still wanted more. We've been working so hard to find you these past few days. My brothers are exhausted. Brother Hu smiled nonchalantly. So 20,000 is for my brother's labor fees. If you don't pay up, my brothers won't be happy. His 5 burly companions immediately began cracking their knuckles. This is outrageous. Qian was seething. Chu Tian, don't give it to them. That's right, don't give it to them. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight them. Right. Nerd, don't give it to them. We're here, don't be afraid. Jiang Xiaoya was also furious. These people were bullies. This was no different from daylight robbery. It's fine, Chu Tian said calmly. He withdrew the 20,000 yuan. Nerd, why are you so stupid? Jiang Xiaoya was so angry her face turned pale. This nerd, how could he be so foolish? They tell you to give them money, and you just obediently hand it over. Don't you know how to fight back? Chu Tian, Yu, Zhao Gan and Qinya were also stomping their feet in frustration, disappointed in him. How could Chu Tian have no backbone at all? Why be afraid of them? At worst, they could just fight. Everyone only has one life to live. They could at least take one of them down with them. But Chu Tian? Not even a hint of resistance. Chu Tian. Qian clenched his fists tightly. He felt even more sorry for Chu Tian. It was all because of him that Chu Tian was being bullied like this, forced to hand over an extra 20,000 for nothing. Brother Hu held the 20,000 yuan, a mocking smile on his face. When he saw Chu Tian's plain clothes and exceptionally calm demeanor, he had guessed Chu Tian was an ordinary person who would be easy to bully. Then, seeing that his bank account only had 120,000, he became even more certain. Chu Tian was just a regular guy. Even if he pushed him around, Chu Tian would have no choice but to take it. And just as he expected, even when he went too far, Chu Tian still ended up giving him another 20,000. Take the money and go, Chu Tian said without a ripple of emotion. He then turned to Jiang Xiaoya and the others. Let's go. He was the first to walk out of the ATM vestibule. Jiang Xiaoya followed, fuming. Zhao Gan and Qinya followed as well. After getting the contract back and destroying it, Qian hurried after them. Chu Tian. Qian caught up to him. The remorse in his heart was torturing him. He never imagined Chu Tian would help him pay his debt. He couldn't bear to think how Chu Tian would look at him when he found out he had been betrayed. The men can go, the woman stays. Suddenly, Brother Hu's smiling voice came from behind them. What else do you want? Qian Er spun around, glaring at him. Qian Er, your debt is cleared. Don't be ungrateful and meddle in things that don't concern you. Brother Hu and his 5 burly men walked over, his gaze landing on Jiang Xiaoya, burning with heat. Beauty, come have a few drinks with your big brother. Humph, you're so ugly. I wouldn't drink with you, Jiang Xiaoya snorted. Instead of getting angry, Brother Hu's eyes shone even brighter. Even Jiang Xiaoya's disdainful expression was 1,000 times more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. A fire ignited within him. He had to have this beauty. He would be willing to die for her. To die in the arms of a beauty would make even a ghost happy. Xiaoya run. Qian Er's face changed drastically. He quickly shielded Jiang Xiaoya. Zhao Gan and Chunya also moved to block her at the same time. This brother who was clearly harboring evil intentions. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Looks like you'd rather do this the hard way. Brother Hu smiled and raised his hand slightly. Immediately, his 5 burly subordinates moved on Qian Er and the other 2. The 3 of them were no match for the 5 men. They were quickly knocked to the ground, where they curled up, covering their heads as a rain of kicks fell upon them. Chu Tian, hurry, take Xiaoya and go, the 3 of them shouted. You're actually counting on him to get this beauty away? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Brother Hu burst into laughter as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. Didn't you see? He's already scared stiff. From the moment Chu Tian had taken out that 20,000, he knew this young man was the most spineless man alive. If he had even a shred of backbone, how could he not have resisted at all when he was being pushed around? And now they were counting on him to save Jiang Xiaoya? What a joke. Come, beauty. Since you don't like to drink, we won't drink. Let's go to bed together instead. Brother Hu reached out with a burning hand to touch Jiang Xiaoya's cheek. You should have chosen to take the money and leave. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke. At the same time, a large hand seized Brother Hu's wrist. You're actually making a move. Brother Hu's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Chu Tian intervene. This spineless man was actually fighting back. This was hilarious. However, just as he was about to burst out laughing, suddenly, crack, an excruciating, bone-deep pain shot through his wrist. The agony of his broken wrist made Brother Hu scream. The relentless, crushing pain from Chu Tian's grip forced him to his knees. Help me. Brother Hu knelt on the ground, trembling in pain, screaming for his 5 burly subordinates. The 5 men were stunned. None of them had expected that Chu Tian, who had shown no resistance earlier, would now have the guts to fight back. The 5 of them immediately charged viciously toward Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't even glance at the 5 men rushing him. He stood his ground, as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he swept out a backhand slap. Papa papa. 5 piercing slaps rang out, one after another, with almost no pause between them, filling the air. As the sounds echoed, the 5 burly men, each weighing nearly 200 pounds, were sent flying by Chu Tian's single slap. They flew 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground. The immense power of the slap left their heads ringing as if they were about to explode, and for a moment, none of them could get up. Chu Tian hadn't used even a shred of spiritual energy. Otherwise, not only would these 5 be dead, but there wouldn't even be dust left of them. You. Brother Hu's face was deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. The excruciating pain from his wrist was now overshadowed by the terror blooming in his heart. This young man he had looked down on was actually such a terrifying master. Only now did he understand. The man hadn't acted earlier because he couldn't be bothered, and he had foolishly thought the man had no backbone. He had been told clearly, take the money and go. How could someone who said that be an ordinary person? He had completely ignored the warning, bringing this disaster upon himself. Big brother, spare me, spare me. I'll give you your money back, and the 10,000 I have on me. It's all for you. Brother Hu trembled with fear, quickly taking out all his money with his other hand. At the same time, he yelled at his 5 subordinates, take out all your money and give it to Big Brother as a sign of respect. The 5 men, still unable to get up properly, heard Brother Hu's words and scrambled over, pulling out the 1 or 2,000 yuan each of them had. They were truly terrified of Chu Tian. He had sent all of them flying with a single slap. How terrifying was that? If they didn't wise up, the next time it wouldn't just be a slap. They would probably die a horrible death. Chu Tian extended his hand, and all the money was drawn into his palm. Bam! Chu Tian kicked Brother Hu in the chest. Brother Hu's chest caved in slightly. He flew backward and passed out instantly, not even letting out a scream. Take him and get lost, Chu Tian said calmly. The 5 men, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to carry the unconscious Brother Hu away. Nerd! You're actually a master. Jiang Xiaoya, who had been stunned since Chu Tian made his move, stared at him with wide, shining eyes. All this time, she had been infuriated by Chu Tian's infuriatingly calm personality. Others were bullying him like that, and he didn't even fight back. As a man, he was worse than her. Who would have thought that Chu Tian was a hidden, peerless master? This was simply incredible. Chu Tian ignored Jiang Xiaoya and walked toward Qian and the other 2. The 3 of them had already gotten up from the ground. The moment they saw Chu Tian act, they were stunned and were still in a daze. Chu Tian is actually this strong, and we used to bully him. We've been bullying a peerless master all this time. The 3 of them felt their world turn upside down. Ever since Chu Tian had come to the library, they had seen that he never complained about the tasks they gave him, so it became a habit to make him do everything. Bullying Chu Tian had become their routine. In their minds, Chu Tian was just a bookworm. But today, they were completely and utterly shocked. The Chu Tian they had been bullying was actually such a powerful, peerless master. The force of a single backhand slap had sent 5 burly men, each nearly 200 pounds, flying, unable to even get up. The person they had been bullying was this powerful and terrifying. At this thought, Qian, Zhao Gan, and Shunya saw Chu Tian walking toward them and began to feel afraid, instinctively backing away. This 10,000 or so can be for your medical expenses. Chu Tian came before the 3 of them and handed the money from Brother Hu's group to Chunya, who took it stiffly, almost unconsciously. Chu Tian's gaze shifted to Qian, who was looking at him with a complex expression. He placed the 20,000 yuan in his hand. Your wife is about to give birth. Consider this 20,000 a gift for your child. Chu Tian. Qian snapped back to reality. Seeing Chu Tian leave just like that, the torment in his heart intensified. Not only had Chu Tian righteously helped him pay his debt, but he had also given him 20,000 yuan. But at noon today, he betrayed Chu Tian in front of Su Chang. Dummy. Jiang Xiaoya hurriedly went to chase Chu Tian, but Chu Tian rode his bicycle away without looking back. So cool. That's the demeanor of an expert. Jiang Xiaoya stood rooted to the spot, her beautiful eyes full of little stars, as she watched Chu Tian's back disappear into the darkness. He's handsome. He has good character. And he's a mysterious, peerless expert. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? I think I want to fall in love. Jiang Xiaoya was a little infatuated, thinking back to what the dummy said to that Brother Hu earlier. Take the money and leave. And then later, you should choose to take the money and leave. At first hearing, she didn't understand the meaning. Hearing it again, she was already part of the story. Looking back now, the dummy was so domineering, simply mesmerizing. Under the night sky, in the bustling Sioux City, traffic flowed endlessly. The busy workday had long ended, transitioning into the relaxing nightlife. Amidst the beautiful, colorful lights, popular relaxing music drifted through the air. Pedestrians on the road were no longer in a hurry like during the day. Young couples shopped. Families of 3 took leisurely strolls, reflecting the beauty of Sioux City's night. However, for Chu Tian, all of this was merely passing clouds. The long 10,000 years had turned everything he saw into dust. Chu Tian rode his bicycle, seeming like a mere passerby in history. No matter how beautiful the night was, it was like fleeting smoke. He rode his bicycle plainly. Pedestrians on the road gradually became fewer. Then, only occasional cars drove by. After the cars passed, the road was left with only Chu Tian slowly riding his bicycle. The road seemed exceptionally quiet. A flash of surprise crossed Chu Tian's eyes. On the road ahead, a red Lamborghini was parked. There was no one in the car. On the bank of the Tsang River nearby, Chu Tian saw a woman in a snow-white dress, her jet-black long hair fluttering in the night wind. She was standing barefoot on the stone railing of the bank, her arms spread wide. Chu Tian thought for a moment, parked his bicycle by the bank, and walked toward the woman. The woman stood barefoot on the stone railing with her arms spread. The night wind, carrying the faint moisture of the river water, swirled her white dress and gently fluttered her hair. The bright moonlight shone on her graceful body, making her fair, exquisite face look like an elf. I envy you, being able to die so young. Suddenly, a plain voice sounded nearby. Ah! Hearing this voice suddenly, the woman opened her eyes in fright. In her shock, she almost lost her footing and fell into the rushing Song River. She hurriedly looked to her side and saw a man standing there at some point. This scared her heart into pounding wildly. She hurriedly looked back and sighed in relief when she saw a bicycle parked on the road. It was a person. Please leave. The woman said indifferently to Chu Tian and ignored him. She continued to stand on the stone railing and closed her eyes. The space fell silent, with only the sound of the night wind and the rushing river water. After a long while, the woman opened her eyes again and subconsciously looked to the side, instantly surprised. Why haven't you left yet? She thought Chu Tian had left long ago, but unexpectedly, Chu Tian was standing silently in the same spot. This man was strange too, standing with his hands behind his back, not leaving, not speaking, just quietly gazing at the rushing river water, not even looking at her. I'm waiting for you to jump. Hearing the woman's question, Chu Tian said plainly, I apologize. I interrupted your mood brewing just now. Waiting for me to jump? The woman's beautiful eyes widened. This man stood silently beside her, actually waiting for her to brew her emotions and jump down. You don't know me? The woman frowned slightly. Just a chance meeting, no need to know. Chu Tian said plainly. Why don't you look at me when you speak? The woman was somewhat interested now. There was actually someone who didn't know her. Looking or not looking is the same. Eventually, it will all turn into a pile of dry bones. Chu Tian said, You speak as if you are immortal. The woman pouted in annoyance. Chu Tian didn't answer again. The woman was right. He was not only immortal, but also ageless. Others envied him for being ageless and immortal, but he envied others for dying early. Why are you waiting for me to jump? The woman asked curiously. In this situation, shouldn't it be a hero saving a beauty? This guy was good, quietly waiting for her to jump into the Tsang River. I want to know what death feels like. Chu Tian said faintly. Why don't you die yourself then? The woman was a bit angered. This guy quietly waiting for her to jump into the Tsang River, just to know what death feels like. Why didn't he just go die himself? That would be more direct. Chu Tian was silent, not answering. A hint of helplessness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Once, he had jumped into a volcano and stayed there for decades, until the volcano itself went extinct, but he couldn't die. Once, he had drunk the most potent poison in the world, but he still couldn't die. Instead, the poison sterilized the land for 10 miles in every direction. Once, he had soaked at the bottom of the sea for decades, but he still couldn't die. Forget dying. Not a single hair on his body had changed. For others, death was an easy thing. But for him, death was harder than ascension. Seeing Chu Tian fall silent again, the woman said, exasperated, You don't have the courage to die yourself, so you encourage me to die instead. How can you be so cruel? Chu Tian didn't speak. What good does my death do for you? The woman's voice carried a trace of anger. It's good for you, Chu Tian said flatly. Good for me. The woman's eyes widened. Then she grew even angrier. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? How is my death good for me? She was truly angered by Chu Tian. He actually said her death would be good for her. Was he crazy? It seems you don't want to die now. Chu Tian turned and walked toward the bicycle parked by the road. Our meeting was a kind of fate. I'll give you something. As he spoke, an object floated lightly into the woman's hand. In the future, after you die, your spirit can find me with this. When you tell me what death feels like, I will send you into the cycle of reincarnation. By the time he finished speaking, Chu Tian was already riding away on his bicycle. Is he a psycho? The woman was speechless. The guy looked quite handsome and refined, but she hadn't expected him to be a lunatic. Spirits, reincarnation, what was all that about? Only a psycho would talk like that. I don't know which eye of yours saw me trying to jump into the Tsang River to kill myself. I was looking for inspiration, okay? The woman was exasperated. She returned to her Lamborghini. Before starting the car, she glanced at the extremely ordinary round jade Chu Tian had given her. She had intended to throw it away, but after a moment's thought, she casually tossed it into the car. The night was quiet. On the secluded road, Chu Tian rode his bicycle along the path next to the Tsang River, heading toward Julong Manor. But then he stopped. On the road ahead of him, 3 cars were parked, 1 Mercedes and 2 black commercial vans. The 2 vans were parked horizontally across the road, blocking the way. Whoosh whoosh. The doors of the 2 vans slid open, and 20 able-bodied men poured out. The Mercedes door opened, and an extremely fierce-looking man got out of the car. Behind him, a pale-faced young man wrapped in bandages, sitting in a wheelchair, was lifted out of the car and then pushed by a subordinate to the fierce man's side. "Ahu, is this the one who hurt you?" The fierce man asked the bandaged youth, his eyes on Chu Tian. "Boss, that's him. I'd recognize him even if he were ashes." The bandaged youth was none other than Brother Hu. The moment he saw Chu Tian, he became agitated, wishing he could tear Chu Tian to pieces. "Hee, kid, didn't expect this, did you? Today is your death day." The fierce man raised his hand slightly, stopping Brother Hu from saying more. "You hurt my man. I won't make it hard for you. Break your own legs, and I'll let you live," the fierce man said, staring at Chu Tian. No matter what his subordinates did, anyone who dared to hurt them was slapping him in the face. If he didn't cripple Chu Tian today, he wouldn't be able to maintain his standing in Sioux City. "You're an ancient martial artist, aren't you?" Chu Tian asked calmly. "Hee kid, scared now are you?" Brother Hu laughed sinisterly. "My boss is of the Xiantian lineage of ancient martial arts, more than enough to take your pathetic life. You can tell I'm an ancient martial artist?" The fierce man frowned. He hadn't revealed his strength yet. He looked no different from an ordinary person. If Chu Tian could tell he was an ancient martial artist at a glance, that was a bit frightening. If that were the case, he wouldn't hesitate to leave immediately. "Boss, how could he possibly tell?" Brother Hu stared viciously at Chu Tian. "Everyone in Sioux City knows the boss's great name. Of course he knows you're an ancient martial artist." The fierce man's brow smoothed out, and he nodded. His subordinate was right. Chu Tian must have known he was an ancient martial artist because he had heard of his reputation. Chu Tian looked to be only in his 20s. How could someone so young be a powerful ancient martial artist? Brother Hu's eyes shifted, and he continued. "Boss, I mentioned your great name to him before. Who knew?" He completely ignored it, didn't even give you a second thought. The fierce man's expression turned cold as he glared at Chu Tian. "You really dare to ignore me?" He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't just take his subordinate's one-sided story. "You are indeed not worthy of my notice," Chu Tian said flatly. In this world, the number of people worthy of Chu Tian's notice could be counted on one hand. What did this fierce man amount to? Brother Hu was ecstatic. He had anticipated that, given Chu Tian's personality, he wouldn't deny what he hadn't said before. Sure enough, Chu Tian played right into his hands. Now, his boss would be furious. And that would be the end of Chu Tian. "Now I've changed my mind." The fierce man's icy gaze radiated malice as he stared at Chu Tian. "It's been years since someone has made me act. Kill yourself. I'll grant you a dignified death." "He probably didn't tell you the whole story, did he?" Chu Tian said. Hearing this, Brother Hu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't told the fierce man about how Chu Tian had sent his 5 subordinates flying with a single backhand slap. "What story?" The fierce man frowned. "It's not important now." Chu Tian smiled faintly. He then took a coin from his pocket, flicked his finger, and sent it flying straight to the hood of the fierce man's Mercedes. The coin didn't fall over. It landed perfectly on its edge and began to spin. "What do you mean by this?" The fierce man's frown deepened. For some reason, watching the spinning coin filled him with a strange sense of unease. "This coin will decide the life and death of all of you. Characters up, you live. Face up, you die." Chu Tian rode his bicycle slowly toward the fierce man. A faint smile played on his calm face. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Who the hell do you think you are, the king of hell?" Brother Hu burst out laughing, looking at Chu Tian as if he were an idiot. "Is this kid crazy? Deciding all of our lives and deaths. I've seen it all now, meeting a brainless psycho like this. To say something like that in front of our boss, he must have a death wish." The 20 burly men all clutched their stomachs, laughing. They had never seen such a hopeless lunatic. "I never thought the day would come when someone would be so arrogant in front of me." The fierce man laughed in anger, staring at the approaching Chu Tian. "Kid, today I'll teach you that arrogance requires capital. Remember to walk the other way when you see me in your next life." With that, he waved his hand. Immediately, his 20 burly men charged viciously toward Chu Tian on his bicycle. Chu Tian remained as calm as still water, riding his bicycle at a leisurely pace. Bam! 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 However, when the 20 men were still 5 meters away, they suddenly seemed to crash into an invisible wall of air, which sent them flying backward. "What's going on?" The fierce man's expression changed as he watched his men get thrown back so bizarrely. Even with his Xiantian lineage strength, he couldn't see what had happened. Playing tricks, the fierce man's face darkened. He moved, launching a powerful punch at the approaching Chu Tian. The force of the punch created a piercing whistle in the air. Bam! The bizarre scene repeated itself. When the fierce man was still 5 meters from Chu Tian, his powerful punch seemed to hit an invisible wall of air. His arm broke instantly, and he was sent flying backward. How is this possible? You are. As he flew through the air, the pain of his broken arm couldn't suppress the terror he now felt. He looked at Chu Tian in horror, a terrible possibility dawning on him. Under his terrified gaze, Chu Tian didn't even glance at him, calmly riding his bicycle forward. Ahead, the 2 black commercial vans were parked horizontally, blocking the road. Bam! However, at that moment, when they were still 5 meters from Chu Tian, the 2 black vans were suddenly struck by some powerful, invisible force. The 2 vans were bizarrely knocked to either side, clearing the road. Chu Tian rode his bicycle away. B-boss, he is. Brother, who was already trembling all over, his face pale and his lips green. He could barely speak. He realized that what Chu Tian was displaying now was thousands of times more terrifying than before. When Chu Tian had dealt with him earlier, he was still human. But this bizarre display was beyond the scope of a human. It was like a god. He is a grandmaster. The fierce man swallowed hard, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He struggled to get the simple words out. It took him a long moment to finally spit out the words. He couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary young man was actually a powerful grandmaster. He had actually provoked a terrifying grandmaster today. GGG. Grandmaster. Hearing this answer, Brother Who's teeth chattered, and he almost fainted from lack of air. Hiss. The 20 subordinates who had just gotten up gasped in unison, their faces as white as paper. To them, a grandmaster was a legendary existence. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a series of intermittent, crisp sounds rang out. The fierce man looked over, and his pupils instantly dilated. The coin on the hood of the Mercedes was slowly stopping its spin. It wobbled on the hood, and after one final wobble, it fell flat. The face was up, representing death. The face is up. It represents death. The moment they saw the coin land face up, everyone was terrified. It was as if a death knell had suddenly rung in their ears. If before they thought Chu Tian's claim that a small coin would decide their fate was a joke, now, no one dared to question his words. A grandmaster's word could decide life and death. What are you all panicking for? He's gone, isn't he? Brother Who stammered, his teeth chattering. In truth, he was more panicked and terrified than anyone. Who was right? The fierce man forced down the fear in his heart, pretending to be calm. That grandmaster has already left. The purpose of this coin was just to warn us. Seeing his composure, the others couldn't help but relax. The boss is right. He was just warning us. We don't need to worry anymore. To a powerful grandmaster like him, we're just ants. He wouldn't bother killing us. It was just a false alarm. No need to be scared. All right, let's get out of here. The fierce man also felt relieved. This Chu Tian was certainly terrifying, but he wasn't going to kill them, so there was nothing to worry about. At worst, they just had to avoid provoking him in the future. A coin deciding their fate? It was just a warning. Just like now, the coin landed face up, but weren't they all still alive and well? The young master's coin never offers a path to life. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the space. The chill in the words was like that of a 10,000-year-old glacier, bone deep and piercing. The moment they felt this terrifying chill, everyone's hair stood on end, and a sense of dread crept into their hearts. They all turned to look in the direction of the voice. A figure completely shrouded in black was slowly walking out of the darkness. Who are you? The fierce man stared at the dark figure, forcing himself to remain calm as he asked. The one who will send you on your way, the dark figure said, slowly approaching. Quick, let's go. The fierce man's face changed drastically. Now he finally understood why Chu Tian hadn't killed them himself. They weren't worthy of Chu Tian's personal attention. This dark figure was Chu Tian's subordinate, here to take their lives. Once the young master's coin is tossed, no one lives. The dark figure spoke coldly, slowly walking forward. With every step he took, one person let out a blood-curdling scream. Oh! The 20 burly men, who had started to flee for their lives after hearing the fierce man's words, now seemed to be erased by some powerful, mysterious, and bizarre force. They all let out a piercing scream. Then, like fireworks, they exploded into a red mist and dissipated into the air. Are you a man or a ghost? Don't come over here. Brother Who, still in his wheelchair, watched the dark figure approach, so terrified that his very soul seemed to tremble. This dark figure was even more bizarre and terrifying than what Chu Tian had shown earlier. The young master spared you once before, but unfortunately, you did not appreciate his gift. The dark figure didn't even glance at Brother Hu as he walked past him. As the last word fell, Brother Hu screamed and exploded into a cloud of red mist. Even the wheelchair he was sitting in bizarrely turned to dust and dissipated into the air. Spare me, spare me. The fierce man, who had long since collapsed to the ground in fear, saw the dark figure walking toward him and hurriedly knelt, trembling, kowtowing, and begging for his life. In this world, no one makes the young master walk the other way. This time, the dark figure's voice was exceptionally cold and piercing, filled with surging killing intent. Ah! As the dark figure spoke, the fierce man screamed. Then, as if seized by some terrifying force, he was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. At that moment, a series of gruesome tearing sounds came from the fierce man's body as he floated in the air. As he struggled in agony, the fierce man suddenly remembered. He had told Chu Tian that in his next life, he should walk the other way when he saw him. This dark figure was torturing him like this precisely because of that sentence. The screams gradually subsided. The dark figure clenched his right fist, and the fierce man instantly turned into a red mist, dissipating into the air. The dark figure looked at the coin resting quietly on the hood of the car, picked it up with great care, and turned to leave. As he departed, the Mercedes and the two black commercial vans bizarrely turned to dust and vanished into the air. The space was quiet. Not a single trace was left behind. It was as if nothing had ever happened here. Under the night sky, the dark figure returned to Julong Manor and stood respectfully on Langshan, on the road leading to the Langshan Villa at the summit. His feet were at the red line, marking the forbidden zone. At that moment, Chu Tian rode his bicycle up from the base of the mountain and stopped in front of the dark figure. "Young master, your coin." The dark figure respectfully presented the coin to Chu Tian with both hands. "Night Shadow, how did they die?" Chu Tian took the coin from Night Shadow's hand, casually put it in his pocket, and then asked nonchalantly. "They dissipated into space while screaming in terror," Night Shadow answered respectfully. "You were a bit crude," Chu Tian said. "Please instruct me, young master." Night Shadow's voice was filled with deep reverence. "We are civilized people. We can't be so crude," Chu Tian said with a slight smile. "Night Shadow will obey the young master's command. In the future, I will let others die a quicker death," Night Shadow replied with a bow. Chu Tian nodded slightly and rode his bicycle away. Only after Chu Tian's figure disappeared from his sight did Night Shadow leave, melting into the darkness. "Young master." Inside Langshan Villa, Su Nu saw Chu Tian return and bowed respectfully. Chu Tian smiled and nodded, entering the villa with Su Nu attending to him. "Su Nu, is the itinerary for tomorrow ready?" Late at night, as he was about to sleep, Chu Tian put down his book and asked Su Nu, who was preparing to leave the bedroom. "Everything is ready." A sweet smile appeared on Su Nu's cheeks. Tomorrow was her birthday, and the young master had specially set aside a day to celebrate with her. "We'll set out tomorrow morning." Chu Tian nodded and smiled. "All right, you may go." Su Nu exited the bedroom and closed the door. However, as the door closed, her beautiful face gradually dimmed. Tomorrow was her birthday, the day she would have accompanied the young master for exactly 200 years, and also her last day with him. Tomorrow would mark her 200th year with the young master. 200 years seemed like a long time, but now that the day was here, it felt so short. On my final day of departure, for the young master to spend a whole day with me like this is my honor. Su Nu cast aside her sorrow, a happy smile appearing on her face as she walked away. Today was her birthday, and Su Nu felt exceptionally happy. She didn't wear her usual formal attire today, instead changing into a custom Chanel outfit. This custom outfit perfectly highlighted Su Nu's noble temperament, graceful figure, fashion sense, and captivating femininity. Combined with her gentle, dignified, and perfectly beautiful Eastern features, she was even more heart-stirring. "Su Nu, happy birthday," Chu Tian said as Su Nu meticulously straightened his clothes. Su Nu smiled happily. Then she asked curiously, "Young master, Su Nu is 200 years old today. Am I very old and ugly?" In the eyes of others, 200 years is very, very old. But in my eyes, at this point, Chu Tian smiled and continued, "You are just a very, very small sprout." He had lived for more than 10,000 years. 200 years was not even a fraction of his life. In his eyes, Su-nu was no different from a young girl. Although your face and skin, and your physiological state, are that of a 30-year-old, very few people in this world are more beautiful than you. Chu Tian wasn't lying to Su-nu. He was telling the truth. Su-nu's 30-year-old appearance and skin were superior, not inferior, to Jiang Xiaoya from the library. Especially Su-nu's mature feminine charm, which Jiang Xiaoya couldn't compare to at all. Su-nu's smile became even happier. She hadn't expected that in the young master's heart. She was so beautiful. The two walked out of the villa. Vroom vroom. At that moment, a low, beast-like engine roar came from the villa's underground garage. As the garage door automatically and slowly opened, a black supercar with an incredibly cool and aggressive design slowly drove out of the underground garage and stopped beside them. Su-nu felt a little disappointed. She had thought the young master would ride his bicycle today. That way, she could sit on the back seat, lean against his back, and spend a wonderful time together. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Chu Tian glanced at Su-nu and, seeing the subtle change in her expression, understood her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, the cool supercar started up again and automatically returned to the underground garage. At the same time, the bicycle parked not far away had its handlebars light up with a sci-fi-like glow. Then, it automatically drove over and stopped in front of Chu Tian. "Young master, you." Su-nu looked at Chu Tian in surprise, her expression filled with an undeniable sense of being touched. She had just been disappointed that the young master wasn't riding his bicycle, and now he had switched to it. "Get on." Chu Tian smiled and got on the bicycle. Su-nu, overjoyed, sat sideways on the back seat, her arms wrapped around Chu Tian's waist. She leaned gently against his back, her cheeks softly pressed against him. Feeling the warmth from the young master's back and smelling his captivating, unique scent, Su-nu's face flushed slightly. Leaning against the young master like this was her lifelong wish, and today, it had finally come true. Chu Tian said nothing and rode the bicycle down Langshan. At the foot of Langshan, within Julong Manor, the cars of the various tycoons who were preparing to leave all pulled over and turned off their engines in advance to let Chu Tian pass. "Is that Mr. Chu's woman?" How breathtaking. The tycoons sitting in their respective cars were all moved when they saw Su-nu on the back of Chu Tian's bicycle. Su-nu was simply too beautiful. Tycoons of their level had seen all kinds of beautiful women and were no longer impressed by ordinary beauties. Even top celebrities wouldn't move them in the slightest. But the moment they saw Su-nu, her indescribable beauty and noble, elegant temperament struck them deep in their hearts. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. Chu Tian rode his bicycle, carrying Su-nu, past the cars of these tycoons, through the gate that had been opened for them in advance, and left Julong Manor. At the entrance of Julong Manor, all the security guards were stunned, unable to recover for a long time. "Captain, is that Mr. Chu's wife?" Xiaozhang swallowed hard. "I've never seen her before either," Chu Shan said, also swallowing. "Mr. Chu's wife is so beautiful. Those big celebrities aren't even 1% as beautiful as her." Xiaozhang felt as if his soul had left his body. Chu Shan nodded. In his eyes, Su-nu was like a woman who had walked out of a painting. Her beauty was beyond words. Even though he had been through seas of blood and fire, hovering on the edge of death countless times, and his heart had long become calm, the moment he saw Su-nu, it pounded wildly. Not far from the gate of Julong Manor, in a parked Bugatti Veyron, Wang Xiao was completely lost in a daze. He stared blankly at the gradually receding figure of Su-nu on the back of the bicycle. So beautiful. How could such a beautiful woman exist in this world? For a rich young master like Wang Xiao, women were no different from toys that came and went at his beck and call. He had never taken any woman to heart. But the moment he saw Su-nu, his heart skipped a beat. He even thought that if he could have Su-nu, he would be willing to give up everything, to go through fire and water. He just hoped to have Su-nu for a single moment. But when he saw Su-nu sitting on the back of Chu Tian's bicycle, it was like a blow to the head, instantly shattering his fantasy. "Cousin, Mr. Chu has such a beautiful girlfriend." Han Qianer, in the car, asked in surprise. "This is the first time I've seen her," Wang Xiao said, somewhat dejected. "What a pity. Mr. Chu already has a girlfriend, and she's so beautiful," Han Qianer said with regret. "Qianer, give up your unrealistic ideas. An existence like Mr. Chu is not someone we can aspire to, Wang Xiao said with a sigh, sensing his cousin's thoughts. To outsiders, their Wang family was a lofty, admirable existence. But outsiders didn't know that in front of Mr. Chu, their Wang family was nothing. Mr. Chu could decide the fate of their Wang family with a single word. Han Xianer pouted, a little unconvinced. Chu Tian, carrying Su Nu, rode his bicycle into the bustling city. Along the way, they constantly attracted gasps of admiration and envious glances from passers-by. My God, look at that woman on the bicycle. She's so beautiful. Did a beauty from a painting just walk out? Shouldn't such a beautiful woman be in a luxury car? She's sitting on a bicycle. My view of life is being turned upside down. The owners of the luxury cars on the road were all dumbfounded. They looked at Chu Tian's bicycle, then at their own luxury cars, and immediately beat their chests in frustration. Their luxury cars were actually no match for Chu Tian's bicycle. They were fabulously wealthy, yet they couldn't compare to a poor boy on a beat-up bike. Su Nu sat on the back of the bicycle, her arms gently wrapped around Chu Tian's waist, her cheeks softly pressed against his back. Hearing the gasps of the passers-by and feeling their envious gazes, a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Everyone envied the young master for having such a beautiful woman. But who could know that she was merely the young master's personal maid? And who could know what an honor it was to be able to sit on the back of the young master's bicycle like this, leaning against him? There were very few people in the world who could ride the young master's bike like this. They rode all the way to Happy Valley in the southeast of Sioux City, one of the locations on Su Nu's itinerary. The amusement park was bustling with people and full of excitement. Amidst envious gazes and gasps of admiration, Chu Tian rode his bicycle, carrying Su Nu, into Happy Valley. He parked the bike and they walked toward the bungee jumping platform. Young master, may I hold your arm? Su Nu asked sweetly. Chu Tian smiled without answering, but he extended his right arm. He had already given Su Nu his answer. Su Nu was overjoyed, happily linking her arm with Chu Tian's. Another good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. I just ate a mouthful of 82-year-old premium dog food. The taste is so sour. To see such a picturesque beauty so gently holding the arm of a seemingly ordinary man was truly a cause for lament. On the second floor of a coffee shop in a prime location with a beautiful environment, which would normally be full of people drinking coffee, the entire floor had been booked out today. The elegant and spacious second floor of the coffee shop was exceptionally quiet. There was only one young man inside. The young man was dressed in luxurious clothes, about 25 or 26 years old, and quite handsome. At this moment, he was holding a cup of coffee, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly through the glass at Su Nu's receding figure in Happy Valley. Lost in thought, he forgot to drink his coffee. A masterpiece of the world. The young man stared at Su Nu's figure, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The moment he had unintentionally seen Su Nu, his heart had skipped a beat, captivated by her beauty and perfect figure. Chu Tian and Su Nu walked up the iron stairs to the bungee jumping platform. The platform was built on a cliff, and dozens of meters below was the sea with small waves. On the water, there were two small boats with lifeguards. On the bungee jumping platform, there were two staff members, a man and a woman, and 4 other young people, who were customers preparing to jump. At that moment, a male customer was ready, in a state of nervousness and fear. The male staff member was checking if he was securely fastened and if there were any safety hazards. The female staff member was encouraging the ready male customer. The other 3 customers, clearly the male customer's companions, were teasing him, telling him to be brave, not to be a coward, and to jump boldly. Clang, clang. At this time, the sound of footsteps on the iron platform was heard. The 6 people on the platform subconsciously turned to look. When they did, all 6 of them were instantly captivated by Su Nu, all of them stunned. What a beautiful woman. The feeling of being amazed made the space instantly quiet. The men who saw Su Nu were mesmerized. It was as if Su Nu were a peerless wine, and just seeing her was intoxicating. The women who saw Su Nu felt somewhat inadequate. In Su Nu's presence, they immediately felt a sense of being far inferior. At that moment, a scream rang out. It was because the male staff member, in his daze, had let go, and the male bungee jumper had plummeted, his wails echoing in the space below. Everyone finally came back to their senses, but no one paid any attention to the screaming man below. Everyone's gaze was still on Su Nu. Can we go first? Chu Tian asked at this time. He was completely ignored. No one paid him any mind. Can we go first? Su Nu asked, secretly laughing to herself. Her voice was pleasant and melodious, like an orchid in a secluded valley. Yes, yes, yes. This time, everyone reacted. Not only did the staff members nod eagerly, but the 3 customers also nodded repeatedly. Chu Tian was amused, thinking to himself, have these people never seen a beautiful woman before? Young master, you jump with me. Su Nu looked at Chu Tian, her eyes full of expectation. All right. Chu Tian smiled and nodded. The several men nearby suddenly felt heartbroken. Such a beautiful woman had been taken by a pig, and what's more, she was so gentle and lovely to him. Chu Tian and Su Nu were going to bungee jump together. The female staff member helped them put on their safety harnesses. Once they were strapped in, Chu Tian and Su Nu stood at the edge of the platform. Su Nu held on to Chu Tian, nestling gently in his arms. Chu Tian held Su Nu and leaned forward. The 2 of them plummeted downwards. If I could have such a beautiful woman holding me, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Give it a rest. She didn't even glance at us. Stop daydreaming. The men shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Su Nu's gaze had been on Chu Tian from beginning to end. The indescribable emotion in her eyes made them sigh. A woman like that was destined to be with only this man for her entire life. Something doesn't seem right. The male staff member came to his senses and muttered in confusion. Suddenly, he realized what was wrong. The sound. Yes, the sound. He hurried to the edge and looked down. Below, on the bungee cord, Chu Tian and Su Nu were embracing, bouncing up and down with the elasticity of the rope. The 2 of them hadn't made a single sound. Normally, customers would be screaming their heads off from the moment they jumped until it was over. But Chu Tian and Su Nu hadn't made a sound from start to finish. Oh no, they fainted from fear. The male staff member's face changed drastically. The fact that Chu Tian and Su Nu were so silent must mean they had fainted from fear right at the start of the jump. Attention below, the customers have fainted. Call the medical staff immediately. He ran down the platform, his voice filled with alarm as he notified the staff below via walkie-talkie. What's with that guy? If you're scared, why come bungee jumping? It's one thing for him to faint, but I hope he doesn't harm that beautiful woman. The other customers also hurried down, cursing Chu Tian in their hearts. What? The customers fainted from fear. Quick, quick, get ready to catch them and save them. The lifeguards in the small boat below had been watching Chu Tian and Su Nu in the sky, wondering why the 2 were so quiet. Now, hearing the message from the walkie-talkie, they were terrified. No wonder the 2 of them were so quiet. They must have fainted from fear. If they scared someone to death, the consequences would be unimaginable. As they waited anxiously, the rope finally came to a stop. The lifeguards hurriedly caught Chu Tian and Su Nu and quickly unfastened the ropes. As the ropes were undone, Chu Tian, with his arm around Su Nu, leaped to the shore. They're okay? The lifeguards, who had been so anxious, were now dumbfounded, finding it incredible. Not only were the 2 of them fine, but they had also jumped 10 meters to the shore. At that moment, the staff member and the other customers who had rushed down stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at Chu Tian and Su Nu as they calmly walked away. The 2 of them were fine? Then everyone realized. The reason they hadn't made a sound wasn't because they had fainted from fear, but because they weren't scared at all. Su Nu, you should have screamed just now, Chu Tian said after a moment of thought as they walked. Does the young master like it when I scream? Su Nu asked. We should act like ordinary people, not be too special, Chu Tian said with a smile. Su Nu nodded. The people behind them who overheard their conversation felt their hearts shatter into pieces. Their conversation had caused them serious emotional damage. Young master, let me buy you a cold drink, Su Nu said to Chu Tian after they came out of the other amusement park rides. It's your birthday today. I'll go buy them. Chu Tian smiled, telling Su Nu to wait there, and turned to buy the drinks. Su Nu sat gracefully on a nearby stone bench, her gaze somewhat lost as she watched the young master's back. This was the first time the young master had actively gone to buy something like this. As Su Nu sat there, she became like a scenic spot. The people around all cast their gazes over, whispering in amazement. Yin Yin, look at that woman. Not far away, a young woman looked excitedly at Su Nu sitting quietly on the stone bench and eagerly pulled at Li Yin, who was beside her. Li Yin looked over, and when she saw Su Nu, she, also a woman, was stunned by Su Nu's beauty and temperament. So beautiful. Lian exclaimed. She couldn't help but think of Huoli. In terms of both looks and temperament, Huoli was completely overshadowed by Su Nu. I'm not telling you to look at her beauty. I'm telling you to look at what she's wearing. Zhao Li, beside Li Yin, said excitedly. That outfit is Chanel's limited edition for today. It's called Icy Summer, limited to 100 sets worldwide. Do you know its price? How much? Lian asked, surprised. 1.5 million. And that's in US dollars. 1.5 million US dollars? Lian was shocked. An outfit worth 1.5 million US dollars was almost 10 million Chinese yuan. That was something she couldn't even dream of. And look at her beautifully styled earrings, and that bag she has next to her. Do you know how much they cost? How much? Her earrings are from Louisa Sally, called Elf. They're also limited edition, only 100 pairs in the world. A pair is worth 5 million Chinese yuan. Her bag is from Chanel, worth 3,580,000 Chinese yuan. Lian's mouth hung open in shock. 5 million for a pair of earrings, over 3 million for a bag. My God, what kind of extravagance was this? And those aren't even the most expensive things. Look at the high heels on her feet. They're the star spirit's love. Lian looked at the shoes on Su Nu's feet, and the moment she recognized them, her eyes widened in shock. As a woman who loved beauty, she often browsed luxury goods online. Although she couldn't afford the expensive ones, it didn't stop her from dreaming. The one thing she dreamed of owning was this pair of star spirit's love. There was only one pair in the world, valued at 46,880,000. To her, this was an astronomical figure, completely out of reach. Yet now, she was seeing someone casually wearing these shoes on their feet. Could they be fake? Lian asked doubtfully. Who would casually wear such a valuable pair of shoes to walk around in? They probably aren't fake. I've looked closely at the outfit, the earrings, and the bag. They're all genuine. Someone who can wear all that wouldn't wear a pair of fakes, Zhao Li said, clicking her tongue in wonder. Lian couldn't help but feel envious. Just then, her gaze suddenly paused. She saw Chu Tian walking over with 2 cold drinks. Chu Tian. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to greet him. Ever since she had witnessed Chu Tian's powerful status at the previous gathering, she had been envious of Yuya. With just a word from Chu Tian, Yuya had gotten a luxury car and 4 million yuan. Today, she was thrilled to meet Chu Tian again. If she could get close to him like Yuya did, maybe she too could gain some great benefits. Chu Tian also saw Li Yan. In response to her enthusiastic expression, he merely gave a slight nod and walked straight past her, heading for Su Nu. Yan, who is he? Why is he so cold? Zhao Li asked in surprise. He's my college classmate. He was amazing in school, and he's even more amazing now. Li Yan's eyes were full of stars as she recalled the past events. Even someone like Wang shouted and dared to breathe too loudly in front of Chu Tian. One could imagine how powerful Chu Tian's status was now. She didn't care about Chu Tian's coldness toward her and hurried to follow him. However, after just a few steps, she stopped again. She saw Chu Tian walking towards Su Nu. Is he a kept man? Zhao Li asked in surprise. A kept man? Li Yan was stunned. If she hadn't known before that Su Nu's outfit was worth nearly 70 million, she wouldn't have associated Chu Tian with being a kept man. But now that Zhao Li had said it, she couldn't help but reevaluate Chu Tian and Su Nu. Although Su Nu looked young, when Chu Tian stood next to her, it was obvious that he was much younger. And since Chu Tian was buying drinks for Su Nu himself, the answer was self-evident. Chu Tian was a kept man. I can't believe it, Chu Tian. We were all fooled by you. You're just a kept man. Wang Xiao was respectful to you because he was afraid of this woman. Everything you have was given to you by this woman. Li Yan figured it out and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How dare such a shameless person ignore me? She suddenly remembered something and said to Zhao Li beside her, Lily, do you know what his job is now? What job? He's a librarian at your Su University. What? Our Su University has such a despicable degenerate. Zhao Li was full of surprise. Then she became a little confused. He's that woman's kept man, so he shouldn't be short of money. Why would he still be a librarian? Li Yan sneered. Naturally, he doesn't want people to know he's a kept man. You know, back in our university, he was very arrogant and hardly interacted with anyone. A person like that wouldn't even be able to find a foothold in society. Now that he's a kept man, he probably feels very ashamed himself. So he chose to work in a quiet library to keep his shameful secret from outsiders. My God, he looks so handsome and refined. I never thought he'd be such a hypocrite. A look of disgust appeared on Zhao Li's face. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Lily, come on, let's go expose him. We'll reveal his true colors and make it so he can't even be a kept man anymore. I don't think that's a good idea. I'll pass. Xiaoli was about to agree, but then refused. Although she found Chu Tian despicable, it had nothing to do with her, and there was no need to get involved. Seeing Xiaoli refuse, Li Yin didn't press her further and walked straight toward Chu Tian herself. She had thought Chu Tian's achievements were now beyond reach, but who knew he was just a kept man? Everything Chu Tian had now was just given to him by that woman. A man who relied on a woman for a living had the nerve to ignore her? Did he have no shame? Now, she would go to that woman and expose Chu Tian, making him lose everything and truly become as pathetic as a dog. At that moment, Chu Tian and Su Nu had just thrown their empty drink cups into the trash. Su Nu, overjoyed, linked her arm with her young masters again. Just as they were about to leave, a woman suddenly appeared before them. Su Nu was surprised, but Li Yin suddenly looked at Chu Tian and said mockingly, well, Chu Tian, so you're a kept man. A kept man. Is she talking about this guy? Li Yan's words immediately drew the attention of the surrounding people, who all turned to look at Chu Tian with surprise. This man was a kept man. Chu Tian looked at Li Yin calmly, without a ripple of emotion. However, Su Nu's delicate brows instantly furrowed, and a coldness slowly appeared in her eyes. Li Yin then looked at Su Nu and said, hello, my name is Li Yin. I'm a former college classmate of Chu Tian's. This man is extremely hypocritical. Don't be fooled by him. Let me tell you something. 2 days ago, Chu Tian had a small gathering with us. Do you know what happened? He used your name to give one of our female classmates a luxury car and 4 million yuan. As soon as she said this, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Is he that sinister? He actually used this beauty's name to give another woman a luxury car and money. He doesn't look like a bad person from his appearance, but I didn't expect his heart to be so sinister. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Su Nu's face turned completely cold. To have her young master insulted like this made the anger in her heart slowly rise. Li Yin saw Su Nu's face turn cold and thought it was because she was angry at Chu Tian after hearing this. She smiled satisfactorily at Chu Tian and sneered. Chu Tian, I see your true colors now. You pretended to be aloof to attract Yu Ya's attention, making her defend you so fiercely. Then, you showed off perfectly in front of her, and finally gave her a luxury car and 4 million to win her heart. What a scheme. Unfortunately, I discovered your true colors. In the end, you're just a kept man. As her words fell, a wave of contemptuous voices rose from the surroundings. This is simply outrageous. He's a kept man himself, yet he has the nerve to use schemes to deceive other women. Being a kept man is shameful enough, but to secretly deceive other women is outrageously shameful. How can a person be so despicable? Li Yan's face was full of triumph. Ever since Yu had gotten a luxury car and 4 million for free, she had been dying of envy and jealousy. She had been thinking about when she could get all that for herself. Meeting Chu Tian again today, she had excitedly wanted to follow Yu Ya's example and get benefits from him. Who knew that Chu Tian would coldly ignore her? She immediately understood that she couldn't get any benefits from Chu Tian. Since she couldn't get any benefits, she would destroy him, so he couldn't have it easy either. Chu Tian's expression remained calm and undisturbed. After 10,000 years, his heart was as calm as still water. It was hard for anything in the world to cause a ripple in his heart anymore. Su Nu's face, however, was as cold as frost. The anger in her heart had long turned into killing intent. This person was unforgivable. At that moment, 4 tall men in black suits pushed through the crowd and walked in. Slap. The leading tall man slapped Li Yin across the face as soon as he entered, sending her stumbling to the ground. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Why did you hit me? Li Yin was frightened. You have no right to slander this lady, the tall man said coldly. She has no relationship with this man. Seeing his cold demeanor, Li Yin was too scared to speak again. The tall man turned around, completely ignoring Chu Tian. He respectfully made an inviting gesture towards Su Nu and said, Miss, our young master invites you. Seeing the tall man ignore her young master like this and claim she had no relationship with him, Su Nu's expression instantly turned cold. Have your master come himself. Chu Tian spoke, his voice as calm as ever. The tall man's face turned cold as he glared at Chu Tian. Sir, I hope you will publicly admit that you have no relationship with this lady. Don't let everyone misunderstand. The woman his young master had taken a fancy to must remain pure. What right did a seemingly ordinary man like this have to be associated with the woman his young master desired? He could be polite to this man for now, but if the man didn't know what was good for him, he shouldn't be blamed for what happened next. Slap. However, just as his words fell, a piercing slap echoed across his face. The immense force sent him flying sideways, landing more than 5 meters away. The one who had struck was not Chu Tian, but Su Nu. Everyone stared at Su Nu in horror. She looked like a delicate woman, but who would have thought the force of her slap would be so terrifying? That tall man weighed at least 170 pounds, yet he was sent flying by Su Nu's slap, and he was even knocked unconscious. This single act stunned everyone into silence. The tall man's 3 companions didn't dare to step forward. They knew the tall man's strength. He was on the verge of becoming a powerful ancient martial artist. Yet, with such strength, he had been powerless against Su Nu's slap. The most terrified person was Li Yan. She realized that Su Nu had acted because of what the tall man had said to Chu Tian. It was as if Su Nu would not tolerate any disrespect towards him. Seeing how that beauty treats that man, he doesn't seem to be a kept man. Of course he's not a kept man. Didn't you feel it just now? When that beauty slapped that tall man, it got so cold it felt like the temperature dropped. I felt it too. The sudden drop in temperature just now gave me the creeps. We misunderstood them earlier. A woman who cares so much for a man. How could he be a kept man? The crowd whispered among themselves in surprise and doubt. Everyone could see from the slap Su Nu had just delivered that Chu Tian was probably not a kept man. Su Nu, it's your birthday. Don't be angry. Let's go. Chu Tian said to Su Nu with a slight smile. Young master, please allow Su Nu to disobey you for the first time. As she spoke, Su Nu walked expressionlessly to Li Yan. What do you want? Li Yan looked at Su Nu in terror. That slap from Su Nu had scared her half to death. If Su Nu slapped her, how could she possibly withstand it? Slap. Su Nu slapped Li Yan across the face. Li Yan stumbled, her mind buzzing. This slap is to tell you that you are nothing but a tiny ant. What right do you have to slander the young master? Slap. Su Nu slapped Li Yan again. Li Yan's head spun, and she felt the whole world tilting. This slap is to tell you that I am merely the young master's maid. Everything I possess is a gift from the young master. This one sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. What? She is this man's maid. I thought they were a couple or husband and wife, but it turns out they have a master-servant relationship. My God, this is too incredible. He's actually this beauty's master. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that such a beautiful woman was merely the maid of the seemingly ordinary Chu Tian. Slap. Su Nu delivered one final slap to Li Yan's face. Today is my birthday. So, you are very lucky. I am only slapping you. You get to live. With that, Su Nu returned to Chu Tian's side, linked her arm with his, and in front of him, her beautiful face once again bloomed with a lovely smile. You're so old, yet you still get angry so easily, Chu Tian said with a slight shake of his head and a smile. In front of the young master, Su Nu is forever a young girl, Su Nu said sweetly. Let's go. Chu Tian smiled slightly and led Su Nu away. It seems they really are master and servant. Isn't it obvious? Look at how obedient and submissive that beauty is in front of him. Doesn't that look like a master and servant? I really envy that man, having such a beautiful maid. Watching Chu Tian leave, the surrounding people sighed in admiration and envy. What do we do? What else can we do? Hurry back and report this to the young master. The 3 men in black suits watched Chu Tian and Su Nu leave. No one dared to step forward and stop them. In the vast Happy Valley, the most attractive spot was the beach on the coastline. Most people loved to come here to play because it was filled with a variety of beautiful, vibrant young women, a feast for the eyes. However, at this moment, most of the people on the beach were looking in one direction with envy. Chu Tian, wearing a pair of beach shorts, was walking towards the sea with a surfboard, accompanied by Su Nu in a swim dress. Most people's eyes were focused on Su Nu. Although Su Nu was wearing a swim dress, her beautiful figure and long, fair legs were unmatched by any other woman on the beach. Her stunning face was also unparalleled. They all envied Chu Tian for having such a companion. Chu Tian led Su Nu into the water, and the two of them swam towards the open sea. For Chu Tian and Su Nu, walking on water was as easy as walking on flat ground, but for ordinary people, it would be too shocking. There was no need for Chu Tian to show off. After swimming for nearly 1,000 meters, a 5 or 6 meter high wave approached like a wall. Su Nu, get on. Chu Tian easily stepped onto the surfboard and stood steadily. Surfing was the last stop on Su Nu's itinerary. Su Nu lightly stepped onto the surfboard, standing in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian held Su Nu's waist, controlling the surfboard under his feet, and rowed towards the wave in the undulating sea. A blush appeared on Su Nu's face, making her exceptionally beautiful and moving in the sunset glow. Today's itinerary was all deliberately arranged by her as two-person activities. Today was her last time with the young master. To be able to lean against his chest like this at the end of her life, feeling his warmth and smelling his scent, she had no regrets. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the sea echoed. The young master took her through the wave, gliding like the wind. The water at the top of the wave curled down, forming a beautiful water curtain. She leaned against the young master's chest, passing through this curling water curtain. In this brief space of the water curtain, it felt as if only she and the young master existed in the world. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Recalling when she first came to the young master's side at the age of 18, Su Nu couldn't help but sigh. Time passed so quickly. Unconsciously, she had been by the young master's side for 200 years. 200 years was too short. She quietly leaned against the young master's chest, feeling his warmth, smelling his familiar scent, with such longing and reluctance. But alas, the time to leave had finally come. She really wanted to die in the young master's arms like this. But she couldn't. She didn't want to see the young master sad for her. Good times are always so short. The wave dissipated, and the young master took her, gliding on the undulating waves towards the shore. The people on the beach watched this scene in amazement. He can actually surf with another person and not sink in the sea. It's incredible. This is a true master. Everyone was extremely surprised. Usually, people surf alone, but even then, they would sink into the sea after the wave subsides. But Chu Tian not only didn't sink when the wave subsided, but he also glided with another person. This was too incredible. Unlike the surprised crowd, the young man on the beach narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with coldness. He had come here while Chu Tian and Su Nu were surfing. Watching the woman he had taken a fancy to leaning against Chu Tian's chest, the flames of jealousy in his heart rose, as if he were watching his own woman in another man's arms. At this time, Chu Tian brought Su Nu back to the beach. Chu Tian glanced calmly at the young man and started to leave with Su Nu. But they had only taken 2 steps when 2 of the young man's subordinates stepped out and blocked their way. You can leave, but this lady, please come with us to see the young master. The 2 subordinates said coldly to Chu Tian, then respectfully made an inviting gesture towards Su Nu. Su Nu's expression instantly turned cold. Get lost. This time, Chu Tian acted. He waved his hand casually. Bam, bam. The 2 men blocking their way were as if suddenly hit by some invisible force, and they flew sideways, injuring someone from a distance. A perception realm martial artist? The young man was slightly surprised to see Chu Tian's move. He didn't expect Chu Tian to be able to injure someone from a distance, a martial artist who had reached the perception realm. A bit interesting. The young man's lips curved up slightly, and he walked towards Chu Tian. His subordinates followed behind him, and the old man with a somewhat sage-like air beside him followed calmly by his side. I heard from my men earlier that you wanted me to come see you personally. The young man walked towards Chu Tian, smiling as he went. It seems your confidence to make such a bold statement comes from your perception realm strength. In front of others, you might have the capital to be arrogant, but in front of me, Xiao Yi, you're just boasting. Chu Tian stopped and turned around, looking slightly surprised. Someone from the Xiao family of Shangjing? I didn't expect you to have some knowledge, Xiao Yi said, his expression filled with pride. The Xiao family gets worse with each generation, Chu Tian said, shaking his head slightly. Insolent. Xiao Yi's subordinates immediately shouted in anger. The old man frowned slightly. Xiao Yi's expression instantly turned cold. You're the first person to dare to speak of my Xiao family like that. Their Xiao family was incredibly powerful, one of the top families in all of China. Who would dare to speak ill of the Xiao family? This mere perception realm martial artist actually dared to say their Xiao family was getting worse with each generation. Was he looking for death? Su Nu's expression instantly turned icy. How dare this person from the Xiao family threaten her young master? Su Nu, let's go. Chu Tian shook his head slightly, turned, and led Su Nu away. He had no interest in dealing with this Xiao Yi. Young man, after speaking so brazenly about the Xiao family, you think you can just walk away? The one who spoke was the old man. He stepped forward, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Chu Tian, blocking his path. As he circulated the true qi in his body, the air around him produced an invisible fluctuation. It was as if a thick wall of qi had formed, pressing down on Chu Tian. Just entered the realm of martial arts grandmaster, Chu Tian said. That's right. Elder Chun has already entered the grandmaster realm. Your paltry strength is nothing in front of him. Now do you know who you've offended? Xiao Yi said as he led his men over. His expression was full of pride and contempt. A perception realm martial artist was destined to be crushed in front of a grandmaster. Young man, there are always heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. If no one has taught you this, then today, I will make you understand, Elder Chen said, looking at Chu Tian calmly. As he spoke, he intensified the circulation of his true power. To deal with a perception realm martial artist, he didn't need to use any martial techniques. Just the simplest qi wall of a grandmaster was enough to crush Chu Tian. Chu Tian said nothing and stepped forward. Suddenly, thud. Elder Chen instantly felt as if Chu Tian's step had landed on his own body. The force of that step felt like 1,000 pounds. The terrifying force directly threw his internal true qi into chaos, and his blood churned like a raging sea. How is this possible? Elder Chen's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had severely underestimated Chu Tian's strength. Making a quick decision, Elder Chen chose to use a martial art. Thud, thud. However, before Elder Chen could even begin to use his martial art, he instantly felt Chu Tian's next 2 ordinary steps land on him like 10,000 pounds. Each step was more terrifying than the last. Now, not only could he not use his martial art, but cracks were appearing in his internal organs and major meridians. On the outside, he looked unharmed, but only he knew that he was already severely injured. Chu Tian took a 4th step, but he didn't bring his foot down. Chu Tian looked at Elder Chen calmly, giving him one last chance. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Elder Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He knelt before Chu Tian and kowtowed. He understood that Chu Tian had given him a chance to repent. If Chu Tian had taken that last step, he would undoubtedly be dead. Chu Tian nodded calmly and led Su Nu away. Elder Chen, why are you kneeling to him? Xiao Yi ran over in alarm, trying to help Elder Chen up. Elder Chen stood up shakily. Then a mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. Elder Chen, you're injured? Xiao Yi's face changed drastically. Elder Chen, a grandmaster, was actually injured. And he hadn't even seen Chu Tian make a move. Just take a few ordinary steps. Elder Chen nodded and said, Xiao Yi, from now on, never provoke this master. His strength is far beyond mine. In front of him, I have no power to resist. He's a grandmaster? Xiao Yi trembled all over. Elder Chen's face was pale, nodding with the relief of having survived. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s had actually reached the grandmaster realm. Xiao Yi, we came out this time to find that senior Chu. This is our top priority. We must not let minor issues delay this matter, Elder Chen reminded him. Xiao Yi nodded quickly. After learning of Chu Tian's strength, he no longer dared to think about Su Nu, focusing his mind on finding that senior Chu. In the early morning, Chu Tian woke up as usual and walked out of his bedroom. As he opened the door, 2 crisp, pleasant female voices called out, Young master. The person waiting at the door was no longer Su Nu. It was a pair of extremely beautiful twins. Just like Su Nu when she first came to his side, the 2 girls were young and beautiful, only 18 years old, with a hint of shyness on their pretty faces. Su Nu was gone. Young master, I am Qin Shun. I am Cici. The 2 girls stood respectfully before Chu Tian, introducing themselves with a mix of restraint and timidity. The 2 girls were identical in appearance, height, figure, and even their clothes and hairstyle. Standing together, they were like a person in their mirror image. The only difference was the unique vermilion mark between their eyebrows. The dawn of the early morning. Chu Tian nodded slightly. The 2 girls were the new generation of saintesses, taking over from Su Nu to serve him. Young master, this is from Saintess Su Nu for you. Qin Shun respectfully presented an envelope to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the envelope and sat down on the sofa, opening it. He quietly read the contents of the letter. Young master, Su Nu has returned to the sacred domain. Please forgive Su Nu for leaving without saying goodbye. If there is a next life, Su Nu hopes to accompany the young master for another 200 years. Su Nu. At the signature, written in elegant handwriting, a teardrop had long since dried. The content was just a few words, but Chu Tian could feel Su Nu's attachment and reluctance to leave him as she wrote this letter. Su Nu, you fell in love with me after all. Chu Tian sighed in his heart. Su Nu was a saintess selected and trained by the sacred domain he had created. The main task of each generation of saintesses was to take care of his daily life. A saintess's lifespan was 218 years. In the blink of an eye, Su Nu had been by his side for 200 years. Su Nu's time was up, and she had to leave him and return to the sacred domain. The new generation of saintesses, Chun Chun and Cici, had taken over from Su Nu to take care of his daily life. Chun Chun, Cici, for the next 200 years, you must remember one thing. Do not fall in love with me. Chu Tian stood up and walked into the washroom. This was the same thing he had said to Su Nu when she first came to his side. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's long calm state of mind finally stirred with a ripple. We will obey the young master's words. Chun Chun and Cici responded respectfully. In their respectful tone, there was a hint of joy. The young master had accepted them. For the next 200 years, they would stay by his side. From a young age, they had received all kinds of training, not only in cultivation but also in poetry, etiquette, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. From China to abroad, from ancient to modern times, they had learned everything and mastered it all. Omniscient and omnipotent. No woman in the world could compare to them. However, they had worked hard, forgetting to eat and sleep, to learn all this, just for the day they could be chosen as saintesses to come to the young master's side and serve him. To them, this was the highest honor. They still remembered when they passed through layers of tests and finally stood out as saintesses, the envy and sadness of the maids who had grown up with them. After leaving Julong Manor, Chu Tian rode his bicycle as usual to Su University. Nerd. Just as he appeared at the library entrance, Jiang Xiaoya, wearing a refreshing pink tracksuit and 2 ponytails, ran over happily. Seeing Jiang Xiaoya link her arm with his as soon as she arrived, Chu Tian frowned slightly. He pulled his arm out of Jiang Xiaoya's grasp. Stinky nerd, do you dislike me that much? Jiang Xiaoya pouted at Chu Tian's action. This bookworm actually disliked her so much, which made her very unhappy. However, she was a carefree person, and her unhappiness vanished without a trace in an instant. She followed him again. Qian, Zhao Gan, and Chunya had already arrived and were currently organizing the old, damaged books in the library, replacing them with new ones, and moving the old books down. Chu Tian went upstairs to help the 3 of them move the old books. Chu Tian, no, the 3 of us can handle it. Right, you go rest. How can we let you do such a small thing? The 3 of them were startled when they saw Chu Tian coming to move the old books and hurriedly went to stop him. You 3, you're scared of the nerd now, aren't you? Jiang Xiaoya giggled from the side. The 3 of them immediately turned red. Jiang Xiaoya had hit the nail on the head. After seeing Chu Tian display his strength the night before last, they were scared silly on the spot. They couldn't believe that the Chu Tian they had been bullying for a year was actually a hidden, peerless master. With such a powerful master, even if they had 10 times the courage, not only would they not dare to order Chu Tian around as they used to, but they would also have to treat him with the utmost respect. It's fine, we're all colleagues, Chu Tian said, moving toward the cardboard boxes full of old books. No, great God Chu, please go rest. We can only work in peace if you're resting. The 3 of them blocked Chu Tian's path, refusing to budge. Although Chu Tian was as peaceful as ever, they were now genuinely afraid of him. They were afraid that if they offended him in any way, he would send them flying with a single slap. Nerd, from now on, it's your turn to order them around, Jiang Xiaoya said with a grin. Yes, Chu Tian, you can order us around any time from now on. Chu Tian, if you point west, we'll never dare to go east. The 3 of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Chu Tian was speechless. He said no more, turned, and went downstairs. Jiang Xiaoya quickly followed. Upstairs, Qian, Zhao Gan, and Chunya were left to move the books. Damn, how is one box of books so heavy? Going up and down the stairs like this will kill a person. I know, right? How come I never noticed before? You have the nerve to say that? For the past year, Chu Tian did most of this work by himself. Now you know how heavy and tiring it is. Q-G, it's not like you've ever moved them either. The three of them struggled, moving box after box of books. Only now did they realize how damn tiring it was to carry books up and down the stairs. They were drenched in sweat and panting like bulls. Actually, we should have noticed long ago that Chu Tian was a hidden master, Qian said with emotion. Yeah, Chu Tian carried so many books up and down the stairs, and not only did he not sweat, he wasn't even out of breath. How could he be an ordinary person? Zhao Gan nodded with a wry smile. Chunya, knowing he had a stutter, didn't say anything more and just nodded in agreement. Huh? Someone from the logistics office is here, Zhao Gan said in surprise. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked into the library. Brother Qian, he's not here for you again, is he? Zhao Gan and Chunya asked doubtfully. The man who had come to the library 2 days ago to call Qian to the director's office was this same middle-aged man. Qian didn't answer, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that the man wasn't here for him today. He was probably here for Chu Tian. Sure enough, after the middle-aged man entered the library lobby, his gaze fell directly on Chu Tian, who was sitting calmly at the circulation desk. Chu Tian, come with me to the office. Director Su has something to see you about. What does Director Su want with him? Jiang Xiaoya, sitting next to Chu Tian, asked. It's none of your business, so don't ask. Chu Tian, come with me to the office, the middle-aged man said flatly. Jiang Xiaoya shot up from her seat in anger. She was just asking out of curiosity. Why did he have to be so arrogant? Chu Tian glanced calmly at the middle-aged man, closed his book, and walked out from behind the circulation desk. Let's go. Chu Tian said flatly as he passed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Chu Tian's tone and demeanor were even more arrogant than his own. When he came to his senses, he snorted coldly and followed him out. Strange, what does Su Chang want with Chu Tian? Seeing Chu Tian leave, Zhao Gan and Chunya hurried down from the second floor. Qian followed behind them, his expression dim. Xiaoya, did that man say what he wanted with Chu Tian? The two of them quickly asked Jiang Xiaoya. He didn't say. Jiang Xiaoya got angry just thinking about it. She had just asked out of curiosity, and the middle-aged man had snapped at her. When had she, Jiang Xiaoya, ever been treated like that? It looks like Su Chang doesn't have anything good in mind for Chu Tian. Isn't that obvious? It's not like we don't know what kind of person Su Chang is. A look of hatred appeared on Zhao Gan and Chunya's faces. Everyone in their logistics department knew what kind of person Su Chang was, but under his pressure, they could only swallow their anger. For Su Chang to summon Chu Tian like this, it couldn't possibly be for anything good. Amidst their hatred, a look of anxiety appeared on their faces. They didn't know what to do now. Only Qian, who had been silent all this time, knew why Su Chang had summoned Chu Tian. Chu Tian was going to be fired today, and it was all because he had sold Chu Tian out. Thinking of this, Qian was tormented by guilt, regretting his betrayal. When Jiang Xiaoya heard what Chunya and Zhao Gan said, she also knew that Su Chang's summons meant trouble for Chu Tian. She quickly made an excuse to go to the bathroom and hurried into the library's restroom. Inside the restroom, she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Little ancestor, what can I do for you? As soon as the call connected, a man's voice, tinged with helplessness, came through. Xiao Jiang, hurry to the logistics department, to Su Chang's office. A colleague of mine was called over there. His name is Chu Tian. Go quickly, go now. Jiang Xiaoya urged him. All right. The person on the other end of the line agreed helplessly. At that moment, sitting in the dean's office at Su University, Jiang Yuran, a man in his 40s, hung up the phone with a helpless, wry smile. He really had no way of dealing with this little ancestor, Jiang Xiaoya. He never would have thought that after his little ancestor secretly ran away from the family, she would end up here with him. When Jiang Xiaoya had appeared before him, she had nearly scared the soul out of his body. Chu Tian. Jiang Yuran murmured the name, feeling a faint sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he remembered. About a year ago, the city education department had transferred a young man to work in their library. That young man's name was Chu Tian. At the time, hearing he was coming to work in the library, he knew Chu Tian had probably pulled some strings. He had always disliked people who used connections. Moreover, just coming to work in the library clearly meant that Chu Tian was uneducated and lacked any real skills, merely seeking a position within the system to coast through life in a comfortable environment. After Chu Tian left, he had casually glanced at his file. However, he was in for a shock. The Chu Tian in the file was practically a genius. Postdoctorate from Harvard, postdoctorate from Cambridge, postdoctorate from Stanford, postdoctorate from MIT. Chu Tian had obtained postdoctorates from nearly half of the world's top 10 universities. If he hadn't personally verified the certificate numbers, he wouldn't have believed it was real. How could such a monstrously talented person exist in the world? For others, obtaining even one postdoctorate was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yet Chu Tian seemed to collect them like a game, having almost completed the set from the world's top 10 universities. What a monster, what a genius. But what baffled him was that such a monstrously talented person would come to be an obscure librarian. Initially, he had tried to talk to Chu Tian twice, hoping to persuade him to teach, but Chu Tian had refused both times. He guessed it might just be a matter of personal preference. Later, he stopped insisting. Over time, with his busy schedule, he had forgotten about it. If Jiang Xiaoya hadn't mentioned him today, he would have forgotten all about Chu Tian. What does Su Chang want with Chu Tian? Jiang Yuan frowned, left his office, and headed towards the logistics department. At that moment, Chu Tian, following the middle-aged man from the logistics department, arrived at the department's office area. Young man, arrogance requires ability. As a mere librarian, what ability do you have to be arrogant? I advise you to lower your head, he said coldly to Chu Tian as they walked. Chu Tian had no interest in even acknowledging him and walked straight into the logistics department director's office. Humph, an ungrateful fool, the middle-aged man snorted. Chu Tian walked into the office and saw the pot-bellied, balding Su Chang sitting at his desk, leisurely sipping tea. Hearing his footsteps, Su Chang didn't even look up. Su Chang spit it out. Why did you want to see me? Chu Tian smiled faintly, walked over to the sofa, and sat down comfortably, crossing his legs. Why did I want to see you? Su Chang had intended to put on a show, to pressure Chu Tian and enjoy the sight of him looking terrified. Who would have thought that this Chu Tian still didn't take him seriously? Such a tone. Su Chang put down his teacup and glared at Chu Tian. Do you not understand your situation? Tell me about it. Chu Tian said, calm and composed, looking completely unconcerned. You're about to be fired. Seeing Chu Tian's nonchalant attitude infuriated Su Chang, and he said coldly, I'm being fired? For what? Chu Tian asked, slightly taken aback. You don't know yourself? Su Chang sneered, staring at Chu Tian. You frequently abandon your post, and sometimes you don't even come to the university. What right do you have to remain at Su University? Who told you that? Chu Tian frowned slightly. Only a few people at the library knew that he sometimes didn't come to Su University. Although his colleagues at the library often slacked off and made him do all the work, they weren't bad people at heart, and they all got along well. They would always cover for him when he didn't show up, helping him clock in. No outsider had ever known about this. The people at the library shouldn't have sold him out. Seeing Chu Tian finally frown, a smile appeared on Su Chang's face. Curious how I found out? Hee, it was Qian Er who sold you out. You forced him. Chu Tian's brow relaxed as he looked at Su Chang calmly. He remembered Su Chang summoning Qian Er 2 days ago. After Qian Er returned from Su Chang's office, he had looked unwell. That evening, he had even taken the initiative to invite them all out, and during the gathering, he had toasted Chu Tian 3 times with a heavy heart. It must have been because Qian Er knew he had betrayed him. His heart was tormented. You didn't expect that, did you? That Qian Er would betray you. Su Chang sneered triumphantly. It is indeed somewhat surprising, Chu Tian nodded. Su Chang's face turned cold. Even after knowing that the people around him had betrayed him, Chu Tian still maintained that calm and composed demeanor. He said coldly, let me tell you one more thing. Qian Er is drowning in debt, and his conduct is deplorable. On the list of people being fired this time, he is right there with you. Chu Tian frowned slightly. When you forced him to betray me, you must have promised him some conditions. Of course, but that was just to trick that idiot. Su Chang saw Chu Tian frown again and smiled smugly, continuing, it's his own fault for being stupid enough to believe it. Then he gave a faint smile, staring at Chu Tian. I'll also tell you that after you're fired, I'll find an opportunity to fire Zhao Gan and Chunya, who have been helping you hide this matter. They dared to shield you right under my nose. They can get the hell out too. Thank you to Qian Xiao, Lu Zihui, Zhu, and Xing Yuanbu Liao for the votes. Dear friends, Guozi is changing posture to ask for collections, recommendations, and comments. Guozi is lying down now. Big shots please come quickly. As Su Chang spoke, his face was full of triumphant smiles. He stood up, looking down at Chu Tian from a high vantage point. This blind fool dared to offend him, and this was the consequence. Not only would Chu Tian be fired, but all his friends would have to get lost too. He stared condescendingly at Chu Tian, wanting to see regret and panic on his face, wanting to see Chu Tian obediently beg him. However, a single sentence from Chu Tian made him freeze instantly. You can still take back this decision now. Chu Tian looked at Su Chong calmly, his emotions unruffled by Su Chong's words. He said flatly, "Consider this an opportunity one am giving you." An opportunity he was giving me? Ha ha ha. When Su Chong came back to his senses, he laughed loudly. What the hell? This Chu Tian actually dared to say that to him. Even Dean Jiang wouldn't dare say that to him. Who did Chu Tian think he was? He was just a lowly library administrator, yet he dared to say such things in front of him? Director Su, what makes you laugh so happily? At this moment, the office door opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man with a dignified air walked in. Dean Jiang, what wind blew you here? Su Chong was stunned for a moment when he saw Jiang Yuan arrive, then went up to greet him with a smile. I wouldn't come without a reason. I heard you called Chu Tian over, so I came specifically to take a look. Jiang Yuan glanced at Chu Tian and was quite surprised. Chu Tian was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking perfectly calm. It didn't look like Su Chong was doing anything to Chu Tian. Instead, it looked like Chu Tian had cornered Su Chong. May I ask what business Director Su has with Chu Tian? Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze and asked with some surprise. When Su Chong saw Jiang Yuan arrive, he realized that Jiang Yuan must be Chu Tian's backer. Chu Tian dared to speak so shamelessly just now because he was relying on Jiang Yuan as his support. Chu Tian, oh Chu Tian, no one can save you today? Dean Jiang, it's like this. Chu Tian is frequently absent from work and refuses to change despite repeated warnings. So, I called him over today to notify him that he has been fired, Su Chong said with a fake smile. Oh, just because of that. Jiang Yuan thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. He smiled. Perhaps Director Su doesn't know, but when Chu Tian was transferred to Su University, there was a clause in his contract stating that he could be absent from the academy at irregular intervals. If Director Su wants to see it, I can have someone send it over. Besides, the library is a leisurely job. It's no big deal if Chu Tian is absent a few times. Dean Jiang is wrong about that. Su Chong smiled and said, when you come to Su University, you have to understand Su University's rules. If everyone was absent like him, who would have the mind to work? It's like a piece of rat dropping spoiling a pot of soup. This rat dropping cannot be kept. Jiang Yuan frowned. This Su Chong was giving him no face at all. He said faintly, as far as I know, Director Su is also frequently absent from Su University. Su Chong said calmly, what is my position, and what is his position? A lowly library administrator. What right does he have to compare with a director like me? He smiled and glanced at Chu Tian on the sofa. Did you think that with Jiang Yuan as your backer, I couldn't touch you? Today, even Jiang Yuan can't save you. Jiang Yuan's face darkened slightly. Su Chong wasn't just refusing to give him face. He was completely disregarding him. Director Su doesn't have the authority to fire him yet, Jiang Yuan said in a deep voice. Whether I have the authority or not, you will know when the document from the city education department comes down. Su Chong looked at Jiang Yuan with a smile. He completely disregarded Jiang Yuan. You bypassed HR and me? Jiang Yuan's face instantly turned a shade colder. That's right. Su Chong didn't even have the interest to feign politeness in front of Jiang Yuan anymore. He laughed. Dean Jiang isn't unaware that my cousin is the deputy head of the city education department, right? To fire a useless little library administrator, I don't need your approval. I just need to send the document directly to my cousin. Jiang Yuan's face turned iron green instantly. He had actually always wanted to get rid of Su Chong, but Su Chong's connections were too strong. Su Chong was able to become the director of logistics at Su University relying on that deputy head of the city education department. Unless he wanted to use his family connections, it would be very difficult to remove Su Chong. But he didn't expect Su Chong to ignore him to this extent. It seems that the opportunity one gave you was superfluous, Chu Tian said lightly at this moment. Death is at your door, yet you still dare to talk big. Su Chong sneered at Chu Tian. The termination document will be sent down from the city education department any moment now. I'll see how you cry then. I think the one crying will be you. Chu Tian said calmly, his voice devoid of ripples. Don't tell me you're going to jump over the wall like a desperate dog and hit me? You want to beat me until I cry? Su Chong sniffed disdainfully. Chu Tian said no more, sitting calmly on the sofa, waiting for the arrival of the termination notice. Dean Jiang, you see it with your own eyes now, how arrogant this kid is. Su Chong looked at Jiang Yuan and laughed. He just made it clear that if I fire him, he'll act like a desperate dog and fight me to the death. I'm so scared right now. Jiang Yuan shook his head with a sigh. He also interpreted Chu Tian's meaning that way. He had originally considered using his family connections to help Chu Tian, but after hearing these words, he knew that Chu Tian had thoroughly offended Su Chong. For such an arrogant Chu Tian, it wasn't worth using his family connections. Subsequently, he sent a message back to Jiang Xiaoya. What? The nerd is going to be fired. When Jiang Xiaoya received the message from Jiang Yuan, she immediately cried out in surprise. Xiaoya, what did you just say? Zhao Gan and Chunya, who had been anxiously waiting for Chu Tian's return, were startled by Jiang Xiaoya's exclamation. Their faces changed as they hurriedly asked her. I just received news that Su Chong called the nerd over to fire him. Jiang Xiaoya replied anxiously. On what grounds does he want to fire Chu Tian? That's impossible. Although Chu Tian doesn't understand social etiquette and didn't give Su Chong any gifts, he has never made any mistakes in our library. He can't have a reason to fire Chu Tian. Zhao Gan and Chunya were filled with indignation. At the same time, neither of them believed that Su Chong could find a reason to fire Chu Tian. I heard the news says the nerd is being fired because of his absence from work, Jiang Xiaoya said. That's bullshit. That's even more impossible. Right? Only the few of us in the library know about this. No outsider knows. It's even more impossible for Su Chong to know. Xiaoya, your news must be fake. Zhao Gan and Chunya completely disbelieved this. Only the few people in the library knew about this matter. Although they used to bully Chu Tian often, they had completely accepted Chu Tian as family. They had done a good job hiding the fact that Chu Tian was often absent from work. Even the monthly inspections by the logistics department couldn't find out at all. How could an outsider possibly know? What Xiaoya said is true. At this moment, Qian Er, who had not spoken, squatted on the ground, holding his head in pain and making an agonized sound. I was the one who told Su Chong. I betrayed Chu Tian. Thank you to Vivio795106176666. Youth, Tian Xia Mo Guan. U174719397. Xia Hongjun. WY Chao Pin Studio. Interpretation, _Fanhua. Love you for a lifetime for the votes. Special thanks to a big shot for the tip in votes. This big shot has no screen name. Finally, Guozi continues to lie down properly. All big shots, come quickly, Guozi is waiting. Chu Tian, the document is coming down immediately. In the logistics director's office, Su Chong looked at Chu Tian mockingly. I'll see how you make me cry then. You will see. Chu Tian sat on the sofa like an old god, calm and composed. Still pretending to be calm. I'll see how you cry and beg me then. For someone like you who doesn't understand the ways of the world and is bad at socializing, once you lose your library job, no one will want you. In the end, you'll just be reduced to a beggar. Su Chong sneered and smiled at Jiang Yuan. Dean Jiang, the city education department's document is about to be sent to your office. When he gets desperate and hits me, you have to protect me. Although Jiang Yuan was disgusted to the extreme by this Su Chong, he only sighed in his heart. Even he felt that Chu Tian was too arrogant. Su Chong's backer was that deputy head of the city education department. Even he, without using his family connections, would find it difficult to move Su Chong and could only let Su Chong run rampant. As for Chu Tian, he had impressive knowledge, but he was just a lowly library administrator. To be this arrogant in front of Su Chong was truly like throwing an egg against a rock. This Chu Tian was indeed ignorant of the times. Dean. Suddenly, a female secretary rushed into the office and said to Jiang Yuan, the city education department just sent down a document. It's regarding the dismissal of 2 employees at Tsu University. There is also another one. Let me see. Before the female secretary could finish, Jiang Yuan interrupted her. The secretary hurriedly handed the 2 dismissal documents to Jiang Yuan. Firing Qian Er? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly when he saw the first document. He thought Su Chong was only firing Chu Tian, but he didn't expect him to fire another person as well. That's right. Qian Er must be fired too. Su Chong nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Chu Tian. See that? Qian Er has been fired along with you. Don't worry, Zhao Gan and Chunya will join you soon. Chu Tian remained calm and silent. For such a small jumping bug, He really didn't even have the interest to say another word. Jiang Yuren was now checking the second dismissal document. However, the moment he saw the content, Jiang Yuren froze. Then, as if he had misread it, he read it again. After reading it, his eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Director Su, take a look at this dismissal document. Jiang Yuren came back to his senses and handed the document to Su Chong with a smile. What's there to see in Chu Tian's dismissal document? Su Chong was somewhat dismissive, but he still took the document and glanced at it casually. With just that glance, Su Chong was instantly stupefied. Then, as if he had seen it wrong, he hurriedly checked it again. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Chong's fat face instantly turned somewhat pale. This dismissal document wasn't firing Chu Tian, it was firing him. How was this possible? His cousin was the deputy head of the city education department. How could he turn around and fire him? Dean, at the same time the city education department sent the dismissal documents, they also sent another appointment document. The female secretary now said what she hadn't finished saying earlier and handed another document to Jiang Yuren, appointing Chu Tian as the director of logistics at Tsu University. When Jiang Yuren saw the appointment document, he felt completely bewildered. Su Chong wanted to fire Chu Tian, but not only did he fail, Chu Tian actually got promoted, especially since this was personally appointed by the city education department. All procedures were directly skipped, and no one dared to object. To be promoted to director after only coming for a year, and to such a lucrative position, this speed was like a rocket. Suddenly, he remembered something. Chu Tian's arrival at Tsu University was by a document issued by the city education department. Specifically, Chu Tian's contract explicitly stated that he could be absent from work at Tsu University indefinitely. This had long indicated that Chu Tian had someone in the city education department. Impossible. This is even more impossible. Su Chong was trembling in disbelief. He was the one firing Chu Tian. Now, not only was the situation reversed and he was fired, but Chu Tian directly replaced him. This was completely impossible. Chu Tian, who had been sitting calmly on the sofa, stood up at this moment. Without even looking at Su Chong, he walked up to Jiang Yuren. Send this appointment letter back. I have no interest in being this director. Let them choose someone else. Chu Tian paused slightly, then continued flatly. At the same time, return Xian Er's dismissal document and have them revoke it. Just say, Chu Tian said so. What? Jiang Yuren was so shocked his glasses almost fell off. What an arrogant person. This Chu Tian was simply arrogant beyond bounds. He actually told him to send the appointment letter back to the city education department to choose someone else, and not only that, but to return Xian Er's dismissal document and have it revoked. To what extent must one be arrogant to dare say such a thing? He originally thought Chu Tian had someone in the city education department, but now it felt like the city education department had to listen to Chu Tian. Clatter. The female secretary's briefcase fell directly to the floor. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth gaped open. She was so horrified she thought she had heard wrong. That was the Sioux City Education Department, governing all academies in Tianan Province. It had always been the City Education Department appointing others. When had anyone ever dared to turn around and tell them what to do? Thud. Su Chong collapsed directly onto the floor, scared witless. Before, Chu Tian told him he was giving him a chance. He had sneered, thinking Chu Tian was boasting shamelessly. Now he believed it. Chu Tian really had been giving him a chance. Do as I say, and they will comply. Chu Tian said one last sentence to Jiang Yuren and walked away. Gulp. Jiang Yuren swallowed hard, feeling his throat incredibly dry. Chu Tian, Chu Tian. Terrified, Su Chong saw Chu Tian leaving just like that and hurriedly crawled over, wanting to hug Chu Tian's leg and beg for mercy. However, before he could even touch Chu Tian, he was knocked away as if by an invisible force. Bang! Su Chong's fat body flew backward, crashing into the office desk before stopping. Chu Tian walked straight out of the office. He hadn't gone far when a voice filled with fear and trepidation called out. Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu. It was the middle-aged man who had brought Chu Tian here earlier and mocked him on the way. He ran over, terrified. Something the matter? Chu Tian said flatly. No, no, no. The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly, bowing and scraping. Mr. Chu, I was blind and offended you earlier. I hope Mr. Chu can be the bigger person and forgive me. He had seen the scene in the office just now. When he saw that the person fired was Su Chong, he was scared on the spot. When he saw Chu Tian appointed as the new director, he was so scared he couldn't believe it. Finally, hearing Chu Tian say those words, he was scared almost out of his wits. Seeing Chu Tian leaving, he hurriedly came to apologize. He didn't want to end up like Su Chong. Go to Zhongyuan yourself and apply to Clean Su University for 1 year. Chu Tian said calmly and walked away. Yes, take care, Mr. Chu, take care. The middle-aged man dared not show a shred of arrogance in front of Chu Tian anymore. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed as Chu Tian left. Amidst his fearful send-off, Chu Tian walked towards the library. Thanks to Fei Jing, Bushanwan Lu, Shibai, the world is so big, Pan Tingxiang. Crazy or not, I say so. There are always unruly subjects wanting to harm me. Endless for the votes. Special thanks to the world is so big for the tip. Finally, asking for collections, recommendations, comments. Big shots. Guozi is lying down. Don't worry, Guozi can take it. Come quickly. At this moment, inside the library, Zhao Gan and Chunya looked at Qian Er in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the person who betrayed Chu Tian was Qian Er. Brother Qian, are you even human? Anyone else could betray Chu Tian, but you couldn't. Exactly. Chu Tian paid off your debt and gave you 20,000 yuan. Did a dog eat your conscience? Facing Zhao Gan and Chun Ye's angry accusations, Qian Er squatted on the ground, holding his head in pain. Suddenly, he looked up and slapped himself heavily in the face, one slap after another. I'm not human. Qian Er, when did you betray the nerd? Zhang Xiaoya shouted coldly. Qian Er stopped, his eyes red. It was the day Su Chong called me over. He used the debt to force me to make a choice. In a moment of confusion, I chose to betray Chu Tian. All right, stop crying. Think of a way to help Chu Tian now. Zhang Xiaoya didn't blame Qian Er anymore. Right, brother Qian, get up quickly. Let's all think of a way to help Chu Tian. Zhao Gan and Chun Ye helped Qian Er up. They didn't blame Qian Er anymore either. Qian Er's situation was what it was. His wife was about to give birth, and he was drowning in debt. If he lost his job, his whole family would be finished. It was just that Qian Er had harmed Chu Tian terribly. I've wronged Chu Tian. I'll go find Su Chong. If he doesn't revoke the decision on Chu Tian, I'll fight him to the death. Qian Er's eyes were bloodshot. He was truly ready to put his life on the line against Su Chong. He had truly repented. Chu Tian had given him a new lease on life. Even if he had to risk this life today, he would make Su Chong change his decision. We'll go too. Zhao Gan and Chunya followed Qian Er's side, filled with indignation. Let's go together. I'll lead. Zhang Xiaoya walked in front, fuming. A tiny Su Chong dared to jump around like this? She would personally go and beat Su Chong to death. Although, if she used her family connections, she might be dragged back by her family, but she didn't care anymore. Su Chong dared to bully the nerd, so she would beat Su Chong to death. Where are you all going? At this moment, Chu Tian walked towards them. Nerd, don't be afraid. We're going to beat Su Chong to death, Zhang Xiaoya said. Right, Chu Tian, we're going all out today. We'll keep you here even if we die. If Su Chong dares to fire you, we'll blow this up so he won't have an easy time either. I wasn't fired, Chu Tian said calmly and walked into the library. Not fired. The aggressive group froze instantly, then hurriedly ran into the library lobby after Chu Tian. Nerd, you just said you weren't fired. That's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Zhang Xiaoya ran to Chu Tian's side, full of doubt. Little Zhang had clearly messaged her saying Chu Tian was going to be fired by Su Chong. Little Zhang wouldn't lie to her. How could the nerd not be fired? Then what did Su Chong call you for? Zhao Gan asked hurriedly. Chu Tian sat on the sofa inside the circulation desk, thought for a moment, and said, he probably wanted to see me one last time before leaving his job. The group was dumbfounded. Su Chong leaving his job? That was less likely than a pig climbing a tree. Chu Tian, stop joking. We're worried about you. Yeah, this cold joke isn't funny at all. Just as Zhang Xiaoya was about to run to the restroom to call little Zhang, she suddenly saw Zhang Yuran and a female secretary arriving at the library. Little Dean Jiang. Zhang Xiaoya wanted to call him Little Jiang, but suddenly realized she couldn't expose her identity in front of outsiders, so she quickly corrected herself. Dean Jiang. Qian Er and the other two also saw Zhang Yuran's arrival and hurriedly stood up straight. Chu Tian, stand up quickly, Dean Jiang is here. Zhao Gan and Chunya hurriedly tugged at Chu Tian. Chu Tian closed his book and stood up calmly. Chu Tian, you just do your thing, don't mind me. Sit down quickly. Jiang Yuan was startled when he saw Chu Tian stand up. Qian Er, Zhao Gan, and Xunya were all confused. The dignified dean of Su University was always a serious and majestic presence, regardless of the occasion. Even when meeting various leaders, it was just a polite handshake and a few pleasantries. Seeing Chu Tian today, they actually felt that Jiang Yuan was somewhat afraid of him. Even Jiang Xiaoya felt it was incredible. Chu Tian didn't say anything and sat back down. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Before today's events, he had always thought that Chu Tian possessed impressive knowledge, but his arrogant personality would eventually lead to his downfall and failure. However, after witnessing today's events, he realized he had been terribly wrong. This Chu Tian wasn't a failure at all. He was a mysterious big shot who came to Su University to experience life. Earlier, after Chu Tian left the logistics department, he thought it over and finally did as Chu Tian said, returning the appointment letter and Qian Er's dismissal document to the city education department. At the same time, he called Yang Rong, the top leader of the city education department. It was this phone call that shocked Jiang Yuan beyond measure. When he carefully relayed Chu Tian's words to Yang Rong not only showed no anger, but also carefully asked him if Chu Tian had any other instructions. The word instructions was not used lightly. That was enough to show that Chu Tian's identity was immeasurable. There was one more thing that shocked Jiang Yuan. After being fired, Su Chong was beaten up while moving his things out of Su University. The person who beat Su Chong was Su Chong's cousin. Only later did he learn that Su Chong's cousin had also been fired. That was a figure in the city education department second only to Yang Rong. Someone he would need to use the Jiang family's connections to shake. Just because he helped Su Chong try to fire Chu Tian, he was fired directly. Jiang Yuan immediately understood that the power behind Chu Tian, if not comparable to the Jiang family, was probably not much weaker. At least in the official sector, he wouldn't be weaker than the Jiang family. Don't be formal, everyone. I came here mainly to bring a document for you. Jiang Yuan withdrew his thoughts and signaled to bring out the document. Su Chong has been fired. When they saw the contents of the document, Qian Er and the other two were shocked on the spot. Just now, Chu Tian said Su Chong had left his job, and they didn't believe it. Now he really had left. Qian Er, originally Su Chong fired you before he left. Hearing this, Qian Er's face changed. He had been tricked by Su Chong after all. Su Chong had long wanted to kick him out. What was hateful was that he had betrayed Chu Tian to save himself. However, Chu Tian put in a good word for you and saved your job. Thank him properly. After speaking, Jiang Yuan didn't stay any longer and left with the female secretary. Qian Er stared blankly at Chu Tian. Thud. Qian Er knelt in front of Chu Tian, tears streaming down his face instantly. Chu Tian, I'm not human. I've wronged you. Chu Tian had righteously helped him pay off the 100,000 debt before and gave him an extra 20,000. Now, knowing that he had betrayed him, Chu Tian still spoke up to save his job. He would engrave this kindness in his heart and never forget it in this life. Get up. Chu Tian accepted it calmly. All right, hurry up and get up. Go to your work. Do you want the nerd to do the work? Jiang Xiaoya hurriedly urged. Zhao Gan and Chunya hurriedly helped Qian Er up and dragged him off to work. Chu Tian's gaze returned to his book, flipping through it quietly. Jiang Xiaoya sat beside him, propping her head up and staring at Chu Tian. After a long while, she suddenly asked curiously, Nerd, do you have a girlfriend? Ever since seeing Chu Tian display his powerful side that night, she had become fascinated by this nerd. Now, the more she looked at him, the more charming she found him. He was handsome. He had good character. He had a scholarly, refined aura. Plus, he had powerful strength. Refined when calm, domineering when in action, simply perfect. She just didn't know if he had a girlfriend. Girlfriend. Hearing these words, Chu Tian's action of reading paused slightly. As if long-buried memories were triggered, a look of reminiscence surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Thank you to please step on the dust see. Ordinary life. Xiedoji, Jiu Shi Bai Zhao, Wu Yen Zhu. Tear smile, 3 small, not good at staying for the votes. Guozi has no talents, so I'll do a split. Big shots, asking for collections, recommendations, and comments. Chu Tian's long-sealed memories slowly opened. His thoughts returned to 10,000 years ago. A peerless figure appeared in his mind. Her beauty could topple a city with one glance. and topple all living beings with a second. A glance back and a smile creates 100 charms. The 6 palaces' powdered beauties lose their color. Even using this phrase to describe her would be a blasphemy to her dust-free beauty. Her name was Mu Li, a person unprecedented in history and unmatched in the future. You have a girlfriend? Seeing Chu Tian's distracted look, Jiang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she hurriedly asked. Chu Tian didn't answer, his thoughts immersed in memories. He and Mu Li were childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates. From the moment they had memories, they were the best of companions. At the age of 13, they were selected by the sacred Tao sect, together, and entered the Taoist sect. It was only when they entered the sect and began cultivating that Chu Tian realized that compared to Mu Li's unparalleled beauty, her monstrous talent that appeared only once in 10,000 years was the most amazing thing about her. 1 year after entering the sect, she went from 0 to the 12th layer of the Qi condensation realm, advancing to the hidden treasure realm. In 10 years, she advanced from the hidden treasure realm to the spirit fetus realm. In another 10 years, she advanced from the spirit fetus realm to the spirit transformation realm. In 100 years, she advanced from the spirit transformation realm to the Tao entry realm. Such monstrous talent shocked the major Taoist sects of the past. One must know that even the most talented genius in history with the fastest cultivation speed, Qian Xian, took 200 years to cultivate from 0 to the Tao entry realm. Other powerful geniuses took 400 years at the fastest. Ordinary geniuses took at least 600 years to reach the Tao entry realm. Ordinary cultivators took 800 years just to reach the spirit transformation realm. As for the Tao entry realm, it was an insurmountable chasm for them. They wouldn't reach it even until death. Countless cultivators died before reaching the Tao entry realm. However, Mu Li used only a little over 100 years to reach the Tao entry realm that was insurmountable for all living beings. One could imagine how much of a sensation Mu Li's terrifying talent caused back then, and how many young talents were infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's expression slowly dimmed slightly. A ripple that was hard to calm rose in his heart, which had been peaceful for 10,000 years. Nerd, you weren't abandoned by your girlfriend in the past, were you? Jiang Xiaoya clearly saw the gloom in Chu Tian's expression and was instantly surprised. Judging by the nerd's current appearance, it looked very much like he was recalling some unbearable past. Suddenly, she thought about how the nerd stayed away from women and didn't even look at a pretty girl like her. Could it be because he was deeply hurt by a woman in the past? So, an unhealable rift was left in his heart, creating hatred towards all girls? Chu Tian ignored her, reading his book calmly. However, his eyes were full of reminiscence. Actually, when they entered the sacred Tao sect together, the person who shocked the sect wasn't Mu Li. It was him. When he entered the sacred Tao sect and began cultivating, he used only 1 month to cultivate from 0 to the 12th layer of the Qi condensation realm, condensing Qi into a thread. He was half a step away from advancing to the hidden treasure realm. Such cultivation speed could be called a monster among monsters, let alone that Qian Xian, the genius with the strongest talent and fastest speed in history, was far inferior to him. Even the legendary Tao ancestor couldn't compare. At that time, he shocked the entire Taoist sect. It was even rumored that he had eternal aptitude surpassing the Tao ancestor. The sect master at the time was ready to accept him as a closed-door disciple. However, he was only a flash in the pan. Since then, his strength never advanced again, remaining stuck at the Qi condensation realm. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. Those who started with him came from behind, far surpassing him in realm. He could only watch Mu Li from afar, riding the dust alone, becoming the proud daughter of heaven that people looked up to. Later, he became a joke, only able to enter the servant quarters, while Mu Li became the sect master's closed-door disciple, step by step becoming an existence that shook the cultivation world. The distance between him and Mu Li grew larger and larger, eventually becoming an insurmountable chasm, one on the ground, one in the sky. In the beginning, Mu Li often came to find him, but as her strength continued to grow, the times she came to find him became fewer and fewer. Later, Mu Li only came to find him once every 10 or 20 years. When they met, the intimacy of the past was gone. Later, Mu Li stopped coming to find him. He could only watch her from afar in the crowd. By then, Mu Li was already wearing a veil, and he could no longer see her face. Nerd, Were you really abandoned? Jiang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened even more, seeing Chu Tian's expression dim further. Someone actually abandoned such a perfect man. Did Chu Tian really get dumped by some woman? It looks like it. Chu Tian is usually so cold. It's probably because of this. Which woman was so blind to choose to abandon Chu Tian? Upstairs, moving books, Zhao Gan, Chunya, and Xian had been pricking up their ears to eavesdrop on the conversation. Hearing this, the three whispered in surprise. It was hard to believe that Chu Tian had suffered such a hurt in the past, leading to such a drastic change in personality. Chu Tian read silently, not saying a word. His thoughts kept recalling the past. 200 years after Mu Li advanced to the Dao entry realm, she became a high and mighty existence. Even in a crowd, it was hard for him to see her again. Until one night, he saw Mu Li again. That was also the last time Mu Li came to see him. He still clearly remembered the scene of that night. Brother Tian. Hearing this long-lost intimate address, Chu Tian was stunned on the spot. It had been over 300 years, and Mu Li called him Brother Tian again. At that time, Mu Li's status was already on par with the sect master. When other sect masters of major Taoist sects saw Mu Li, they would address her as fellow Taoist. What a lofty status that was. And he was still in the servant quarters. In the eyes of others, he was still just a tiny mortal at the Qi condensation realm. But Mu Li called him Brother Tian affectionately again, just like when they were innocent childhood sweethearts. Brother Tian, Lear doesn't have much time left. This is the last time Lear comes to see you. What's wrong? Chu Tian asked in panic. Mu Li, her face covered by a white veil, looked at him deeply. My realm can no longer be suppressed. I sense the heavenly tribulation approaching. I am about to leave. You've reached the void return realm. Chu Tian found it hard to believe. When the void return realm was complete, the tribulation would begin, and the heavenly Tao would send down the heavenly tribulation. After withstanding the heavenly tribulation, one would ascend to the upper realm. Mu Li nodded her head lightly. Then, she took a step forward and kissed Chu Tian's lips through the white veil. Chu Tian stared blankly at Mu Li. Brother Tian, Lear knows you are not immortal. After Lear leaves, I will wait for you to come find me. Lear's face is veiled for Brother Tian. Lear waits for the day Brother Tian finds me and personally removes Lear's veil. Brother Tian, Lear is leaving. Promise Lear, don't give up. You must come find Lear. Lear left. At dawn, the heavenly tribulation descended. Chu Tian watched Lear from afar. Amidst the mighty power of the heavenly tribulation, she passed the trial and ascended to the upper realm. Only then did Chu Tian understand that Lear hadn't come to see him all that time to protect him. It was also then that he understood Lear wore the white veil for him. Lear's peerless beauty was only for him. Looking back at the past, over 10,000 years had passed since parting with her. Sigh. Chu Tian let out a rare soft sigh. Lear had been waiting for him in the upper realm, but he was still at the Qi condensation realm. He longed desperately to find Lear, but there was no end in sight. Jiang Xiaoya, sitting beside him, heard Chu Tian's soft sigh. She immediately understood that Chu Tian had indeed been hurt by a woman, and now he sighed thinking of those sad things. That woman was so cruel to hurt the nerd like this. The nerd was so pitiful. Nerd, don't be sad. If she hurt you like that, it's because she was blind. You still have me. I'll be your girlfriend, Jiang Xiaoya volunteered. I don't need one. Chu Tian frowned slightly and spoke flatly. If not for the fact that Jiang Xiaoya had no malicious intent, speaking ill of Lear like that would have made him scatter her soul. Thank you to smiley face W nameless big shot, Li Ruijin, love unending, Mr. Blood, Netherworld, endless, Ida embrace. Thank you all big shots for the votes. Special thanks to nameless big shot for the tip. Finally, Guozi will sing a song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, the sky is full of little stars. Asking all big shots for collections, recommendations, and comments. You don't need one? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya was dumbfounded on the spot. A man actually didn't need a girlfriend? It seemed the nerd was hurt badly by that ex-girlfriend. He still hadn't moved on. This matter needed a long-term plan, step by step. It couldn't be rushed. Nerd, what book are you reading? Why are they all books I can't understand, like heavenly scripts? Jiang Xiaoya changed the subject. These are some books regarding the Taoist sects, Chu Tian answered flatly. What? Jiang Xiaoya was instantly shocked. Nerd, you're not so devastated that you're going to become a monk, are you? How deeply did the nerd love his ex-girlfriend? After being ruthlessly abandoned, the nerd was disheartened enough to want to become a monk. So Chu Tian is reading books about Taoism. He's not really going to become a monk, is he? What do we do? He's only 20. Having this thought is too dangerous. Upstairs, Qian, Zhao Gan, and Chunya, who had been eavesdropping, were equally stunned. For nearly a year since Chu Tian came to the library, they had seen him reading these books they couldn't understand. If Chu Tian hadn't said it today, they wouldn't have known these heavenly script-like books were about Taoism. The three looked at each other, all showing concern. They all thought Chu Tian might have been hit too hard by his ex-girlfriend, unable to move on, and wanted to become a monk in despair. Chu Tian offered no explanation and ignored Jiang Xiaoya, reading quietly. He read these books for a reason. He wanted to find that legend in these books. Legend had it that in this world, there were 9 mysterious ancient arrays hidden that could seize the Tao of heaven. If they could be found, it might be possible to revive the exhausted spiritual energy. It was even possible to open a profound gate. According to Chu Tian's investigations over the past 10,000 years, he vaguely guessed that if this profound gate could be opened, it might lead directly to the upper realm without needing to undergo tribulation. Now, Chu Tian had been stuck at the Qi condensation realm for 10,000 years, let alone ascending. Even breaking through the Qi condensation realm was hopeless. Moreover, in today's world where spiritual energy was exhausted, no one could ascend anymore. He wanted to find Mu Li, and opening the profound gate was the only way. However, even 10,000 years ago, even that Tao ancestor didn't know if the 9 ancient arrays truly existed. Now, no one knew the answer. The 9 ancient arrays were like a fictional legend, non-existent. Compared to breaking through the Qi condensation realm, Chu Tian felt that finding the 9 ancient arrays was even more hopeless. Thinking of this, Chu Tian sighed in his heart. But he had promised Lear to find her. Lear was still waiting for him. Regardless of whether these 9 ancient arrays existed, he had to keep looking, giving himself a glimmer of hope. The day passed quickly. When work ended in the afternoon, Chu Tian left the library. Jiang Xiaoya wanted to follow him, but Qian and the others stopped her. "Why are you stopping me?" Jiang Xiaoya looked at the three angrily. "Don't you know the nerd was hurt badly by his ex-girlfriend and needs my comfort desperately right now?" Hearing this, Zhao Gan and Chunya felt their hearts bleeding. They were both almost 30 and still didn't have girlfriends. Why didn't Xiaoya comfort them? Indeed, ugliness was the original sin. "Xiaoya, doing this will be counterproductive," Qian said. "Why?" Jiang Xiaoya didn't understand. "Doing this is called stalking." Qian spoke as an experienced person. "Think about it. When you can't accept another person, if a man stalks you, how would you feel?" "I might beat him to death." Jiang Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded, feeling it made sense. The corners of the trio's mouths twitched. This girl was a bit violent. Similarly, if you pester Chu Tian now, not only will he not accept you, but he'll also find you annoying, Qian said. "But I heard that a girl chasing a boy is separated only by a layer of paper, one poke, and it breaks. If I actively pursue him, it should be easy." Jiang Xiaoya frowned. "Look at this, what kind of talk is this?" Acting as if she was afraid she couldn't catch Chu Tian. Zhao Gan and Chunya felt hurt again. "Xiaoya, do you think Chu Tian is an ordinary man?" The one speaking this time was Zhao Gan. "You don't have a girlfriend, you have no right to speak." Jiang Xiaoya threw out a sentence casually. Zhao Gan froze and shut his mouth obediently. Chunya snickered inwardly, secretly glad he didn't interrupt. "Zhao Gan is right." Qian smiled and said, "You've learned about Chu Tian's personality these past few days. He's stubborn. Once he sets his mind on someone, it's hard to change. So, if you pester him like this, it will be counterproductive." Jiang Xiaoya was distressed hearing this. She had indeed learned about Chu Tian these past few days. His personality was so cold and solitary it seemed inhuman. She sat right next to him, and he wouldn't even look at her. If she didn't find something to say to attract his attention, he would just sit there and not say a word to her. She couldn't believe there was such a cold and solitary man in this world. "What should I do then? Knowing he's so devoted, I feel even more fascinated by him," Jiang Xiaoya said in distress. Chu Tian was handsome. He had good character. He was knowledgeable, and the way he looked domineering when he took action was simply mesmerizing. And now he was so devoted. Heavens, there was no one more perfect than Chu Tian. If she could become Chu Tian's girlfriend, how great would that be? "Then you have to play hard to get." Qian acted profound. You have to find a way to step into his heart gradually. Let him slowly get used to your existence. Then, when he's used to you, you act distant. At the appropriate time, disappear from his side. Chunya suddenly said, "No, that's not good. If Xiaoya disappears from Chu Tian's side, she might really disappear. Right? I agree with that last point." Zhao Gan nodded. We all know Chu Tian's personality. If Xiaoya disappears from his side, he might just forget her. True, I forgot about that point. Qian smiled wryly and nodded. Jiang Xiaoya sat on the sofa, arms resting on her legs, holding her chin in distress. Come, let's plan this out. Everyone discuss strategies together. 3 cobblers can equal a zhuge liang. Qian called Zhao Gan and Chunya to sit aside and began discussing Jiang Xiaoya's plan to pursue Chu Tian. It's too hard to catch the nerd. Jiang Xiaoya listened to their discussion, feeling annoyed. She hadn't expected her first love to be so bumpy. If not for those young masters from big families chasing after her like lapdogs, trying to win her favor, she would feel like she was ugly right now. Zhao Gan and Chunya were speechless and choked up. Look, comparisons are infuriating. Such a cute beauty was so obsessed with Chu Tian, while they were still single dogs ignored by everyone. Say, should we find some people to tie the nerd up, and I'll do a hero saving the beauty? Jiang Xiaoya suddenly had a whimsical idea. Qian and the other 2 froze instantly, staring at Jiang Xiaoya dumbfounded. This girl was driven crazy by Chu Tian. Thank you to Hai Tao, Julie, 8 Deadly Sins, Sloth, Lonely Bitterness, Smile, Huajiu, Almond Candy 2, Chen Kuan, Chen Long, and all big shots for the votes. Finally, whatever posture the big shots want Guozi to assume, please collect, recommend, and comment quickly. Guozi is waiting obediently. At dusk, Chu Tian rode his bicycle back to Julong Manor. Just as he was about to enter Julong Manor, Chu Tian glanced and saw a black Mercedes Maybach parked in the parking lot outside. Chu Tian withdrew his gaze and entered Julong Manor amidst the respectful Mr. Chu greetings from the security team led by Chu Shan. Young master, he looked quickly. Someone riding a broken bicycle went into Julong Manor. Inside the Mercedes Maybach, the woman with a curvy, alluring figure and a beautiful face saw Chu Tian riding his bicycle into Julong Manor and immediately said to the young man beside her in surprise. I saw it, He Feng frowned. Young master, you are the young master of the He family in Sioux City. They shut you out, but let a person riding a broken bicycle in. Isn't that too bullying? The woman said. He Feng's frown deepened. Although their He family couldn't compare to the 4 major families of Sioux City, they were still a second-tier family. In terms of status, how could a person riding a broken bicycle compare? Yet, the security of Julong Manor shut him out and let the person riding the broken bicycle in. Get out of the car with me. The woman hurriedly got out, stepping in high heels to follow He Feng. The bodyguard driving also got out quickly to follow. Captain, can you make an exception and let us go in first? We are really here to find young Master Yin. Arriving at the main gate of Julong Manor, He Feng suppressed his anger and spoke politely to Chu Shan. Julong Manor was different from other places. If security elsewhere dared to stop him like this, he would have kicked them long ago. But at Julong Manor, he didn't dare. Before Mr. Yin comes out to receive you, please wait outside. Chu Shan was neither humble nor arrogant, very polite. No matter who came to visit someone in Julong Manor, they had to be personally escorted by the person they were visiting. This was the rule of Julong Manor. Even Ding Pong, the richest man in Tianan province who lived in the manor, had to follow the rules. He Feng frowned, a chill rising in his eyes. A lowly security guard dared to block him repeatedly like this, making him feel irritable. You dog relying on your master's power, do you know who he is? He is the young master of the He family in Sioux City. You are just a dog, yet you dare to block him? The woman beside He Feng cursed. With one sentence, she insulted the entire security team. Little Zhang and the others all showed anger on their faces. No matter who it is, they must follow the procedure. Please step back immediately, Chu Shan said in a deep voice. Does a dog like you dare to hit me? The woman looked at Chu Shan mockingly. Do you know who I am? I am Gao Manhwa, an A-list singer. Do you have the guts to touch me? She was at most a bottom-tier B-list singer. But now that she had young master she would become A-list soon. Step back. Chu Shan's voice turned colder. Seeing that Chu Shan didn't act, Gao Manhwa became even more smug. You even let a guy riding a broken bicycle in. What face do you have to stop us? Get lost. Riding a broken bicycle? She dared to say Mr. Chu was riding a broken bicycle. Chu Shan's face turned completely cold. He swung a slap out. Smack. A piercing slap sound rang out. However, everyone present was stunned, including Little Zhang and the other security team members. Chu Shan's slap didn't hit Gao Manhwa. It hit He Feng's face. He Feng clutched his burning, painful face, stumbling back. He was completely confused. Gao Manhwa was the one insulting Chu Shan. Why did Chu Shan slap him in the face? You actually dare to hit young Master He. Gao Manhwa was shocked and stared at Chu Shan in disbelief. Smack. Chu Shan slapped He Feng in the face again. He Feng stumbled back from the slap, even more confused. He completely didn't understand why Chu Shan slapped him again. He hadn't said a single word. You. Gao Manhwa pointed at Chu Shan, unable to speak for a moment. You say one sentence, I slap him once. Have the guts to say another word. Chu Shan looked coldly at Gao Manhwa. Gao Manhwa trembled all over, too scared to speak again. You, control your toy and get out. Chu Shan looked coldly at He Feng. He Feng finally understood why Chu Shan slapped him. His toy was so arrogant, so Chu Shan didn't go after his toy but went directly for him. The slaps he took were entirely caused by Gao Manhwa. And he realized now that even though Chu Shan was just a security guard at Julong Manor, he wasn't someone he could easily offend. Let's go. Anger rising, He Feng grabbed Gao Manhwa by the hair and dragged her towards the car. Young Master He, it hurts, it hurts. Gao Manhwa wailed as she was dragged away. Captain, you slapped that young Master He like that. Will there be trouble? Little Zhang came to Chu Shan's side, his expression full of worry. After all, He Feng was a rich kid, and they were just security guards. To put it harshly, they were just gatekeepers. Hitting He Feng like that would have endless consequences. For a rich kid to destroy a small security guard, it was incredibly simple. Little Zhang, remember, we are people of Julong Manor. As long as we follow the rules, even Ding Peng wouldn't dare do anything to us. Chu Shan smiled and patted Little Zhang's shoulder. Also, remember, you can endure other things, but if anyone dares to be disrespectful to Mr. Chu, just take action directly. It will be good for you. Little Zhang looked at Chu Shan in astonishment. From Chu Shan's words, why did he feel like that Mr. Chu was even more powerful than the owner of Julong Manor? Captain, who is this Gao Manhwa? Being so ignorant and still becoming a singer. A team member walked up and asked. Chu Shan shook his head. He hadn't heard of Gao Manhwa either. I know. Little Zhang had heard of Gao Manhwa, but he answered with a question. You know Yi Qianqian, right? The team members nodded in unison. They all said, of course we know. Yi Qianqian debuted at 19 and started a trend immediately. She won Best New Female Singer that year. The following year, she won several major awards like Best Lyricist, Best Composer, Best Female Singer, and even bagged the Golden Melody Award. In the next 2 years, she took almost every major award and was crowned the Little Queen of the music scene. But for the following 4 years, she suddenly disappeared without any news. Now, she's already considered a has-been. Little Zhang, why mention Yi Qianqian? Little Zhang smiled and said, Gao Manhwa used to be Yi Qianqian's assistant. Such an ignorant person was Yi Qianqian's assistant? Everyone was surprised. Little Zhang nodded. She was indeed Yi Qianqian's assistant, but that was before Yi Qianqian disappeared. Now Gao Manhwa has gone solo and started singing herself. But she was greatly influenced by Yi Qianqian. Her songs basically imitate Yi Qianqian. She can't step out of Yi Qianqian's shadow, so she hasn't been able to get popular, even with someone backing her. So that's how it is. Gao Manhwa has been living in Yi Qianqian's shadow. No wonder she's so domineering in front of outsiders. Everyone mocked in unison. People always try to project what they lack the most. Gao Manhwa was exactly that kind of person. How could someone like that catch the eye of the He family and come to our Julong Manor? Someone asked in confusion. Little Zhang said, that's because Yi Qianqian has returned and will hold a concert at Tsu University. Gao Manhwa coming to Julong Manor with that young master, he is probably to take the opportunity to replace Yi Qianqian. Does she even have the qualifications to replace Yi Qianqian? Little Zhang sighed. Yi Qianqian disappeared for 4 years and is already a has-been. Without a big financial backer, and with Gao Manhwa's style being very similar to hers plus having a financial backer, she might really be suppressed by Gao Manhwa this time. Chu Tian, as usual, rode his bicycle out of Julong Manor at dawn, heading towards Tsu University. Such a life might be boring for others, but for him, it was an enjoyment of life. now that spiritual energy was exhausted. Even if he cultivated day and night, it was hard to increase the spiritual energy in his body by much. For others, the chi condensation realm was complete when chi condensed into a thread. But for his chi condensation realm, the chi had condensed into a boundless ocean. In today's world of exhausted spiritual energy, the spiritual energy he absorbed even with diligent cultivation was like raindrops to him. There was no need to cultivate deliberately anymore. Moreover, over 10,000 years, his body could automatically extract spiritual energy from the air and absorb it. Arriving at Tsu University, Chu Tian saw several large box trucks entering and leaving. Chu Tian only learned from the discussions of students on the road that a singer named Yi Qianqian was going to hold a concert at the Tsu University Stadium. Actually, Yi Qianqian's concert setup had started 2 days ago, and it would officially begin the night after tomorrow. Chu Tian had no interest in these matters, so naturally, he didn't know. As for who Yi Qianqian was, he had even less interest in knowing. "Nerd, you're here. Come quickly, I brought you breakfast today. I made it myself." Arriving at the library, Jiang Xiaoye, who had been eagerly waiting for him at the door, greeted him as if claiming credit. "No need, I've had breakfast," Chu Tian said flatly, and went straight up to the second floor to organize the books on the shelves. Jiang Xiaoye hurriedly followed with the thermos box. "Nerd, just take a bite. I used the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers to make this breakfast." Wherever Chu Tian went, Jiang Xiaoye followed. She opened the thermos box and looked at Chu Tian eagerly. Chu Tian glanced casually at the thermos box. It was a total love breakfast, looking very presentable, but Chu Tian didn't need to eat it. Just by using his unique ability to appraise food, one look told him that eating this love breakfast would probably go straight to his head. "Give it to Qian Er and the others." Chu Tian withdrew his gaze, took a book from the shelf, sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, and read his book on his own. "Nerd, take a bite, just 1 bite." Jiang Xiaoye said pitifully. "Eat it yourself," he said flatly. Jiang Xiaoye stopped immediately, thinking to herself, "Is the breakfast I made not tasty?" After thinking carefully, she decided not to let the nerd eat it yet. She turned around and walked towards Qian Er and the other 2, who were hiding behind a bookshelf not far away, peeking at them. "Xiaoye, how did it go? Was Chu Tian moved by your love breakfast?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoye walking over, the 3 looked at her expectantly. The one asking was Zhao Gan. "Don't ask about that yet. You guys taste my love breakfast first. How is it?" Jiang Xiaoye said hurriedly. "I'll taste it first. This love breakfast is so beautiful and smells good too. It must be great." Zhao Gan volunteered, forking a piece and eating it. Instantly, Zhao Gan's eyes widened, and he froze completely. "How is it?" Seeing Zhao Gan's reaction, Jiang Xiaoye felt guilty. Qian Er and Qinya also looked at Zhao Gan busily. So delicious, simply a delicacy." Zhao Gan chewed the food in his mouth loudly. While speaking excitedly, some food crumbs splattered out. "I'll taste it too." Qinya hurriedly forked a piece into his mouth. Instantly, he stared at Zhao Gan with wide eyes. "Qinya, isn't it delicious?" Zhao Gan stared at Qinya while chewing. "Heavens, Xiaoye. How could the love breakfast you made be so delicious?" Qinya stammered excitedly, almost spraying food crumbs onto Zhao Gan's face. "Brother Qian, hurry and taste it, it's really delicious." Qinya hurriedly said to Qian Er. "I didn't expect Xiaoye's cooking to be so good that these 2 guys praise it so much. I'll taste it too." Qian Er pleasantly forked a piece into his mouth. The moment the food entered his mouth, Qian Er's hair almost stood on end. Is this for humans? I can't take it anymore." Zhao Gan and Qinya, seeing that Qian Er finally ate the food, gave a wicked laugh and rushed towards the restroom. "You 2 bastards." Qian Er hurriedly followed them to the restroom. Only now did he realize that the food wasn't delicious at all. It was purely these 2 tricking him into eating it so they would be balanced. "Is it that bad?" Jiang Xiaoye stood blankly on the spot and subconsciously put a piece of breakfast into her mouth. "Blarg." Jiang Xiaoye retched on the spot and rushed towards the restroom as if her life depended on it. Chu Tian sat quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading his book on his own. Clack, clack, clack. At this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the stairs came over. Chu Tian acted as if he didn't hear the sound. When the footsteps reached the second floor, they suddenly stopped. Chu Tian clearly felt the other party's gaze fall on him, seemingly surprised. Chu Tian ignored it completely. The footsteps resumed, getting closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of him. I didn't expect to see you at the Su University Library. Yi Qianqian stopped in front of Chu Tian and smiled. The intense rehearsals at the Su University Stadium over the past 2 days had exhausted her physically and mentally, so she came out to relax a bit. Seeing that the Su University Library had an attractive design and was exceptionally quiet, she came here. Unexpectedly, she met that weirdo from that night here. Are you a student of Su University? Chu Tian looked up at Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. This guy still didn't recognize her. However, this sparked a bit of interest in Chu Tian. Are you a student of Su University? Yi Qianqian sat on the sofa next to the table and asked back with the same question. Chu Tian didn't answer and went back to reading his book. Yi Qianqian was quite surprised. She didn't expect that this man, who had been mysterious in front of her before, wouldn't be surprised at all to see her again. He didn't even show any extra emotion, not even saying an extra word. She had never met such a weirdo. Although she was considered a has-been now, many people still recognized her. Plus, her beauty was still there, even better than before. Countless people wanted to get close to her. However, this young man in front of her didn't even have the thought to give her a second look. But instead of being angry, she became more interested in Chu Tian. Getting along with someone as indifferent to desires as Chu Tian made her feel exceptionally at ease. Do you like music? Yi Qianqian asked curiously. There is very little music that can interest me. Chu Tian said flatly. What a big tone. Let me play a piece of music for you. Maybe it will interest you. Yi Qianqian felt a sense of competitiveness and took out her phone to play a song for Chu Tian. This was her first new song after 4 years of studying abroad in silence. She had poured her heart and soul into this new song. Since recording it, this new song had never been played to any outsider. Chu Tian was the first outsider to hear this song. Returning to the music scene this time, she wanted to use this new song to let everyone know that she, Yi Qianqian, was not a has-been. Even after 4 years of silence, she would return to the peak. She had the confidence to win back her honor with this new song. At the same time, she was confident that this new song would definitely interest Chu Tian. A melodious tune came from the phone, echoing in the space like clear spring water. The tune slowly unfolded, and an ethereal singing voice rose from the music. What song is this? Why is it so good? Qian Er, Zhao Gan, and Chunya, who walked out of the restroom, heard the singing in the space and were instantly attracted. It is indeed very good. Even a rough guy like me who doesn't listen to songs much was attracted immediately. Qian Er clicked his tongue in wonder. Is this a recent hit song? Why haven't I heard it? Quick, use your phone to identify it. Impossible, it actually can't be identified. It's not on the new song chart or trending search either. No way, how can such a good song not be on the charts? Zhao Gan and Chunya hurriedly took out their phones to identify the song using a music app. Current music apps basically all had identification functions. Just press the identify function, and the software would automatically record the song, then search for it through big data. But to their disappointment, such a good song couldn't be identified. It wasn't on any major charts either. What are you guys doing? Jiang Xiaoya walked out of the restroom at this moment and asked curiously. Xiaoya, listen. Isn't this song playing in the room really good? Jiang Xiaoya paused, listened carefully, and indeed heard a beautifully exquisite song. Even someone as picky about music as her was instantly attracted. So good. Whose song is it? We don't know either. Look, the phone identification function didn't recognize it. Zhao Gan and Chunya shrugged, used their phones to identify the song again, but still couldn't identify it. At this moment, the music stopped. Our library doesn't seem to be playing music. Who was playing that just now? Jiang Xiaoya walked towards Chu Tian in confusion. Qian Er and the other two followed beside her curiously. Yi Qianqian. When they saw Yi Qianqian sitting on the sofa opposite Chu Tian, Zhao Gan and Chunya were instantly stunned. They actually saw Yi Qianqian in the library. Although Yi Qianqian had been silent for 4 years and was considered a has-been, making many of the new generation unfamiliar with her. For their generation, she was a huge idol. Even Qian Er, who was almost 40, was extremely excited. People of his age group rarely listened to songs, but Yi Qianqian's songs were essential for him. Even people who knew very little about stars knew Yi Qianqian in detail. However, when Jiang Xiaoya saw Yi Qianqian, she instantly felt a sense of crisis. She didn't know who Yi Qianqian was, but Yi Qianqian was sitting opposite the nerd, and she was looking at the nerd so intently. Jiang Xiaoya ran over hurriedly and sat directly beside Chu Tian. You are Yi Qianqian looked at Jiang Xiaoya in surprise. Why do you keep looking at the nerd? Jiang Xiaoya didn't answer, staring at Yi Qianqian aggressively. Yi Qianqian's beauty and that refined temperament gave her a sense of crisis. Yi Qianqian paused, then suddenly understood. This girl, who was beautiful with a touch of cuteness and an aura of nobility seemingly from a big family, must be Chu Tian's girlfriend. I was seeing if he was interested. Yi Qianqian smiled. What? Jiang Xiaoya jumped up instantly, glaring at Yi Qianqian. Give up on that idea. The nerd won't be interested in you. Qian Er and the others walking over thought to themselves. Xiaoya is acting like a tigress protecting her food right now. Oh, you misunderstood. I didn't make it clear. Yi Qianqian paused, then laughed. I was asking if he was interested in my song. Jiang Xiaoya relaxed and sat back down. Your song is very good. Although Jiang Xiaoya was hostile towards Yi Qianqian, she was honest and praised her straightforwardly. Yi Qianqian was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Xiaoya, who was hostile just now, to praise her. Thank you. Yi Qianqian thanked her politely, then looked at Chu Tian, who seemed uninterested in anything. So, did this song interest you? I've already said, there are very few songs in this world that can interest me. Chu Tian flipped through his book and answered flatly. I understand. Yi Qianqian smiled. Chu Tian giving her the same answer was clearly to prevent his girlfriend from misunderstanding. So, no matter how beautiful her song was, Chu Tian would definitely say he wasn't interested. This weirdo was actually a bit hypocritical. Qian Er and the others looked at Chu Tian in surprise. Such beautiful music, yet Chu Tian said he wasn't interested. But thinking of Chu Tian's solitary personality, they felt relieved. Even if Yi Qianqian's song was good, Chu Tian wouldn't show it. Saying this must be against his will. Jiang Xiaoya, however, was beaming with joy. She guessed with delight. Did the nerd see my performance just now and get moved? That's why he said he wasn't interested, to stop me from misunderstanding. Chu Tian said nothing more, reading his book on his own. He really wasn't interested in Yi Qianqian's song. The musicians he knew and befriended were historical geniuses like Ji Kong, Zhong Yi, Oya, Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin, and others whose names lived on in history. Ordinary people who could be called musicians couldn't catch his eye. Who else in this world could compare with these geniuses? His level of appreciation for music had already destined that other music would hardly interest him. Qianqian, I've been looking for you for ages. Why are you hanging out with these shady people? At this moment, a woman of about 35 or 36, wearing large glasses, ran hurriedly to the second floor. As soon as she arrived, she scolded Yi Qianqian. Who are you calling shady? Jiang Xiaoya got angry instantly. Don't you know who I'm talking about? The woman glanced disdainfully at Jiang Xiaoya, then at Chunya and the other two to the side, saying faintly, a bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates. Being with people like this, how good can you be? Zhao Gan was thin as a bamboo pole with big glasses. Chunya looked exactly like Bucktooth Sue, and Qian Er was fat with big ears. Calling them crooked melons and cracked dates wasn't actually wrong. You, Jiang Xiaoya was furious and about to rush over to hit her. Qian Er and the others hurriedly stopped Jiang Xiaoya. Sister Peng, what are you saying? Yi Qianqian stood up unhappily. Apologize to them. All right. It's my fault. Isn't it because I'm worried about you? Peng Xiu saw that Yi Qianqian was unhappy and quickly said, come back with me quickly. At a time like this, you can't interact with outsiders randomly. Yi Qianqian frowned slightly when she saw her agent didn't apologize. However, she also knew that these 2 days were indeed the most critical time, and she couldn't interact with outsiders anymore. Everyone, Sister Peng spoke out of turn just now. I apologize to you on her behalf. Yi Qianqian apologized to Jiang Xiaoya and the others. As she picked up her phone to leave, she glanced at Chu Tian. Chu Tian, from beginning to end, had never moved his gaze. What a weirdo. Yi Qianqian murmured in her heart and left with Peng Xiu. Outside the library, Peng Xiu said, Qianqian, you can't interact with men casually. If a scandal gets out, it will be very disadvantageous for you. He looks like just a lowly library administrator. Interacting with him will only harm you. She had noticed the look Yi Qianqian gave Chu Tian when leaving. She didn't want Yi Qianqian to be ruined by a lowly library administrator. He has a girlfriend. Yi Qianqian smiled. Even if he has a girlfriend, you can't interact with him. Peng Xiu warned. People like this with no status. Once you interact with them too much, they will definitely try every means to win your favor and extract benefits from you. I've seen plenty of people like this. Yi Qianqian was speechless and said nothing more. By the way, Qianqian, your new song must be kept strictly confidential. It absolutely cannot be leaked, otherwise, everything we've paid for will be finished. I know. Yi Qianqian nodded. Her new song was not only the strongest gimmick of this concert, but also the proof of her return to the music scene to reclaim her honor. At this moment, inside the recording studio of his entertainment company in Sioux City, bang! He Feng slammed the table angrily and roared at the staff in the room. You bunch of useless buckets, what do I pay you for? We already have half the song, and you still can't complete it. The staff members were so scared they didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were lyricists and composers kept by his company. They were all called here these past 2 days just to complete a song that only had half a part. However, the level of this half song was too high. They racked their brains to complete it, but they could never meet the requirements. A bunch of trash, get out. Gao Manhwa walked out of the recording booth and scolded. The lyricists and composers hurriedly walked out. All right, young master he, calm down. Gao Manhwa came to He Feng and said sweetly. It's not worth getting angry with these trash. There's no other way now. We can only pick a tune that was completed a bit better. He Feng nodded and sighed. Yi Qianqian's songwriting ability is just too amazing. Trying to complete the tune to the same level as hers is indeed too difficult. He Feng had to admire Yi Qianqian. The lyricists and composers he kept were at a first-class level in the country, having written several popular songs. Who knew that compared to Yi Qianqian, who had returned from 4 years of silence, they weren't even worth looking at. This half song was stolen by him, having someone install a bug in Yi Qianqian's recording studio. However, the interference in Yi Qianqian's studio was too great, and he only got half the song. He originally wanted his people to infer and write the subsequent parts from the tone and lyrical mood. Alas, no one could do it. The completed parts were unsatisfactory. Young master we don't need to care too much. As long as we have this half tune, whether the second half is good or bad, it's enough to put Yi Qianqian to death. Gao Manhwa smiled and said, besides, young master you paid a heavy price to invite Feng Pin. With his enhancement, no matter how bad the second half of this tune is, it will definitely be perfect. He Feng nodded, picked up a tune, and said, let's go. Feng Pin has arrived at the company. Let him write the lyrics. Feng Pin was the top lyricist in the country, bar none. 9 out of 10 songs he wrote lyrics for became popular hits and won Golden Melody Awards. In terms of lyrics, his talent was overflowing, and hardly anyone could match him. To invite him to Sioux City to write a song, He Feng spent $3 million just on the fee, disregarding other expenses. Just as they were about to walk out of the recording studio, He Feng's phone suddenly rang. After taking the call, He Feng was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly checked the file received on his phone. It was a music file. Young master this song is. When she finished listening to the music, Gao Manhwa couldn't believe it. That's right, this is the second half of Yi Qianqian's new song. She released it early? No, someone used a phone to identify this song, and big data recorded it. She hasn't released it yet, which perfectly benefits us. That's great. Heaven is helping us. Gao Manhwa was ecstatic. Quickly print this tune out, and take it to Feng Pin to fill in the lyrics. He Feng was also excited. He didn't expect that they could get the second half of Yi Qianqian's song. Now that they had the complete tune, as long as Feng Pin rewrote the lyrics, Yi Qianqian wouldn't matter at all. After printing out the tune, the two immediately went to find Feng Pin. Who composed this melody? Feng Pin was a young man in his early 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking very scholarly. When he saw the tune placed in front of him, he was instantly moved. I've written lyrics for so many songs, but never has a tune moved me like this. Even without my lyrics, this tune is bound to be a hit and start a new trend in the music world. Feng Pin praised it emotionally. He Feng sighed inwardly. Yi Qianqian was indeed Yi Qianqian. She actually made Feng Pin praise this tune so much. I composed the tune, Gao Manhwa said. You composed it? I didn't expect Miss Gao to possess such overflowing talent. Feng Pin, will definitely write lyrics worthy of this tune for you. Gao Manhwa was overjoyed. Now even Feng Pin used the word worthy to describe this tune. One could imagine how excellent this tune was. And this tune already belonged to her. Once the song was released, she would definitely trample Yi Qianqian under her feet. Then, without this new song at the concert, Yi Qianqian would definitely have no chance to turn things around. The next day, the originally calm internet and music world suddenly shook. Heavens, Why is Gao Manha's new song so good? A song actually stirred this old man's maiden heart. Gao Manha, this old man loves it, loves it. Gao Manha's new song is just too good. From now on, I'm a fan. Composer Gao Manha, lyricist Fong Pin. Gao Manha original composition and singing. So talented. For a time, comments exploded across the internet. Gao Manha's new song topped major charts in a short time, and downloads had already broken 200,000 and were still soaring. Even the streets began playing this song. The degree of popularity was unimaginable. Major music critics also began to comment. A famous music critic commented, Gao Manha's new song brews a massive momentum like waves within its gentle and melodious tune. It explodes suddenly in the middle section, striking directly at the soul, shocking people. Another famous music critic commented, I didn't listen to Gao Manha's songs much before, but hearing her new song this time, I was stunned from the start. Gao Manha's use of music theory can be said to be the peak of perfection. Hardly anyone in China can compare with her. Famous sharp-tongued music critic Huang Yiling also began to comment. Rarely, he didn't use his sharp tongue. I always thought Gao Manha lived in Yi Qianqian's shadow. I thought the same when I heard she was releasing a new song this time. However, when I finished listening to her new song, I fell silent, unable to recover from the shocking music for a long time. I was stunned. It struck deep into my heart. I wanted to pick faults in this new song, but I found that there wasn't a single flaw. Gao Manha's composition, Fong Pin's lyrics. A match made in heaven. You can't find such perfect lyrics in music again. Gao Manha has far surpassed the Yi Qianqian of the past. I am convinced. Naturally, Chu Tian didn't know about these things. However, on his way to Su University riding his bicycle, he faintly heard music drifting from major shopping malls. It seems Yi Qianqian released that song. Although Chu Tian wasn't interested in Yi Qianqian's song, Yi Qianqian played it yesterday, so he heard it whether he listened or not. He had some impression of the tune. Nerd, do you remember the song Yi Qianqian played for you yesterday? Arriving at the Su University library, Zhang Xiaoya hurriedly greeted him. Qian Er and the other two also walked over hurriedly. What's wrong? Chu Tian asked. Gao Manha released an explosive new song today. Although the lyrics are completely different, the tune is exactly the same as Yi Qianqian's song, and Yi Qianqian's song hasn't been released yet. Zhang Xiaoya said quickly. A look of surprise flashed across Chu Tian's expression. When he heard that tune on the road, he thought it was Yi Qianqian's song. Could it be that Yi Qianqian sold this song to Gao Manha? Zhao Gan interjected. That's impossible. Yi Qianqian wouldn't sell such an explosive, trend-setting song. Qian Er shook his head in denial. Then was her new song leaked? Qinya guessed this possibility and stammered. All right, everyone get to work. Chu Tian wasn't interested in these matters at all. He walked straight into the library, while Zhang Xiaoya, Qian Er, and the others were still discussing the matter. Chu Tian ignored them and went to sit calmly inside the circulation desk, flipping through his book. However, not long after, a group of people suddenly arrived at the library. Chu Tian felt that upon their arrival, gazes fell directly on him. These gazes were filled with hatred and anger. Chu Tian felt the hateful and angry gazes landing on him, frowned slightly, and looked up. Among the people who came were Su University Dean Zhang Yuran and several Su University leaders. Among the others, judging by their clothing, 2 were officials, and Chu Tian didn't recognize the rest. But Chu Tian recognized the 2 leaders of the group, Yi Qianqian and her agent, Peng Xiu. The person staring at him with hatred and anger right now was Peng Xiu, along with the staff members behind her. Yi Qianqian's gaze towards him now lacked the previous curiosity and appeared somewhat cold. Hello, we received a report from Ms. Peng that you stole Ms. Ye's new song and sold it to someone else. Please cooperate with the investigation. The 2 officials walked straight up to Chu Tian. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoya, Qian Er, and the others who hurried over were surprised and confused. Chu Tian stole Yi Qianqian's new song? How is that possible? Is that what you think? Chu Tian looked calmly at Yi Qianqian. Who else could it be but you? Before Yi Qianqian could speak, Peng Xiu stared at Chu Tian with soaring anger. Yesterday, Qianqian played the music only for you. Today, the music was released by Gao Manha. Who else could have stolen and sold it to Gao Manha but you? Peng Xiu was filled with rage, wishing she could tear Chu Tian apart. This morning, when she heard the new song released by Gao Manha, her face turned pale instantly. Gao Manha's new song had the exact same tune as Yi Qianqian's new song. She knew right then that Qianqian's new song had been leaked. Under her repeated questioning, she learned that Qianqian had played the new song for Chu Tian yesterday. She immediately understood that it was the ill-intentioned Chu Tian who stole Qianqian's new song. Chu Tian ignored her, having no interest in saying much. His gaze returned to his book. Chu Tian, I want to know if you were the one who leaked my new song. Yi Qianqian looked at Chu Tian coldly and asked. No. Chu Tian flipped through his book calmly, answering flatly without even raising his head. Humph, still denying it when death is at your door. Peng Xiu shouted angrily. Chu Tian, I've seen plenty of people with vicious hearts like you. You approached Qianqian deliberately just to make her curious about you. Then, Qianqian relaxed her guard against you, did something foolish, fell into your trap, and let you succeed. She already knew the process of Qianqian meeting Chu Tian. She immediately judged that Chu Tian approached Qianqian with malicious intent. Qianqian was a has-been, so it was understandable if Chu Tian didn't recognize her. But Qianqian's beauty was still there, even better than before. Chu Tian being so indifferent was purely to deliberately attract Qianqian's curiosity. Is that so? Yi Qianqian looked at Chu Tian, her gaze turning colder again. Peng Xiu's words made her realize it belatedly. Chu Tian arousing her curiosity like this was indeed harboring evil intentions. No. Chu Tian's answer was still flat and brief. In fact, he didn't even raise his eyes again, quietly and calmly reading his book. I misjudged you. Yi Qianqian smiled, looking exceptionally bleak. She actually hoped Chu Tian would say a bit more, give her some explanation. However, she was disappointed. Now Chu Tian didn't even have the courage to look at her again. This already gave her the answer. Chu Tian had a guilty conscience and felt he had no face to face her. This new song had all her heart and soul poured into it. Now, it had become a wedding dress for Gao Manhwa, leaving her with nothing. She hated herself for trusting Chu Tian back then. She hated Chu Tian even more for doing this to her. Hurry up and arrest him, take him away. Let him spend his whole life in prison. Peng Xiu stared at Chu Tian resentfully and screamed. Also, I'm going to sue you until you're bankrupt. If she could, Peng Xiu wished she could kill Chu Tian. She had counted on Yi Qianqian making a comeback with this new song, and this new song had that potential, as proven by Gao Manhwa's explosion in popularity. However, she didn't expect it to be ruined by the vicious Chu Tian. On what grounds are you taking the nerd away? Jiang Xiaoya walked over angrily at this moment, shouting, You insult and humiliate the nerd like this without any evidence. On what grounds? Do you think the nerd is easy to bully? Right? You have no right to take Chu Tian away. Exactly, this is too bullying. Qian Zhao Gan, and Xunya stood out closely behind Jiang Xiaoya. Ms. Peng, Ms. Yi, we understand your feelings right now. Jiang Yuren stepped forward at this moment and said, But I know Chu Tian's character. He isn't the kind of person you think he is. It's impossible for him to have leaked Ms. Ye's new song. Besides, everything requires evidence. Speaking of this, Jiang Yuren looked at the two officials and said, Please investigate first before making a decision. The two officials nodded. One asked, Where is your library surveillance? Right here. Qian answered hurriedly. Then he led the two officials into the circulation desk. The surveillance screen was on the multimedia computer inside. Qian brought up the surveillance footage. An official operated the surveillance system, bringing up yesterday's recording for playback. Suddenly, the official made a surprised sound and paused the surveillance on a frame. Then, his gaze fell on Zhao Gan and Chunya. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qianqian, Peng Xiu, Jiang Yuren, and the others all looked at Zhao Gan and Chunya. You don't suspect us of leaking it, do you? Zhao Gan and Chunya, seeing everyone looking at them, trembled all over, their faces turning pale. Were you recording Ms. Ye's new song at that time? An official asked. No. Zhao Gan and Chunya shook their heads like rattle drums. Take out your phones. The two hurriedly took out their phones. What were you doing at that time? We were identifying that song. So it was you who leaked Qianqian's new song. Peng Xiu's veins popped out as she screamed. Arrest these two vicious things quickly. We didn't. We just thought the song was good and used software to identify it. We didn't leak it. Zhao Gan and Chunya shook their heads, faces pale. If they were arrested like this and sued by Peng Xiu, their lives would be over. You are the prime suspects. Come with us. The two officials came up to them. Chu Tian moved his gaze from the book, frowning slightly at this scene. He believed Zhao Gan and Chunya didn't leak Yi Qianqian's new song. Their use of the phone to identify the song was just an undeserved calamity. Chu Tian put down his book and slowly stood up from the sofa. Let them go. I'm dropping this matter. Just as Chu Tian stood up indifferently, Yi Qianqian, who hadn't spoken, said gloomily, "They are innocent. It has nothing to do with them." Everyone looked at Yi Qianqian in surprise. No one understood why Yi Qianqian would suddenly drop the matter. "Qianqian, are you crazy? This new song contains all your effort and is the hope of our entire team. How can we let them go when they viciously extinguished all our hopes?" Peng Xiu said in disbelief. "Can't you see it yet?" Yi Qianqian's eyes turned red as she shouted. When they identified the song, it was already the second half. They didn't hear the first half at all. And what wrong did they do by identifying a song they hadn't heard? How can you blame them? Even if it was leaked because of this, can't you see that some big financial backer behind the scenes used means to steal the second half? Gao Manha's new song has the entire tune. What does this mean? It means they already obtained the first half of my tune long ago. Everyone looked thoughtful, then nodded one after another. Chu Tian looked at Yi Qianqian with a different light. Impossible. Peng Xiu shook her head repeatedly. She didn't believe this result. When we recorded this song, we checked the recording studio carefully and even blocked all signals. It couldn't have been leaked in advance. Then what do you think happened? Yi Qianqian's voice choked up. Gao Manha has a big backer, and we don't. If they used means to get my tune in advance, could we prevent it? Peng Xiu shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept this answer. Suddenly, she looked at Chu Tian. It must be Chu Tian who leaked it. Only he heard the complete tune. Her gaze towards Chu Tian was filled with hatred. Enough. Yi Qianqian stopped Peng Xiu. Don't you know that inviting Fang Pin to write lyrics requires booking a long time in advance? The fact that he could come to Sioux City yesterday to write lyrics for Gao Manha shows that Gao Manha got my tune long ago and was just waiting for Fang Pin to write the lyrics. Moreover, I was the one who actively played that song in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't even say a few words to me. This has nothing to do with him at all. Peng Xiu was speechless and couldn't say another word. Chu Tian, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. After saying this to Chu Tian, Yi Qianqian ran out of the library with tears in her eyes. "Qianqian." Peng Xiu glared coldly at Chu Tian and hurriedly chased after her. Subsequently, the rest of the people also left. Phew. Fortunately, Yi Qianqian didn't hold it against us, otherwise we would be finished. Yi Qianqian is such a good person. Why is heaven so unfair to her? How about we post online saying Gao Manha stole Yi Qianqian's new song? It's useless. Gao Manha released it first, so this song belongs completely to Gao Manha. Yi Qianqian's concert starts tomorrow night. The new song became a wedding dress for Gao Manha. Without the new song, Yi Qianqian's efforts this time will probably fall into the abyss. Seeing everyone leave, Zhao Gan, Chunya, and Qianair sighed and wrung their hands. They didn't expect Gao Manha to be so vicious, using unimaginable, despicable means to steal Yi Qianqian's new song and release it the day before Yi Qianqian's concert. She directly put Yi Qianqian to death. Nerd, what are you thinking? Zhang Xiaoya looked at Chu Tian curiously. She noticed Chu Tian had a thoughtful look, staring calmly outside the library. Nothing. Chu Tian answered flatly, then sat back on the sofa, reading his book on his own. When work ended in the afternoon, Chu Tian rode his bicycle towards the Sioux University gate. On the way, he constantly heard the discussions of Sioux University students. Did you hear? Yi Qianqian and her group went to the library today, saying the new song was leaked. I heard it too. They say Gao Manha's new song is actually Yi Qianqian's. I don't know if it's true or false. Yi Qianqian's concert is starting tomorrow night. If the new song really leaked, then Yi Qianqian is finished. Isn't that right? Yi Qianqian's concert used this new song as a selling point, calling it the return of the king. If she really doesn't have the new song, then she's really done for. Chu Tian rode his bicycle out of Sioux University and also constantly heard the discussions of the head-down tribe, people looking at phones, on the road. Impossible, right? Someone actually dared to say Gao Manha's explosive divine song is Yi Qianqian's. This Yi Qianqian is really shameless. She even has the face to say such things. Yi Qianqian's team simply has no bottom line. Seeing Gao Manha's song become popular, they shamelessly use it for hype. A has-been singer, with few people going to her concert, uses this method to leech popularity. Bah, truly shameless. Look quickly, Gao Manhwa made an official statement. Since Yi Qianqian is leeching her popularity, she will fulfill her wish and personally attend Yi Qianqian's concert tomorrow night. Look at Gao Manhwa, so magnanimous. Not only did she not get angry, but she's also personally attending Yi Qianqian's concert. It's so infuriating. This is obviously Yi Qianqian's sinister intention to attract Hehe's attention so Yi Qianqian can boost her fame. Unexpectedly, our Hehe is actually going to the concert to help her. I really want to slap Yi Qianqian. There are actually such despicable and shameless people. Chu Tian heard these voices cursing Yi Qianqian all the way. Chu Tian rode his bicycle calmly on the road. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said, "Yuer, play all of Yi Qianqian's songs for me." "Yes, master." A faint light glowed from the center of the bicycle handlebars. Then, a fingernail-sized ball of metal detached from the bicycle, flowing upstream like water along Chu Tian's arm to his ear, transforming into an earpiece. Yi Qianqian's songs from over the years began to play in the earpiece. Chu Tian listened to Yi Qianqian's songs all the way back to Julong Manor, then arrived at the villa of Langshan. "Young master." The delicate Qinshan and Cici were already waiting respectfully at the door. Qinshan was responsible for handing Chu Tian a prepared hot towel to wipe his hands. After Chu Tian wiped his hands, she handed another hot towel for wiping his face. Cici was responsible for changing Chu Tian's shoes. Their movements were methodical and extremely elegant, looking very moving. There was no complaint in their expressions. Instead, there was a heart-stirring demeanor, as if serving the young master like this was their honor and their happiest thing. "Young master, dinner is ready for you." No rush for dinner. Chu Tian walked into the villa hall, heading towards the piano near the floor-to-ceiling window in the hall. "Is the young master going to play the piano?" Qinshan and Cici followed behind Chu Tian, surprised to see him walking towards the piano. They didn't expect the young master to play the piano after coming back today. Can the young master play the piano? The two were most curious about this. In their perception, the young master was very powerful in cultivation. No one in this world was more powerful than him. They never knew the young master could do other things. The two couldn't help but look forward to it extremely. Chu Tian came to the piano in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, sat on the soft bench, and looked at the piano that hadn't been touched for years. He couldn't help but be distracted. He recalled the past. Scenes of him enjoying music by candlelight with Ji Kong, roaming rivers and lakes with Boya through music, meeting friends through piano with Beethoven, and drinking and singing with Mozart and other music masters floated in his mind. Thinking of the scenes of chatting happily with these historical music masters, Chu Tian sighed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, these music masters had all turned to dust. Chu Tian placed his palms on the keys. He hadn't played the piano for a long time, but for him, even if it had been longer, playing again wouldn't feel unfamiliar at all. The moment his palms touched the keys, Chu Tian seemed to change into a different person. That indifference to everything disappeared without a trace, replaced by an elegant and majestic temperament. Ding! The first note sounded. "Young master is so charming." Seeing Chu Tian's sudden transformation, stars appeared in Qinshan and Cici's beautiful eyes. It was just like those masters. Usually, some looked like drunkards, some looked messy, but once they returned to touch their field, they would instantly change into a different person. That indescribable unique charm was exceptionally attractive. Their young master was like that. The unique charm radiating from the young master now made them infatuated. At this moment, in a luxurious villa at the very bottom of Langshan, inside the magnificent hall, several rich young masters and wealthy daughters were holding red wine glasses, sitting calmly on the sofa, appreciating the piano music playing in the hall. Beside the white piano in the hall sat a young man in a tuxedo. His hands were like dancing elves, playing the piano and producing beautiful music. "Cousin, Xin Yuming's piano playing is too perfect." Han Qianer whispered somewhat excitedly to Wang Xiao beside her. "Indeed, not something an ordinary pianist can compare to." Wang Xiao nodded with emotion. Xin Yuming's piano music attracted even someone like him who didn't listen to piano music much, making him listen somewhat entranced. Xin Yuming's piano music is certainly good, but Miss Qianer's piano music surely won't be bad either. Young Masterine, sitting on the other side of Wang Xiao, chuckled, skipping Wang Xiao to speak to Han Qianer. Miss Qianer's attainments in piano must be catching up to Shen Yunming. How would I dare compare with Shen Yunming? Han Xian'er rolled her eyes at young Master Yin. Shen Yunming was the first Chinese person to hold solo concerts in all famous concert halls around the world, winning various dazzling international music awards. On the international art stage, he was a master who looked down on the crowd. In a famous international youth magazine's 20 Young People Who Will Change the World, Shen Yunming was the only artist. Shen Yunming's achievements in piano were not only #1 in China, but also ranked among the top 5 music masters internationally. One must know that those music masters were people in their 50s or 60s, or even older, but Shen Yunming was only 26. This Shen Yunming really has class. Han Xian'er looked at Shen Yunming playing the piano with some fascination. Overflowing talent, world-renowned, and that unique, elegant temperament. It was indeed very attractive. Not only was Han Xian'er somewhat fascinated, but the wealthy daughters in the hall were also entranced. When the song ended, Shen Yunming stood up and bowed gentlemanly to everyone in the hall. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Xiao, Han Xian'er, young Master Yin, and the other rich young masters and wealthy daughters all stood up and applauded Shen Yunming. Worthy of being Shen Yunming. One piano piece moved all of us present. Good. It was worth inviting you here to entertain us. Young Master Yin applauded. I used to think piano music was just so, but hearing Yunming play live today, I realized I was ignorant. Wang Xiao smiled and praised. Even I, who don't listen to piano music much, was entranced. Yunming truly lives up to his reputation. He is a real music master. Others gave their praise unsparingly. And this new song had the potential. Gao Manha's explosion in popularity was proof. However, she hadn't expected that the malicious Chu Tian would ruin it all. Why do you have the right to take the dummy away? Jiang Xiaoya walked over angrily at this moment and shouted. You insult and humiliate the dummy like this without any evidence. What gives you the right? Do you think the dummy is easy to bully? Right? You have no right to take Chu Tian away. Exactly, this is bullying. Qian Zhao Gan, and Xunya stood up closely behind Jiang Xiaoya. Miss Peng, Miss Yi, we understand your feelings right now. Jiang Yuan stepped forward at this time and said, but I know Chu Tian's character. He isn't the kind of person you think he is. It's impossible for him to have leaked Miss Ye's new song. Besides, everything requires evidence. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan looked at the two officials and said, please investigate first before making a decision. The two officials nodded. One said, where is your library surveillance? Right here. Qian answered hurriedly. He then led the two officials into the borrowing desk. The surveillance screen was on the multimedia computer inside. Qian pulled up the surveillance footage. One official operated the surveillance system and played back yesterday's recording. Suddenly, the official made a sound of surprise and paused the surveillance on a frame. Then, his gaze fell on Zhao Gan and Chunya. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qianqian, Peng Xiu, Zhang Yuan, and the others all looked at Zhao Gan and Chunya. You don't suspect us of leaking it, do you? Seeing everyone looking at them, Zhao Gan and Chunya trembled all over, their faces turning a shade paler. Were you recording Ms. Ye's new song at that time? An official asked. No. Zhao Gan and Chunya shook their heads frantically like rattle drums. Take out your phones. The two hurriedly took out their phones. What were you doing at that time? We were identifying that song. So it was you who leaked Qianqian's new song. Peng Xiu's veins popped out as she screamed. Arrest these two malicious things immediately. We didn't. We just thought the song sounded good and used an app to identify it. We didn't leak it. Zhao Gan and Chunya shook their heads, their faces pale. If they were arrested like this and then sued by Peng Xiu, their lives would be over. You are the prime suspects. Come with us. The two officials came up to the two of them. Chu Tian moved his gaze away from his book, frowning slightly as he watched this scene. He believed Zhao Gan and Chunya didn't leak Yi Qianqian's new song. The two of them identifying the song with their phones was just an undeserved calamity. Chu Tian put down his book and slowly stood up from the sofa. Let them go. I'm dropping this matter. Just as Chu Tian stood up indifferently, Yi Qianqian, who hadn't spoken, said sorrowfully, they are innocent. It has nothing to do with them. Everyone looked at Yi Qianqian in surprise. No one understood why Yi Qianqian would suddenly drop the matter. Qianqian, are you crazy? This new song has all your heart and soul poured into it. It's the hope of our entire team. How can we let them go when they maliciously destroyed all our hopes? Peng Xiu said in disbelief. Haven't you realized it yet? Yi Qianqian's eyes turned red as she shouted. When they identified the song, it was already the second half. They didn't hear the first half at all. And what wrong did they do by identifying a song they hadn't heard before? How can we blame them? Even if it leaked because of this, can't you see that some big financier behind the scenes used means to steal the second half? Gao Manhwa's new song has the complete composition. This means they obtained the first half of my composition long ago. Everyone looked thoughtful and then nodded one after another. Chu Tian looked at Yi Qianqian with a different regard. Impossible. Peng Xiu shook her head repeatedly. She couldn't believe this result. When we recorded this song, we checked the recording studio carefully and even blocked all signals. It couldn't have leaked in advance. Then what do you think happened? Yi Qianqian's voice choked up. Don't you know that asking Fang Pin to write lyrics requires booking a long time in advance? The fact that he could come to Sioux City yesterday to write lyrics for Gao Manhwa shows that Gao Manhwa had my composition long ago, just waiting for Fang Pin to write the lyrics. Moreover, I was the one who actively played that song in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't even say more than a few words to me. This has nothing to do with him at all. Peng Xiu was speechless and couldn't say another word. Chu Tian, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. After saying this to Chu Tian, Yi Qianqian ran out of the library with tears in her eyes. Qianqian. Peng Xiu glared coldly at Chu Tian and hurriedly chased after her. Subsequently, the others also left. Phew. Luckily, Yi Qianqian didn't hold it against us, otherwise we would be finished. Yi Qianqian is such a good person. Why is heaven so unfair to her? How about we post online saying that Gao Manhwa stole Yi Qianqian's new song? It's useless. Gao Manhwa released it first, so the song belongs completely to Gao Manhwa. Yi Qianqian's concert is tomorrow night. The new song has become a wedding dress for Gao Manhwa. Without the new song, Yi Qianqian's efforts this time will probably fall into the abyss. Seeing everyone leave, Zhao Gan, Chunya, and Qianair all sighed and wrung their hands. They didn't expect Gao Manhwa to be so malicious, using unimaginable, despicable means to steal Yi Qianqian's new song and releasing it the day before Yi Qianqian's concert. This directly put Yi Qianqian in a dead end. Dummy, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaoya asked curiously, looking at Chu Tian. She noticed that Chu Tian had a thoughtful look on his face, calmly looking outside the library. Nothing. Chu Tian answered plainly, then sat back on the sofa and continued reading his book. When he got off work in the afternoon, Chu Tian rode his bicycle toward the gate of Sioux University. On the way, he constantly heard the discussions of Sioux University students on the road. Did you hear? Yi Qianqian and her group went to the library today, saying the new song was leaked. I heard it too. They say Gao Manhwa's new song is actually Yi Qianqian's. I don't know if it's true or false. Yi Qianqian's concert is starting tomorrow night. If the new song really leaked, then Yi Qianqian is finished. Isn't that right? Yi Qianqian's concert used this new song as a selling point, claiming it to be the return of the king. If she really doesn't have the new song, she's truly done for. Chu Tian rode his bicycle out of Sioux University and continued to hear the discussions of the head-down tribe, people looking at phones, on the road. Impossible, right? Someone actually dares to say Gao Manhwa's explosive hit song belongs to Yi Qianqian. This Yi Qianqian is really shameless. She has the face to say such things. Yi Qianqian's team simply has no bottom line. Seeing that Gao Manhwa's song is a hit, they shamelessly use it for hype. A washed-up singer with barely anyone going to her concert uses this method to leech popularity. Bah, truly shameless. Look quickly, Gao Manhwa made an official statement. Since Yi Qianqian is leeching her popularity, she will fulfill her wish and personally attend Yi Qianqian's concert tomorrow night. Look at Gao Manhwa, so magnanimous. Not only did she not get angry, but she's also personally attending Yi Qianqian's concert. It's really infuriating. This is obviously Yi Qianqian's sinister intention to attract Hehe's attention so Yi Qianqian can boost her fame. Unexpectedly, our Hehe is even going to the concert to help her. I really want to slap Yi Qianqian. How can there be such a despicable and shameless person? Chu Tian heard these voices cursing Yi Qianqian all the way. Chu Tian rode his bicycle calmly on the road. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said, Yuer, play all of Yi Qianqian's songs for me. Yes, master. A faint light glowed from the center of the bicycle's handlebars. Then, a fingernail-sized piece of metal detached from the bicycle, flowed upstream like water along Chu Tian's arm to his ear, and transformed into an earphone. Yi Qianqian's songs from over the years began to play in the earphone. Chu Tian listened to Yi Qianqian's songs all the way back to Julong Manor, and then arrived at the Lang Mountain Villa. Young master, the delicate sisters, Chun and Cici, were already waiting at the door. Chun was responsible for handing Chu Tian a prepared hot towel to wipe his hands. After Chu Tian finished wiping his hands, she handed him another hot towel to wipe his face. Cici was responsible for changing Chu Tian's shoes. Their movements were methodical and extremely elegant, looking very moving. There was not a trace of complaint in their expressions. Instead, there was a heart-stirring demeanor. It was as if her eyes were filled with a bitter, burning resentment. Enough! Yi Qianqian's voice cut through Peng Xiu's tirade. Don't you realize how far in advance you have to book someone like Fang Pin to write lyrics? The fact that he was in Sioux City yesterday to finish the song for Gao Manhwa proves she's had my melody for a long time. She was just waiting for him to arrive. She took a shaky breath, her voice trembling. Besides, I was the one who played that song in front of Chu Tian. He barely said a word to me. This has nothing to do with him. Peng Xiu stood frozen, her mouth hanging open, unable to find a rebuttal. Chu Tian, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. After forcing out those words, Yi Qianqian's eyes welled with tears. She couldn't stay a second longer and bolted out of the library. Qianqian. Peng Xiu shot Chu Tian one last icy glare before hurrying after her. One by one, the rest of the crowd dispersed. Phew. Thank God Yi Qianqian didn't hold it against us, or we'd be finished. She's such a good person. Why is the world so unfair to her? Maybe we should go online and tell everyone that Gao Manhwa stole her song. It's useless. Gao Manhwa released it first. In the eyes of the public, that song belongs to her now. Yi Qianqian's concert is tomorrow night. Her new song was supposed to be her trump card, but now she's just paved the way for her rival. Without that song, her comeback is going to be a disaster. As the library emptied, Zhao Gan, Chunya, and Xianair stood there, sighing in frustration. They never imagined Gao Manhwa could be so vicious, using such despicable means to hijack Yi Qianqian's work right before her big night. It was a death blow. Hey, blockhead, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xiaye asked, looking at Chu Tian with curiosity. She noticed he had been lost in thought, staring out the library window with an unreadable expression. Nothing, Chu Tian replied flatly. He sat back down on the sofa and returned to his book as if the world hadn't just shifted on its axis. When the workday ended, Chu Tian pedaled his bicycle toward the gates of Sioux University. Along the way, the air was thick with the gossip of passing students. Did you hear? Yi Qianqian was at the library today. Apparently, her new song was leaked. I heard that too. They're saying Gao Manhwa's new hit is actually Yi Qianqian's. Who knows if it's true? The concert is tomorrow. If the leak is real, she's done for. Exactly. The whole selling point was her Return of the Queen with a brand new track. If she doesn't have it, she's finished. As Chu Tian rode further away from the campus, the conversation shifted. He passed groups of people huddled over their phones, their voices dripping with disdain. No way. People are actually claiming Gao Manhwa's viral hit belongs to Yi Qianqian? That Yi Qianqian is shameless. How can she even say that out loud? Her PR team has no bottom line. They see Gao Manhwa's song blowing up and try to hijack the hype. It's pathetic. She's a washed-up singer. Nobody's going to her concert anyway, so she's using this to trend. Disgusting. Look, Gao Manhwa just posted an official statement. She says since Yi Qianqian wants to ride her coattails, she'll indulge her. She's going to attend Yi Qianqian's concert in person tomorrow night. Wow, look at how graceful Gao Manhwa is. She's not even angry. She's actually going there to support her. It's so frustrating. Yi Qianqian clearly did this to get Manhwa's attention and boost her own fame. And our Manhwa is actually going to help her. She's too kind. I seriously want to slap Yi Qianqian. How can someone be so brazenly dishonest? The insults followed Chu Tian like a shadow. He continued pedaling calmly, his expression serene. After a long silence, he spoke softly. Yuer, play all of Yi Qianqian's songs for me. Understood, master. A faint shimmer of light pulsed from the center of the bicycle's handlebars. A small, nail-sized piece of metal detached itself, flowing like liquid up Chu Tian's arm until it reached his ear, where it materialized into a sleek earpiece. The music began to play. Chu Tian listened to the discography of Yi Qianqian's career as he rode back to Julong Estate, eventually arriving at the villa of Mount Lang. Young master, the lovely sisters, Chun and Cici, were already waiting at the entrance. Qinshin stepped forward gracefully, offering a warm, damp towel for Chu Tian to wipe his hands. Once he was finished, she provided another for his face. Meanwhile, Cece knelt down to change his shoes. Their movements were fluid, elegant, and perfectly synchronized. There wasn't a hint of resentment in their expressions. Instead, they carried themselves with a captivating poise, as if serving him was the highest honor. Being able to serve the young master like this was their honor and their happiest moment. "Young master, dinner is ready for you." No rush for dinner. Chu Tian walked into the villa's living room and headed toward the piano near the floor-to-ceiling window. "Is the young master going to play the piano?" Qinshin and Cece followed behind Chu Tian. Seeing him walk toward the piano, they were instantly surprised. They hadn't expected the young master to play the piano after returning today. Can the young master play the piano? They were most curious about this point. In their knowledge, the young master was very powerful in cultivation. No one in this world was stronger than him. But they never knew the young master had other skills. The two couldn't help but look forward to it eagerly. Chu Tian arrived at the piano by the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down on the soft bench. Looking at the piano that hadn't been touched for years, he felt a bit lost in thought. He recalled the past. Scenes of him holding a candle and enjoying songs with Ji Kong, roaming rivers and lakes with Boya through music, meeting Beethoven as a friend through the piano, and drinking and singing with Mozart and other music masters floated into his mind one by one. Thinking of the scenes of chatting and enjoying time with these historical music masters, Chu Tian sighed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, these music masters had all turned to dust. Chu Tian placed his palms on the keys. He hadn't played the piano for a long time, but for him, even if it had been longer, playing again wouldn't feel unfamiliar in the slightest. The moment his palms touched the keys, Chu Tian seemed to change into a different person. The plainness of having no interest in anything vanished without a trace, replaced by an elegant and grand temperament. Ding! The first note sounded. "Young master is so charming." Qinshin and Cece, seeing Chu Tian's sudden transformation, instantly had little stars in their beautiful eyes. It was just like those masters. Usually, some looked like drunkards, some had terrible images, but once they returned to touch their field, they would instantly change into a different person. That indescribable unique charm was exceptionally attractive. Their young master was just like that. The unique charm radiating from the young master now made them infatuated. At this moment, in a luxurious villa at the very bottom of Lang Mountain, inside a magnificent hall, several rich young masters and wealthy daughters were sitting calmly on the sofas, holding red wine glasses, enjoying the piano music playing in the hall. Beside the white piano in the hall sat a young man in a tailcoat. His hands were like dancing elves, playing the piano and producing beautiful music. "Cousin, the piano piece Shin Yunming is playing is too perfect." Han Xian'er whispered somewhat excitedly to Wang Xiao beside her. "It indeed isn't something an ordinary pianist can compare to." Wang Xiao nodded with emotion. Even as someone who didn't listen to piano music much, he was instantly drawn in by Shin Yunming's playing and listened somewhat entranced. Shin Yunming's piano music is certainly pleasant, but Miss Qian'er's piano music surely won't be bad either. Yin Xiao, sitting on the other side of Wang Xiao, chuckled lightly, skipped over Wang Xiao, and said to Han Xian'er, "Miss Qian'er's attainments in piano must be chasing right after Shin Yunming. How would I dare compare with Shin Yunming?" Han Xian'er rolled her eyes at Yin Xiao. Shin Yunming was the first Chinese person to hold solo concerts in all the famous concert halls around the world, winning various dazzling international music awards. On the international art stage, he was a master figure who looked down on the crowd. In a famous international youth magazine's 20 Young People Who Will Change the World, Shin Yunming was the only artist. Shin Yunming's achievements in piano were not only #1 in China, but also ranked among the top 5 music masters internationally. One had to know that those music masters were people in their 50s or 60s, or even older, but Shin Yunming was only 26. This Shin Yunming really has class. Han Xian'er looked somewhat entranced at Shin Yunming playing the piano. Overflowing with talent, world-renowned, and possessing that unique, elegant temperament, he was indeed very attractive. Not only was Han Xian'er somewhat entranced, but the other wealthy daughters in the hall were also watching intently. As the piece ended, Shin Yunming stood up and bowed gentlemanly to everyone in the hall. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Xiao, Han Xian'er, Yin Xiao, and the other rich young masters and daughters all stood up and applauded Shin Yunming. Worthy of being Shin Yunming. A single piano piece moved all of us present. Good. It wasn't in vain that I invited you here to entertain us. In Xiao applauded and said, I used to think piano music was just SOSO, but hearing Yunming play live today, I realized I was ignorant. Wang Xiao praised with a smile. Even I, who don't listen to piano music much, was entranced. Yunming truly lives up to his name. A real music master. The others didn't hold back their praise either. A great reputation is never undeserved. Truly, the name is not in vain. Your piano music is too perfect. No one in China can compare to you. Even in the world, the people who surpass you can be counted on one hand. Those people are all old men. You are so young. In the future, you will inevitably be the #1 person in the music world, unmatched by anyone. Young masters and ladies, you flatter me, Shin Yunming said modestly. However, the arrogance between his brows was hard to conceal. Although these people present were unattainable rich young masters and wealthy daughters, so what? They were still shocked by the piano music he played. Although he wasn't as rich or high status as these people, the height he possessed was something these people couldn't reach in 8 lifetimes. In this China, who could have a height like his? No one. Mr. Shun, the piano piece you just played opened my eyes. I toast you. Han Xiner walked out with 2 glasses of wine at this moment, handing one to Shin Yunming. Thank you. Shin Yunming took the wine glass. He felt increasingly proud in his heart. This Han Xiner was very beautiful and had class. None of the wealthy daughters present could compare. Such a great beauty was conquered by his piano attainments and took the initiative to offer him a toast. Why is there still piano music? Wang Xiao wondered aloud at this moment. It's true. It seems to sound very good too. Who is playing the piano? Playing so beautifully. Everyone quieted down to listen carefully, and indeed heard piano music faintly drifting from outside the villa. Attracted by it, everyone subconsciously walked out of the villa. Look, people from other villas have come out too. They all seem to be listening to the piano music floating in the air. Isn't that the head of the Zheng family, one of the 4 major families in Sioux City, Zheng Guangxing? He came out early too. Not just family head Zheng. Family head Bei has also been out for a while. Look at the road. Young Master Yin's father, young Master Wang's father, they all stopped their cars and got out. They seem to be listening to the piano music too. Heavens, those big shots in the villas above all came out to listen to the piano music. Ding Peng came out too. When they arrived outside the villa, the group of wealthy daughters all felt shocked. They saw big shot figures walking out of their villas one by one, listening distractedly to the piano sound drifting in the space. They had never seen such a shocking scene. Even Han Xiner was shocked. The location they were in now was inside Julong Manor, the villa at the lowest level below Langshan. In the eyes of outsiders, it was unattainable, but inside Julong Manor, it was the bottom layer. The 36 villas in Julong Manor were built winding up Langshan. The higher up the villa, the higher the status. Like the lowest level villa where her cousin Wang Xiao and that young Master Yin's families lived, in the eyes of the big shots in the villas above, they were truly just little brothers. The person who felt most shocked was none other than Shin Yunming. My God, these big shots were all attracted out by a piano piece. Among the big shots he saw, there were those he recognized and those he didn't. But regardless of whether he recognized them, he knew that those who could live in the upper villas of Julong Manor were true big shots dominating a region in Tianan province. In front of these big shots, he was nothing, let alone these big shots listening to his piano music. He didn't even have the qualification to meet them. However, such high and mighty figures now all walked out of their villas to listen because they heard a piano piece drifting in the space. Looking at their appearances, they were listening so intoxicatedly. Who was playing this piano music? To actually have such great magic. In this China, how could there be such a strong music master? Shin Yunming was shocked in his heart. At the same time, he refused to accept that someone could be better than him. Immediately, he began to listen carefully to the piano music in the space. He wanted to see if this person really had true skill. In the space, there was silence. Only that beautiful, moving, majestic piano music, possessing a magic that struck directly at people's hearts, drifted in the air, drifting into everyone's ears. At the start, everyone listened to this piano piece with curiosity. But in just a few seconds, everyone was entranced. Then, everyone listened with intoxication. Wang Xiao closed his eyes, young Master Yin closed his eyes, Han Xiner closed her eyes, and all the wealthy daughters closed their eyes. This piano piece seemed to have magic. making everyone intoxicated in it, unable to extricate themselves. Shen Yunming listened to this piece with pride and disdain at the very beginning, let alone no one in China being able to compare to him. Even in the world, there were very few who surpassed him. Given time, he would inevitably become the world's #1 music master, recorded in history. Now, the person playing this piano piece, how could he possibly compare to him? The fact that these big shots from Julong Manor came out to listen to this piece was likely just to give face to the performer living in the manor, not because the performer's skill was truly that stunning. However, as he listened, Shen Yuming's heart began to tremble. He suddenly realized that not only was this piano composition rare in this world, but the various techniques used by the performer had reached the pinnacle of perfection, giving off a feeling of returning to simplicity and truth. Outsiders couldn't hear these nuances, but he could. That shock struck directly at his soul. To think there is such peak, return to simplicity piano skill in this world. Even masters like Beethoven and Mozart were likely just at this level. Shen Yunming muttered in shock within his heart. Then, as he listened, he subconsciously closed his eyes. In the past, it was others who closed their eyes in intoxication while listening to his piano music. But today he had become the listener, intoxicated by another's playing. The space fell silent as the piano music dissipated into the air. What beautiful piano music! I've never heard such a beautiful piano piece. So, piano music can actually make people this intoxicated. This was truly an auditory feast. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses and open their eyes. Han Xiner murmured obsessively, as did all the wealthy young ladies present. Everyone had been captivated by this piano piece. Shen Yunming stood dazed in his spot. Only now did he realize that these big shots from Julong Manor didn't come out to listen because of the performer's identity, but because the performer's piano skills had genuinely attracted them. Compared to that person, his own piano skills were simply vulnerable and weak. Brother Wang, did you notice that this piano music drifted down from the mountain peak? Young Master Yin came back to his senses and lowered his voice to ask Wang Xiao beside him. It indeed came from the peak. It's very likely Mr. Chu was playing. Wang Xiao nodded, answering in a hushed tone. The two looked at each other, both seeing incredulity in the other's eyes. Mr. Chu could actually play the piano? And he was a master among masters. Young Master Yin pondered for a moment, then looked at Shen Yunming and asked, "Have you ever heard this piano piece before?" "No." Shen Yunming shook his head, looking like he had lost his soul. This might be a piece composed by the performer himself. He felt extremely unwilling in his heart. Not only was he far inferior to the other party in piano skills, but even in composition, he could only stare at their dust. Once the other party released this, they would likely become famous worldwide in an instant. At that time, his title as the #1 person in China would certainly not be kept. He feared that from now on, he would be crushed under the other person's feet. Young Master Yin and Wang Xiao exchanged glances, feeling even more incredulous. If a piano grandmaster like Shen Yunming hadn't heard this piece, then it was very likely composed by Mr. Chu himself. Mr. Chu was truly a god-tier figure, not only a true piano master, but also a genius in composition. Young Master Yin calmed his mind and stared at Shen Yunming, a sharp look in his eyes. Remember, before this piece is made public, you know nothing. You are not allowed to leak a single word, understood? Shen Yunming looked at young Master Yin sluggishly. He didn't expect young Master Yin to say this to him. This was undoubtedly a warning. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Who exactly was that person playing the piano, that even young Master Yin had to warn him so cautiously? And you all, everything you heard today, not a word is to be leaked, understood? Young Master Yin looked at the other wealthy young masters and ladies. These people weren't qualified to live in Julong Manor. They were all invited by him today. Everyone nodded in succession. Han Xiner, however, gazed absent-mindedly at the peak of Langshan. At that Langshan villa, murmuring in her heart, "Is it that mysterious Mr. Chu playing?" When he was playing this piano piece, was his appearance incredibly attractive? Han Xiner thought obsessively. At this moment, inside the Langshan villa, Chen and Cici wore the same obsessive expressions. Chen, the young master, was so charming when he played the piano. The young master is just as charming when he isn't playing. How can the young master be so amazing? To think he has such deep attainments in piano. Exactly. No one in this world can compare to our young master. The two girls looked at Chu Tian by the piano with stars in their eyes. The entire process of the young master playing just now, that charming appearance, had intoxicated them. But what amazed them most was the young master's skill on the piano. It shocked them. They were selected to become saintesses and came to serve the young master, meaning they were skilled in everything. Naturally, they were proficient in piano, having reached the master level. Their skills were even superior to Shen Yunming's, but they simply hadn't shown themselves to the world. Otherwise, Shen Yunming wouldn't matter at all. They had thought that the people in this world who could surpass them were few and far between. Who knew that the young master's piano attainments were so powerful? In front of the young master, they felt like little children. What are you two muttering about? Chu Tian finished filling in the lyrics to the composed melody, stood up, and asked the two girls with a smile. No, nothing. Qinshan and Cece were startled and shook their heads like rattle drums. Print out this song for me. Chu Tian smiled and handed the draft to the two girls. Does the young master want to sing? The two girls opened their beautiful eyes wide in surprise. The young master was not only a godlike existence in their hearts, but in the hearts of everyone in the sacred domain. He was a god. Such a powerful existence was actually composing music and lyrics himself, intending to debut. If they sent this news back to the sacred domain, everyone would probably be too shocked to believe it. However, this seemed like it would be very fun. This song was written for someone else. Chu Tian smiled faintly and walked toward the dining room. Written for someone else? Who had such great honor to receive a song personally composed by the young master? Qinshan and Cece's beautiful faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The young master was such a powerful existence.